Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello. Is everything working now? Oh, just turn down the music. All right. Sorry for that. Just one small misclick and everything was just gone here. Yeah. Okay. Well, how's everyone doing today? Hello. Not actually here. For good now. Hello, hello. I still feel a bit sleepy, but we're good. Gotta do the Sundays, you know? You're okay. Room 6, let's go, Slothy. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Let's go. Talk to me when you beat room 10. Nah, nah, you're doing great, Slothy. Okay. So basically, reaching a point in this book now where I don't even know what's gonna happen anymore. Wow. You praised me nonstop. Yeah. I said talk to me when you beat room 10, and that's like, nah, you're good. Room 6 already pretty good. You're doing great. All the progress. I'm happy for you that you're able to clear room 6 now. Yeah. Do you even have enough characters for room 10? I mean, the person who just cleared room 6, huh? Hello? That's great. You have a good day, Slothy. Enjoy your day. All right, so yeah, we We're at like page 140, 144. I have to spend money, so yay. And I only read up to like 160, so we're very close to the point where I'm gonna go in just as blind as you guys. And I can't wait because I absolutely love this book. There. All right. All right, it's chapter 4 that we're at now. Oh. Okay. Going to White London. Chapter is called Weapons at Hand. Part 1, White London. Nasi stood before the platform and did not cry. She was 9 winters old for Crow's sake, and had long ago learned to look composed, even if it was fake. Sometimes you had to pretend. Everyone knew that. Pretend to be happy. Pretend to be brave. Pretend to be strong. God, I can't speak today. If you pretended long enough, it eventually came true. Pretending not to be sad was the hardest, but looking sad made people think you were weak, and when you were already a foot too short and a measure too small, and a girl on top of that, you had to work twice as hard to convince them it wasn't true. Don't look and listen, okay, Abby? Hey, Lily. So even though the room was empty, save for Nazi and the corpse, she didn't let the sadness show. Nazi worked in the castle, doing whatever needed to be done, but she knew she wasn't supposed to be in here. Knew the northern hall was off limits, the private quarters of the king. But the king was missing, and Nazi had always been good at sneaking, and anyway, she hadn't come to snoop or steal. She'd only come to see. And to make sure the woman wasn't lonely, which Nazi knew was ridiculous, because dead people probably didn't feel things like cold or sad or lonely. But she couldn't be sure. And if it was her, she would have wanted someone there. Besides, this was the only quiet room left in the castle. The rest of the place was plunging into chaos, everyone shouting and searching for the king, but not in here. In here, candles burned, and the heavy doors and walls held in all the quiet. In here, at the center of the chamber, on a platform of beautiful black granite, lay Oika. Oika, laid out in black, hands open at her sides, a blade resting in each palm. Vines, the first things to bloom in the castle gardens, were wound around the platform's edge. A dish of water at Oika's head, and a basin of earth at her feet. Places for the magic to go when it left her body. A black cloth was draped over her eyes, and her short red hair made a pool around her head. A piece of white linen had been wrapped tight around her neck, but even in death, a line of blackish red stains through where someone had cut her throat. Nobody knew what had happened, only that the king was missing and the king's chosen knight was dead. Nasi had seen the king's prisoner, the red-haired man with his own black eye, and she wondered if it was his fault, since he was missing too. Nasi clenched her hands into fists and felt the sudden bite of thorns. She'd forgotten about the flowers, wild things plucked from the edge of the castle yard. The prettiest ones hadn't blossomed yet, so she'd been forced to dig up a handful of pale buds studded with vicious thorns. "Naked," she murmured, setting the bundle of flowers on the platform, the tail of her braid brushing Oika's arm as she leaned forward. Nessie used to wear her hair loose so it covered the scars on her face. It didn't matter that she could barely see through the pale curtain, that she was always tripping and stumbling. It was a shield against the world. And then one day, Oika passed her in the corridor and shot and stopped her. What the fuck? But oh, it was automod again. Okay, never mind. I stopped her and told her to pull the hair off her face. She hadn't wanted to, but the king's knight stood there, arms crossed, waiting for her to obey. And so she had, cringing as she tied back the strands. Oika surveyed her face, but didn't ask her what had happened. If she'd been born that way, she hadn't, or caught off turn in a Kolsik, she had. Instead, the woman had cocked her head and said, "Why do you hide?" Nessie could not bring herself to answer Oika, to tell that the king's knight that she hated her scars when Oika had darkness spilling down one side of her face and a silver line carving its way from eye to lip on the other. When she didn't speak, the woman crouched in front of her and took her firmly by her shoulders. "Scars are not shameful," said Oika. "Not unless you let them be." The knight straightened. "If you do not wear them, they will wear you." And with that, she'd walked away. Nessie had worn her hair back ever since. And every time Oika had passed her in the halls, her eyes, one yellow, the other black, had flicked to the braid. And she'd nodded in approval. And everything in Nessie had grown stronger, like a starving plant fed water drop by drop. "I wear my scars now," she whispered in Oika's ear. Footsteps sounded beyond the doors, the heavy tread of the iron guard, and Nessie pulled back hastily, nearly tipping over the bowl of water when she snagged her sleeve on the vines, coiled around the platform. She was only 9 winters old, and small as a shadow, and by the time the doors opened, she was gone. Okay, that was a short part 1. Okay. Part 2. Oh, I guess we're going back to Red London where everything is going to shit right now. In the Maresh dungeons, sleep eluded Holland. His mind drifted, but every time it began to settle, he saw London, his London, as it crumbled and fell. Saw the colors fade back to gray, the river freeze, and the castle. Well, thrones did not stay empty. Holland knew this well. He pictured the city searching for its king, heard the servants calling out his name before new blades found their throats. Blood staining white marble, bodies littering the forest as boots crushed everything he'd started like new grass underfoot. Holland reached out automatically for Oika, his mind stretching across the divide of worlds, but found no purchase. The prison cell he currently occupied was a stone tomb buried somewhere deep in the bones of the palace. No windows, no warmth. He had lost track of the number of stairs when the Arnesian guards dragged him in, half conscious, mind still gutted from Oseron's intrusion and sudden exit. Holland barely processed the cells, all empty. The animal part of him had struggled at the touch of cold metal closing around his wrists, and in response, they'd slammed his head against the wall. When he'd surfaced, everything was black. Holland lost track of time, tried to count, but without any light, his mind skipped, stuttered, fell too easily into memories he didn't want. "Kneel," whispered Astrid in one ear. "Stand," goaded Athos in the other. "Bend, break." "Stop," he thought, trying to drag his mind back to the cold cell. Kept slipping. "Pick up the knife. Hold it to your throat. Stay very still." He tried to will his fingers, of course, but the binding spell held, and when Athos had returned hours, sometimes days later, and plucked the blade from Holland's hand, and given him permission to move again, his body had folded to the floor, muscles torn, limbs shaking. "This is where you belong," Athos had said, "on your knees." "Stop!" Holland's growl vibrated through the quiet of the prison, answered only by its echo. For a few breaths, his mind was still. But soon, too soon, it all began again, the memories seeping in through the cold stone and the iron cuffs and the silence. The first time someone tried to kill Holland, he was barely 9 years old. His eye had turned black the year before, pupil widening day by day until the darkness overtook the green, and then the white, slowly poisoning him lash to lid. His hair was long enough to hide the mark, as long as he kept his head down, which Holland always did. He woke to the hiss of metal, lunged to the side in time to almost miss the blade. It grazed his arm before burying itself in the cot. Holland tumbled to the floor, hitting his shoulder hard, and rolled, expecting to find a stranger, a mercenary, someone marked with the brand of thieves and killers. Instead, he saw his older brother, twice his size, with their father's muddy green eyes and their mother's sad mouth, the only blood Holland had left. "Alox," he gasped, pain burning up his injured arm. Bright red drops flecked the floor of their room before Holland managed to press his hand over the weeping wound. Alox stood over him, the veins in his throat already edging toward black. At 15, he had taken on a dozen marks, all to help bend will and bind escaping magic. Holland was on his back on the floor, blood still spilling between his fingers, and he didn't cry out for help. There was no one to cry out to. Their father was dead. Their mother had disappeared into the Shoudens, drowned herself in smoke. "Hold still, Holland," muttered Alox, dragging the blade free from the cot. His eyes were red with drink or spell work. Holland didn't move, couldn't move. Not because the blade was poisoned, though he feared it was, but because every night he dreamed of would-be attackers, given them 100 names and faces. And none of them had ever been Alox. Alox, who told him stories when he couldn't sleep. Tales of the someday king. The one with enough power to bring the world back. Alox, who used to let him sit in makeshift thrones in abandoned rooms and dream of better days. Alox, who had first seen the mark in his eye and promised to keep him safe. Alox, who now stood over him with a knife. "Vosk," pleaded Holland now, "stop." "It isn't right," his brother slurred, intoxicated by the knife, the blood, the nearness of power. That magic isn't yours." Holland's bloody fingers went swiftly to his eye. "But it chose me." Alox shook his head slowly, ruefully. "Magic doesn't choose, Holland," he swayed. "It doesn't belong to those who have. It belongs to those who take." With that, Alox brought his knife down. "Vosk," begged Holland, bloody hands outstretched. He caught the blade, pushing back with every ounce of strength, not on the weapon itself, but on the air, the metal. It still bit in, blood ribboning down his palms. Holland stared up at Alox, pain forcing the words across his lips. Astaro. The words surfaced on their own, rising from the darkness of his mind like a dream suddenly remembered. And with them, the magic surged up through his torn hands, around the blade, and wrapped around his brother. Alox tried to pull away, but it was too late. The spell had rolled over his skin, turning flesh to stone as it spread over his stomach, climbed his shoulders, wrapped around his throat. A single gasp escaped, and then it was over. Body to stone in the time it took a drop of blood to hit the floor. Holland lay there beneath the precarious weight of his brother's statue. With Alox frozen on one knee, Holland could look his brother in the eye, and he found himself staring up into his brother's face, his mouth open and his features caught between surprise and rage. Slowly, carefully, Holland slid free, inching his body out from beneath the stone. He got to his feet, dizzy from the sudden use of magic, shaking from the attack. He didn't cry, didn't run. He simply stood there, surveying Alox, searching for the change in his brother as if he were a freckle, a scar, something he should have seen. His own pulse was settling, and something else, something deeper, was beginning to steady too, as if the spell had turned part of himself to stone as well. Alox, he said, the word barely an exhale as he reached out and touched his brother's cheek, only to recoil from the hardness. His fingers left a rust-red smear against the marble face. Holland leaned forward to whisper in his brother's stone ear. This magic, he said, putting his hand on Alox's shoulder, is mine. He pushed, letting gravity tip the statue until it fell and shattered on the floor. 1 second. Footsteps sounded on the prison stairs and Holland straightened, his senses snapping back to the cell. At first he assumed the visitor would be Kel. Then he counted the footfalls. 3 sets. They were speaking Arnesian, running the words together so Holland couldn't catch them all. He forced himself still as the lock ground free and his cell door swung open. Forced himself not to lash out when an enemy hand wrapped around his jaw, pinning his mouth shut. Let's see. Eyes. Rough fingers tangled in his hair and the blindfold came up free, and for an instant the world was gold. Lantern light cast halos over everything before the man forced his face up. Should we carve? Doesn't look to me. They weren't wearing armor, but all 3 had the stature of palace guards. The first let go of Holland's jaw and started rolling up his sleeves. Holland knew what was coming, even before he felt the vicious pull on the chain, shoulders straining as they hauled him to his feet. He held the guard's eyes right up until the first punch landed, a brutal blow between his collar and his throat. He followed the pain like a current, tried to ground it. It really was nothing he hadn't felt before. Athos's cold smile surfaced in Holland's mind. The fire of that silver whip. No one suffers. He staggered as his ribs cracked, as beautifully as you. Blood filled Holland's mouth. He could have spat it in their faces and used the same breath to turn them to stone, leave them broken on the floor. Instead, he swallowed. He would not kill them, but he would not give them the satisfaction of display either. And then, a glint of steel, unexpected, as a guard drew out a knife. When the man spoke, it was in the common tongue of kings. This is from Delilah Bart, he said, driving the dagger toward Holland's heart. Magic rose in him, sudden and involuntarily. The dampening chains too weak to stop the flood as the knife plunged toward his bare chest. The guard's body slowed as Holland forced his will against metal and bone. But before he could stop the blade, it flew from the guard's hand, out of Holland's own control, and landed with a snap against Kel's palm. The guard spun, shock quickly replaced by fear as he took in the man at the base of the stairs. The black coat blending into shadow, the red hair glinting in the light. "What is this?" asked the other Antari, his voice sharp. "Master Kel—" The guard went flying backward and struck the wall between two lanterns. He didn't fall but hung there, pinned, as Kel turned toward the other two. Instantly, they let go of Holland's chains, and he half sat, half fell back against the bench, locking his teeth against a jolt of pain. Kel released his hold on the first guard, and the man went crashing into the floor. The air in the room was frosting over as Kel considered the knife in his hand. He brought the tip of his finger to the point of the blade and pressed down, drawing a single bead of red. The guards recoiled as one, and Kel glanced up as if surprised. "I thought you wanted blood sport." "Solase," said the first guard, rising to his feet. "Solase mas vares." The others bit their tongues. "Go," ordered Kel. "The next time I see any of you down here, you will not leave." They fled, leaving the cell door open as they went. Holland, who had said nothing since the first footsteps drew him from reverie, leaned his head back against the stone wall. "My hero." The blindfold hung around his neck, and for the first time since the roof, their eyes met as Kel reached out and swung the cell door closed between them. He nodded at the stairs. "How many times has that happened?" Holland said nothing. "You didn't fight back." Holland's swollen fingers curled around the chains as if to say, "How could I?" And Kel raised a brow as if to say, "Those make a difference." Because they both knew the simple truth. A prison could not hold an Antari unless he led it. Kel turned his attention back to the blade, clearly recognizing the make. "Lila," he muttered. "Should have realized sooner. Miss Bart does not care for me. Not since you killed her only family." "The man in the tavern," said Holland thoughtfully. "She killed him when she took what wasn't hers. When she led me to her home. If she'd been a better thief, perhaps he would still be alive." "I'd keep that opinion to yourself," said Kel, "if you want to keep your tongue." A long silence. In the end, Holland was the one to break it. "Have you finished sulking?" "You know," snapped Kel, "you're very good at making enemies. Have you ever tried to make a friend?" Holland cocked his head. "What use are those?" Kel gestured to the cells. Holland didn't rise to the bait. He changed course. "What is happening beyond the palace?" Kel pressed a palm between his eyes. When he was tired, his composure slipped, the cracks on display. "Osaron is free," he said. Holland listened, brows drawn, as Kel went on about the blackened river, the poisoned fog. When he was done, he stared at Holland, waiting for some answer to a question he'd never asked. Holland said nothing, and at last Kel made an exasperated sound. "What does he want?" demanded the young Antari, clearly resisting the urge to pace. Holland closed his eyes and remembered Osaron's rising temper, his echo of "More, more, we could do more, be more." "More," he simply said. "What does that mean?" demanded Kel. Holland weighed the words before he spoke. You asked what he wanted, he said. But for Osaron, it's not about want so much as need. Fire needs air, earth needs water, and Osaron needs chaos. He feeds on it, the energy of entropy. Every time Holland had found steady ground, every time things had begun to settle, Osaron had forced them back into motion, into change, into chaos. He's much like you, he added as Kel paced. He cannot bear to be still. The cogs were turning behind Kel's eyes, thoughts and emotions flickering across his face like light. Holland wondered if he knew how much he showed. Then I must find a way to make him still, said the young Antari. If you can, said Holland, that alone won't stop him. But it will force him to be reckless. And if reckless humans make mistakes, then so will reckless gods. Do you truly believe that he's a god? Holland rolled his eyes. It doesn't matter what someone is, only what they think they are. A door ground open overhead, and Holland tensed, reflexively, hating the subtle but traitorous rattle of his chains. But Kel didn't seem to notice. Moments later, a guard appeared at the base of the stairs. Not one of Holland's attackers, but an older man, templed silver. What is it, staff? Asked Kel. Sir? Answered the man gruffly. Sir, answered the man gruffly. He held no love for the Antari prince. The king has summoned you. Kel nodded and turned to leave. He hesitated at the edge of the room. Do you care so little for your own world, Holland? He stiffened. My world? He said slowly. It's the only thing I care about. Yet you stay here, helpless, useless. Somewhere deep in Holland, someone, the man he used to be before Sauron, before the Danes, was screaming, fighting. He held still, waited for the wave to pass. You told me once, said Kel, that you were either magic's master or its slave. So which are you now? The screaming died in Holland's head, smothered by the hollow quiet he trained to take his place. That's what you don't understand, said Holland, letting the emptiness fold over him. I have only ever been its slave. It's the end of part 3. God, this is great. End of part 2. Part 3 is now. The royal map room had always been off limits. When Kel and Rai were young, they'd played in every palace chamber and hallway, but never here. There were no chairs in this room, no walls of books, no hearth fire or cells, no hidden doors or secret passages. Only the table with its massive map, Arnaz rising from the surface of the parchment like a body beneath the taut sheet. The map spanned the table edge to edge in full detail, from the glittering city of London as its center to the very edges of the empire. Tiny stone ships floated on flat seas, and tiny stone soldiers marked the royal garrison stationed at the borders. And tiny stone guards patrolled the streets in troops of rose quartz and marble. King Maxime told him that the pieces on his board had consequences, that to move a chalice was to make war, to topple a ship was to doom the vessel. To play with the men was to play with lives. The warning was a sufficient deterrent. Whether or not it was true, neither Rai nor Kel dared chance it and risk Maxime's anger and their own guilt. The map was enchanted, though. It showed the empire as it was. Now the river glistened like a streak of oil, Now tendrils of fog, thin as pipe smoke, drifted through the miniature streets. Now the arena stood abandoned, darkness rising like steam off every surface. What it didn't show were the fallen roaming the streets. It didn't show the desperate survivors pounding on the doors of houses, begging to be let in. It didn't show the panic, the noise, or the fear. King Maxime stood at the map's southern edge, hands braced against the table, head bent over the image of his city. To one side stood Thierry, looking like he'd aged 10 years in the course of a single night. To the other stood Isra, the captain of the city guard, a broad-shouldered Londoner with cropped black hair and a strong jaw. Women might be rare in the guard, but if someone questioned Isra's standing, they only did it once. Two of Maxime's Vestron council, Lord Cassin and Lady Rosec, commanded the map's eastern side, while Parlo and Lizanne, the Ostra who'd organized and overseen the Essentage, occupied the west. Each and every one of them looked out of place, still dressed for a winter's ball and not a city under siege. Kell forced himself up to the map's northern edge, stopping directly across from the king. "We cannot make sense of it," Isra was saying. "There appear to be two kinds of attack, or rather, two kinds of victim." "Are they possessed?" asked the king. "During the Black Night, Vitari took multiple hosts, spreading himself like a plague between them." "This isn't possession," interjected Kell. "Sauron is too strong to take an ordinary host. Vitari ate through every shell he found, but it took hours. Sauron would burn through a shell in seconds." He thought of Kisimir on the roof, her body cracking and crumbling under Sauron's boot. "There's no point trying to possess them. Unless," he thought, "they are Antari." "Then by saints," demanded Maxime, "what is he doing?" "Seems like some kind of sickness," said Isra. The Ostra Lizanne shuddered. "He's infecting them?" "He's creating puppets," said Thierry grimly, "invading their minds, corrupting them. And if that fails, he's taking them by force," said Kel. "Or killing them in the process," added Isra. "Thinning the pack, weeding out resistance." "Any wards?" asked the king, looking to Kel, "besides Antari blood?" "Not yet." "Survivors?" A long silence. Maxime cleared his throat. "We've no word from either House Loreni or House Emery." We've started Lord Cassin. "Can't your men be mustered?" "My men are doing everything they can," snapped Maxime. Beside him, Isra shot the Lord a cold glare. "We've sent scouts to follow the fog's line," she continued evenly. "And there is a perimeter to Osaron's magic. Right now, the spell ends 7 measures beyond the city's edge, carving out a circle. But our reports show that it is spreading. He's drawing power from every life he claims." Kieran's voice was quiet but authoritative. "If Osaron is not stopped soon, his shadow will cover Arnes." And then Faro cut in Solinar, storming through the doorway. The captain's hand twitched toward her sword, but Maxime stayed her with a look. "Lord Solinar," said the king coldly, "I did not call for you." "You should have," continued the Pharaoh as Prince Call appeared at his heels. "Since the matter concerns not only Arnes." "Do you think this darkness will stop at your borders?" asked the Vescan prince. "If we stop it first," said Maxime. "And if you do not," said Lord Solinar, as his dark eyes fell on the map, It will not matter who fell first. Who fell first? An idea flickered at the edge of Kel's mind, fighting to take shape amid the noise. The feel of Lila's body sagging against his, staring at the empty cup cradled in Hastra's hand. Very well, said the king. He nodded at Istra to continue. The jails are full of those who've fallen, reported the captain. We've commandeered the plaza and the port cells, but we're running out of places to put them. We're already using the Rose Hall for those with fever. What about the tournament arenas? Offered Cal. Isra shook her head. My man won't go onto the river, sir. Not safe. A few tried, but they didn't come back. The blood sigils are not lasting, added Kieran. They fade within hours, and the fallen seem to have discovered their purpose. We've already lost a portion of the guards. Call the rest back at once, said the king. Call the rest. There it was. I have an idea, said Kel softly, the threads of it still drawing together. We are caged in, said the Pharaoh general, sweeping a hand over the map. And this creature will pick over our bones unless we find a way to fight back. Make him still, force him to be reckless. I have an idea, said Kel again, louder. This time the room went quiet. Speak, said the king. Kel swallowed. What if we take away the people? Which people? All of them. We can't evacuate, said Maxime. There are too many poisoned by Osauron's magic. If they were to leave, they'd simply spread the illness faster. No, it must be contained. We still don't know if those lost can be regained, but we must hope it is a sickness and not a sentence. No, we can't evacuate them, confirmed Kel. But every waking body is a potential weapon, and if we want a chance at defeating Osauron, we need him disarmed. Speak plainly, ordered Maxime. Kel drew breath, but was cut off by a voice from the door. What's this? No vigil by my bed? I'm offended. Kel spun to see his brother standing in the doorway, hands in his pocket and shoulder tipped casually against the frame as if nothing were wrong. As if he hadn't spent the better part of the night trapped between the living and the dead. Hey, Gurgle, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. None of it showed, at least not on the surface. His amber eyes were bright, his hair combed, the ring of burnished gold back where it belonged atop his curls. Kel's pulse surged at the sight of him, while the king hid his relief almost as well as the prince had his ordeal. Rye, said Maxime, voice nearly betraying him. Your Highness, said Lord Solinar slowly, we heard you were hurt in the attack. We heard you fell victim to the shadow fog, said Prince Call. We heard you'd taken ill before the winter's ball, added Lord Cassim. Rye managed a lazy smile. Goodness, the rumors fly when one is indisposed. He gestured to himself. As you can see, a glance at Kel, I'm surprisingly resilient. Now, what have I missed? Kel was just about to tell us, said the king, how to defeat that monster. Rye's eyes widened, and even as a ghost of fatigue fitted across his face. He'd only just returned. Is this going to hurt? His gaze seemed to ask, or maybe even going to die? But all he said was, go on. Kel fumbled for his thoughts. We can't evacuate the city, he said again, turning toward the head priest. But could we put it to sleep? Kieran frowned, knocking his bony knuckles on the table's edge. You want to cast a spell over London? Over its people, clarified Kel. For how long? Asked Rai. As long as we must, retorted Kel, turning back toward the priest. Osaron has done it. He's a god, observed Isra. No, said Kel sharply. He's not. Then what exactly are we facing? Demanded the king. It's an Ashak, said Kel, using Holland's words. Only Tierin seemed to understand. A kind of incarnation, explained the priest. Magic in its natural form has no self, no consciousness. It simply is. The Isle River, for instance, is a source of immense power, but it has no identity. Phone's about to die, gotta go. Alright, Gurgle, have a good day. When magic gains a self, it gains motive, desire, will. So Sauron is just a piece of magic with an ego? Asked Rai. A spell gone awry? Kel nodded. And according to Holland, he feeds on chaos. Right now, Sauron has 10,000 sources. But if we took them all away, if he had nothing but his own magic, which is still considerable, cut in Israel, we could lure him into a fight. Rai crossed his arms. And how do you plan to fight him? Kel had an idea. But he couldn't bring himself to voice it. Not yet. When Rai had just recovered. Sharon spared him. Could be done, said the priest thoughtfully. In a fashion. We'll never be able to cast a spell that broad, but we could make a network of smaller incantations, he rambled, half to himself. And with an anchor, it could be done. He looked up, pale eyes brightening. But I'll need some things from the sanctuary. A dozen eyes flicked to the map room's only window, where the fingers of Sauron's spells still scratched to get in, despite the morning light. Prince Cole stiffened. Lady Rosak fixed her gaze on the floor. Kel started to offer. But a look from Rai made him pause. The look wasn't refusal, not at all. It was permission, unflinching trust. Go, it said, do whatever you must. What a coincidence, said a voice from the door. They turned as one to see Lila, hands on her hips and very much awake. I could use some fresh air. With that, part 3 is over. And we have now officially reached a point where I stopped reading. So from now on, everything that's gonna happen is gonna be new to me. All right. Part 4. Lila made her way down the hall, an empty satchel in one hand and Tieren's list of supplies in the other. She'd had the luxury of seeing Kel's shock and Tieren's displeasure register at the same time, for whatever that was worth. Her head was still aching dully from whatever she'd been slipped. But the stiff drink had done its part, and a solid plan, or at least a step, had done the rest. Your tea, Miss Bard. It wasn't the first time she'd been drugged, but most of her experiences had been of a more investigative nature. She'd spent a month aboard the Spire collecting powder for the tapers, and ale as she intended to take into the Copper Thief, enough to bring down an entire crew. She'd inhaled her share, at first by accident, and then with a kind of purpose, training her senses to recognize and endure a certain portion because the last thing she needed was to faint in the middle of the task. This time, she tasted the powder in the tea the moment it hit her tongue, even managed to spit most of it back out into the cup. But by then her senses were going numb, winking out like lights in the strong wind. And she knew what was coming. The shallow, almost pleasant slide before the drop. 1 minute she'd been in the hall with Cal, and the next her balance was going, floor tipping like a ship in a storm. She'd heard the lilt of his voice, felt the heat of his arms, and then she was gone, down, down, down. And the next thing she knew, she was bolting upright on a couch with a headache and a wide-eyed boy watching over from the wall. "You shouldn't be awake," Astra had stammered as she'd thrown the covers off. "Is that really the first thing you want to say?" she'd asked, staggering toward the sideboard to pour herself a drink. She hesitated, remembering the bitter tea, but after a few searching sniffs, she found something that burned her nose in a familiar way. She downed 2 fingers, steadied herself against the counter. The drug was still clinging to her like cobwebs, and she felt like she was left trying to drag the edges of her mind back into order, squinting until the blurred lines all hardened into sharp ones. Astro was shifting his weight from foot to foot. "I'm going to do you the favor," she said, setting aside the empty glass, "of assuming this wasn't your idea." She turned on him. "And you're going to do yourself the favor of staying out of my way. And next time you mess with my drink," she drew a knife, twirled it in her fingers, and brought it beneath his chin, "I'll pin you to a tree." The sound of steps hurrying toward her returned Lila to the present. She spun, knowing it would be him. "What is your idea?" What is your idea?" "What?" stammered Cal. "No, Tieran's. And what have you done with Hastra?" "Nothing you won't recover from." A deep furrow formed between Cal's eyes. Christ, he was an easy mark. "Come to stop me or set me off?" "Neither." His features smooth. "I came to give you this." He held out her missing knife, knuckled hilt first. "I believe it's yours." She took the blade, examining the edge for blood. "Too bad," she murmured as she slid it back into its sheath. "Well, I understand the urge," said Kel. "Killing Holland was not a helpful notion. We need him." "Like a dose of poison," muttered Lila. "He's the only one who knows Sauron." "And why does he know him so well?" she snapped. "Because he made a deal with him." "I know. He let that creature into his head." "I know. To his world, and now into yours." "I know. And why?" "Because it could have been me," said Kel darkly. The words hung between them. "Almost was." The image came back to her, of Kel lying on the floor before the broken frame, blood pooling rich and red around his wrists. What had Sauron said to him? What had he offered? What had he done? Lila found herself reaching for Kel and stopped. She didn't know what to say, how to smooth the line between his eyes. The satchel slipped on her shoulder. The sun was up. "I should go." Kel nodded, but when she turned away, he caught her hand. The touch was slight, but it pinned her like a knife. "That night on the balcony," he said, "why did you kiss me?" Lila's chest tightened. "It seemed like a good idea." Kel frowned. "All?" He started to let go, but she didn't. Their hands hung between them, intertwined. Lila let out a short, breathless laugh. "What do you want, Kel? A declaration of my affection? I kissed you because I wanted to, and..." His hands tightened around hers, pulling her into him. Her free hands played against his chest for balance. And now, he whispered. His mouth was inches from her own, and she could feel his heart hammering against his ribs. What? She said with a sly grin. Do I always have to take the lead? She started to lean in, but he was already there, already kissing her. Their bodies crashed together, the last of the distance disappearing as hips met hips and ribs met ribs, and hands searched for skin. Her body sang like a turning fork against his, like finding like. Kel's grip tightened, as if he thought she would disappear, but Lila wasn't going anywhere. She could have walked away from almost anything, but she wouldn't have walked away from this. And that itself was terrifying, but she didn't stop, and neither did he. Sparks lit across her lips, and heat burned through her lungs, and the air around them churned as if someone had thrown all the doors and windows open. The wind rustled their hair, and Kel laughed against her. A soft, dazzling sound, too brief but wonderful. And then, too soon, the moment ended. The wind died away, and Kel pulled back, his breath ragged. Better? She asked, the word barely a hush. He bowed his head and let his forehead fall against hers. Better, he said, and almost in the same moment, come with me. Where are we going? She asked as he pulled her up the stairs into a bedroom. His bedroom. Oh God. Okay. Again, I don't know what's gonna happen now. Gossamer billowed from the high ceiling in the Arnesian style, a cloud-like painting of night. A sofa spilled cushions, a mirror gleamed in its gold trim, and on the dais stood a bed, dripping with silks. Lila felt her face go hot. This really isn't the time, she started, but then he was pulling her past the fineries to a door, and beyond, into the alcove lined with books and candles, and a few spare trinkets. Most were too battered to be anything but sentimental. In here, the air smelled like roses. It smelled less like roses than polished wood and old paper, and Kel spun her around to face the door. There she saw the markings on the wood, a dozen symbols drawn in the ruddy brown of dried blood, each simple but distinct. She'd almost forgotten about his shortcuts. This one, he said, tapping a circle quartered by a cross. Lila drew a knife and nicked her thumb, tracing over the mark of in blood. When she was done, Kel pulled his hand over hers. He didn't tell her to be safe. He didn't tell her to be careful. He simply pressed his lip to her hair and said, Hasta sen. And then he was gone. The room was gone, the world was gone, and Lila was tipping forward once more into darkness. Okay, I thought they were gonna do something completely different. That was the end of part 4. That really wouldn't have been the moment for that. They're in the middle of a siege. They need to get that city saved. There's no time for that. They can do it afterwards when they save the city. All right. Part 5. Alucard rode hard for the docks, Anissa shivering against him. His sister slid in and out of consciousness, her skin slick and hot to the touch. He couldn't take her to the palace, that much he knew. They'd never let her in now that she was infected, even though she was fighting it, even though she hadn't fallen, wouldn't fall. Alucard was sure of it. He had to take her home. Stay with me, he told her as they reached the line of ships. The Isle's current was up, leaving oily streaks against the dock walls and splashing over onto the banks. Here, at the river's edge, the magic rolled out of the water's surface like steam. Alucard dismounted, carrying Anissa up to the ramp and onto the spire's deck. He didn't know if he hoped to find anyone aboard, or feared it, since only the mad and the sick and the fallen seemed to be in the city now. Strauss, he called, Lanos, but no one answered, and so Alucard took her below. Come back, whispered Anissa as the night sky disappeared, replaced by the low wood ceiling of the hold. I'm right here, said Alucard. Come back, she pleaded again as he lowered her onto his bed, pressed a cold compress to her cheek. Her eyes drifted open, focused, found his. Look, she said, her voice suddenly crisp and clear. I'm here, he said, and she smiled, fingers brushing his brow. Her eyes began to flutter shut again, and fear rippled through him, sudden, sharp. Hey, Nis, he said, squeezing her hand. Do you remember the story I used to tell you? She shivered feverishly. The one about the place where shadows go at night? Anissa curled in toward him. Then, the way she used to when he told her tales. A flower to the sun. That's what their mother used to say. Their mother, who died so long ago and taken most of the light with her. Only Anissa held a candle to it. Only Anissa had her eyes, her warmth. Only Anissa reminded Alucard of kinder days. He lowered himself to his knees beside the bed, holding her hand between his. A girl was once in love with her shadow, he began, voice slipping into the low, melodic tone befitting stories, even as the spire swayed and the world beyond the window darkened. All day, they couldn't be parted. But when night fell, he was left alone, and she always wondered where her shadow went. She would check all the drawers and all the jars, all the places where she liked to hide, but no matter where she looked, she couldn't find it. Until finally the girl lit a candle to help her search, but there her shadow was. Anissa murmured incoherently. Tears slipped down her hollow cheeks. You see, Alucard's fingers tightened around hers. Hadn't really left, because our shadows never do. So you see, you're never alone. His voice cracked. No matter where you are, or when, no matter if the sun is up, or the moon is full, or there's nothing but stars in the sky, no matter if you have a light in hand, or if none at all. You know, Anissa? Anissa, stay with me. Please. Over the next hour, the sickness burned through her, until she called him father, called him mother, called him Barras, until she stopped speaking altogether, even in her fevered sleep, and sank deeper to somewhere dreamless. The shadows hadn't won, but the spring green light of Anissa's own magic was fading like a burning fire itself out. Like a fire burning itself out. And all Alucard could do was watch. He got to his feet. The cabin swayed beneath him as he went to the mantel to pour himself a drink. Alucard caught his reflection on the ruddy surface of the wine and frowned, tipping the glass. The smudge over his brow, where Lila had streaked a bloody finger across his skin, was gone, rubbed away by Anissa's fevered hand, or maybe Barris's attack. How strange, he thought. He hadn't even noticed. The cabin swayed again before Alucard realized it wasn't the floor tipping, it was him. No, thought Alucard just before the voice slid inside his head. Let me in, it said as his hands began to tremble. The glass slipped and shattered on the cabin floor. Let me in. He braced himself against the mantel, eyes squeezed shut against the creeping vines of the curse as they wound through him, blood and bone. Let me in. No, he snarled aloud, slamming the doors of his mind and forcing the darkness back. Until then, the voice had been a whisper, soft, insistent, the pulse of magic, a gentle but persistent guest knocking at the door. Now, it forced its way in with all its might, prying open the edges of Alucard's mind until the cabin fell away and he was back in the Emery estate, their father before him, the man's hand brimming with fire. Heat burned along Alucard's cheek from the first lingering blow. A disgrace, snarled Risson Emery, the heat of his anger and magic both forcing Alucard back against the wall. Father, you've made a fool of yourself, of your name, of your house. His hand wrapped around the silver feather that hung from Alucard's neck, flame licking his skin. And it ends now, he rumbled, tearing the sigil of House Emery from Alucard's throat. It melted in his grip, drops of silver hitting the floor like blood. But when Alucard looked up again, the man standing before him was not his father. The image of Risson Emery flickered, replaced by a man made of darkness from head to toe. If darkness were solid and black and caught the light like stone. A crown glittered on the outline of his head. I can be merciful, said the dark kin, if you beg. Alucard straightened. No! The room rocked violently, and he stumbled forward onto his knees in a cold stone cell, held down as his manacled wrists were forced into the carved iron block. Embers crackled as the matching poker prodded the fire, and smoke burned Alucard's lungs when he tried to breathe. A man pulled the poker from the coals, its end a violent red, and again, Alucard saw carved features of the king. Beg, said Osaron, bringing the iron to rest against the chains. Alucard clenched his teeth. Would not. Beg, said Osaron, as the chains grew hot. As the heat peeled away flesh, Alucard's refusal became a single drawn-out scream. He tore backward, suddenly free, and found himself standing in the hall again. No king, no father, only Anissa, barefoot in a nightgown, holding a burned wrist. Their father's fingers like a cuff circling her skin. Why would you leave me in this place? She asked. And before he could answer, Alucard was dragged back into the cell, his brother Barras now holding the iron and smiling while his brother's skin burned. You should never have come back. Around and around it went, memories searing through flesh and muscle, mind and soul. Stop, he pleaded. Let me in, said Osaron. I can be true, said his sister. I can be merciful, said his father. I can be just, said his brother. If only you let us in. And that's the end of part 5. Fuck. Not Alucard now. As much as he could be an asshole sometimes, and he did some shady things, and he wasn't really the best to Rye and stuff, but like, come on. He doesn't deserve that. Alright, part 6. Your Majesty, the city was falling. Your Majesty, the darkness was spreading. Maxime, the king looked up and saw Isra, clearly waiting for an answer to a question he hadn't heard. Maxime turned his attention to the map of London one last time. With its spreading shadows, its black river. How was he supposed to fight a god, or a ghost, or whatever this thing was? Maxime growled and pushed forcefully away from the table. I cannot stand here, safe within my palace, while my kingdom dies. Isra barred his way. You cannot go out there either. Move aside. What good will it do to your kingdom if you die with it? Since when is solidarity a victory of any kind? Few people would speak to Maxime Maresh with such candor, but Isra had been with him since he was a king. Since before he was king. Hey, Awayas, how's it going? Had fought beside him on the Blood Coast so many years ago, when Maxime was a general and Isra was a second. His friend, his shadow. You are thinking like a soldier instead of a king. Maxime turned away, raking a hand through his coarse black hair. No, he was thinking too much like a king. One who'd been softened by so many years of peace. One whose battles were now fought in ballrooms and stadium seats with words and wine instead of steel. How would they have fought Osauron back on the Blood Coast? How would they have fought him if he were a foe of flesh and blood? With cunning, thought Maxime. What was the difference between magic and men? The latter made mistakes. Maxime shook his head. The monster was magic with a mind attached, and minds could be tricked, bent, even broken. Even the best fighters had flaws in their stance, chinks in their armor. Move aside, Isra. Your Majesty, I've no intention of walking out into the fog, he said. You know me better than that, he added. If I fall, I will fall fighting. Isra frowned, but let him pass. Maxime left the map room, turning not toward the gallery, but away, through the palace and up the stairs to the royal chambers. He crossed the room without pausing to look at the welcoming bed, the grand wood desk with its inlaid gold, the basin of clear water, and the decanters of wine. How are you doing, Awayas? Hope you're having a good day. He'd hoped, selfishly, to find Amira here, but the room was empty. Maxime knew that if he called for her, she would come. Would help in any way she could to ease the burden of what he had to do next. Whether that meant working the magic with him, or simply pressing her cool hands to his brow, sliding her finger through his hair, the way she had when they were young. Humming songs that worked like spells. Don't want to interrupt your reading. Oh, you're fine, you're fine. I don't mind. Amira was the ice to Maxime's fire, the cool bath in which to temper his steel. She made him stronger. But he did not call her. Instead, he crossed alone to the far wall of the royal chamber where, half hidden by swaths of gossamer and silk, there stood a door. Maxime brought all 10 fingertips to the hollow wood and reached for the metal laid within. He rotated both hands against the door and felt the shift of cogs, the clunk of pins sliding free, others sliding home. It was no simple lock, no combination to be turned, But Maxime Maresh had built this door, and he was the only one who ever opened it. He'd caught Rai trying once, when the prince was just a boy. The prince had a fondness for discovering secrets, whether they belonged to a person or a palace, and the moment he discovered that the door was locked, he must have gone and found Kel, dragged the black-eyed boy, still new to his benign breed of mischief, back up into the royal chamber. Maxime had walked in on the two, Rai urging Kel on as the latter lifted wary fingers to the wood. Maxime had crossed the room at the sound of sliding metal and caught the boy's hand before the door could open. It wasn't a matter of ability. Kel was getting stronger by the day, his magic blooming like a spring tree. But even the young Antari, perhaps the young Antari most of all, needed to know that power had its limits. That rules were meant to be obeyed. Rai had sulked and stormed, but Kel had said nothing as Maxime ushered them out. They had always been like that, so different in temper. Rai's hot and quick to burn, Kel's cold and slow to thaw. Strange, thought Maxime, unlocking the door. In some ways, Kel and the Queen were so alike. There was nothing forbidden about the chamber beyond. It was simply private. And when you were the king, privacy was precious, more so than any gem. Now Maxime descended the short stone flight into his study. The room was cool and dry and traced with metal. The shelves lined with only a few books, but 100 memories, tokens. Not of his life in the palace, Emira's gold wedding rose, Rai's first crown, a portrait of Rai and Kel in the season's courtyard. Those were all kept in the royal chamber. They were relics of another time, another life. A half-burned banner of a pair of swords long and thin as stalks of wheat. A gleaming helm, not gold, but burnished metal traced with bands of ruby. A stone arrowhead Isra had freed from his side at their last battle on the Blood Coast. Suits of armor stood sentry against the walls, faceless masks tipped down, and in the sanctuary, Maxime threw off the elegant gold and crimson cloak, unfastened the chalice pins that held his tunic cuffs, set aside his crown. Piece by piece, he shed his kingship and called up the man he'd been before. Untol Vares, they've called him. The Steel Prince. It had been so long since Maxime Maresh had worn that mantle. But there were tasks for kings and tasks for soldiers. And now, the latter rolled up his sleeves, took up a knife, and began to work. End of part 6. God, this is so good. God, are we gonna see the king back in his prime fighting? That would be insane. Oh my god, I would love to see that. That would be fucking cool. How do you guys like it so far? I know we haven't finished the chapter yet, but nice to know. Considering we are now in parts that I don't even know anymore, this is getting really interesting for me. Really exciting. I don't know what's going on. The entire kingdom is under attack by a giant, by a very, very powerful creature, and they're trying to find a way to fight it. A creature that calls himself a god. Sorry, nerdy. Aww. I appreciate that, Oasis. Mine's just called Rocky. Because, you know, it's a Tepetlosaur. He's all about rocks and shit. I was very creative with that name. I know, like, hundreds of other people named him Rocky, too. But I appreciate it. I might rename him at some point. You have one renaming, so... we'll see. Alright, let's go on to part 7 then. How many? There's part 8. Part 9? Holy shit, this is a long-ass chapter. Okay, it has 9 parts. God, it's still like 20, almost 30 pages. Alright. The difference of a single day, thought Rai, standing alone before the windows as the sun rose. One day. A matter of hours, a world of change. 2 days ago, Kel had disappeared and Rai had carved 5 letters into his arm to bring him home. Sorry. The cuts were fresh on his skin. The words still burned with movement. And yet it felt like a lifetime ago. Yesterday, his brother had come home and been arrested, and the prince had fought to see Kel freed, only to lose him again, to lose himself, to lose everything. Wake to this. We heard. In darkness, the change was hard to see, but the thin winter light revealed a terrifying scene. Only hours before, London had brimmed with the cheers of the Essentage, the rippling pennants of the final magicians as they fought in the central arena. Now, all 3 stadiums floated like sullen corpses on the blackened river. The only sound, the steady chant of morning bells coming from the sanctuary. Bodies bobbed like apples on the surface of the aisle, and dozens, hundreds, more knelt along the riverbank, forming an eerie border. Others moved in packs through the streets of London, searching for those who hadn't fallen, hadn't knelt before the Shadow King. The difference of a single day. He felt his brother coming. Strange, the way that worked. He'd always been able to tell when Kel was near, sibling intuition, but these days, he felt his brother's presence like a cord in reverse, drawing tight instead of slack whenever they were close. Now the tension thrummed. The echo in Rai's chest grew stronger as Kel stepped into the room. He paused in the doorway. Do you want to be alone? I'm never alone, said the prince absently, and then forcing himself to brighten. But I am still alive. Kel swallowed, and Rai could see the apology climbing his brother's throat. Don't, he said, cutting him off. His attention went back to the world beyond the glass. What happens after we put them all to sleep? We force Osaron to face us and we beat him. How? I have a plan. Rai raised his fingertips to the glass. On the other side, the fog drew itself into a hand, brushed the window, and then pulled away, collapsing back into mist. Is this how a world dies? He asked. I hope not. Personally, said Rai with sudden hollow lightness, I'm rather done with dying. It's begun to lose its charm. Oh my god, Rai. The Kel shrugged out of his coat and sank into the chair. Do you know what happened? I know what Mother told me, which means I know what you told her. Do you want to know the truth? Rye hesitated. If it will help you to say it. Kel tried to smile, failed, and shook his head. What do you remember? Rye's gaze danced over the city. Nothing, he said, though in truth he remembered the pain and the absence of pain, the darkness like still water folding over him, and a voice trying to pull him back. You cannot die, I've come so far. Have you seen Alucard? Kel shrugged. I assume he's in the gallery, he answered, in a way that said he really didn't care. Rye's chest tightened. Probably right. But Rye knew he wasn't. He had already scanned the grand hall as he passed through, searching. The foyer, the ballrooms, the library. Rye had scoured every room for the familiar shine of silver and blue, the sun-kissed hair, the glint of a sapphire, and found 100 faces, some known and others foreign, and none of them Alucard. He'll turn up, added Kel absently. He always does. Just then a shout went up, not from outside, but from within the palace. The crash of doors bursting open somewhere below, a Vescan accent clashing with one Anisian one. Sanct, snarled Kel, shoving himself to his feet. If the darkness doesn't kill them, their tempers will. His brother plunged out of the room without looking back, and Rye stood alone for one long moment, shadows whispering against the glass before he grabbed Kel's coat, found the nearest hidden door, and slipped through. The city, his city, was full of shadows. Rye pulled Kel's close about his shoulders and wrapped a scarf around his nose and mouth, the way one might before braving a fire, as if a strip of cloth could keep magic out. He held his breath as he plunged forward into the sea of fog, but when his body met the shadows, they recoiled, granting Rye a berth of several feet. What the fuck is Rye doing? He looked around and, for a moment, felt as if he were a man expecting to drown, only to find the water 2 feet deep. And then Rye stopped thinking altogether and ran. Are you fucking kidding me? Chaos blossomed all around him, the air a tangled mess of sound and fear and smoke. Men and women were trying to drag their neighbors toward the black stretch of the river. Some people staggered and fell, attacked by invisible foes, while others hid behind bolted doors and tried to ward the walls with water, earth, sand, and blood. Still, Rye moved like a ghost among them, unseen, unsensed. No footsteps followed him through the streets. No hand sought to drag him into the river. No mobs tried to sicken him with shadow. The poison fog parted for the prince, slipped around him like water around a stone. Was it Kel's life shielding him from harm? Or was it the absence of Rye's own? The fact that there was nothing left for the darkness to claim? Get inside, he called to the fevered. They could not hear him. Get back, he shouted at the fallen, but they did not listen. The madness surged around him, and Rye tore himself away from the breaking city and turned his sights again to his quest for the captain of the Night Spire. There were only 2 places Alucard Emery would go: his family estate or his ship. Logic said he'd go to his house, but something in Rye's gut sent him in the opposite direction, toward the docks. He found the captain on his cabin floor. One of the chairs by the hearth had been toppled, a table knocked clean off glasses. Their glittering shards scattered in the rug and across the wooden floor. Alucard, decisive, strong, beautiful Alucard, lay curled on his side, shivering with fever, his warm brown hair matted to his cheeks with sweat. He was clutching his head, breath escaping in ragged gasps as he spoke to ghosts. "Stop, please." His voice, that even, clear voice, always brimming with laughter, broke. "Don't make me." Rye was on his knees beside him. "Luke," he said, touching the man's shoulder. Alucard's eyes flashed open, and Rye recoiled when he saw them filled with shadows. Not the even black of Keld's gaze, but instead menacing streaks of darkness that writhed and coiled like snakes through his vision. Storm blue irises flashing and vanishing behind the fog. "Stop!" he snarled the captain suddenly. He struggled up, limbs shaking, only to fall back against the floor. Rye hovered over him, helpless, unsure whether to hold him down or try to help him up. Alucard's eyes found his, but looked straight through him. He was somewhere else. "Police!" the captain pleaded with the ghost. "Don't make me go!" "I won't," said Rye, wondering who Alucard saw. What he saw. How to free him. The captain's veins stood out like ropes against his skin. "You'll never forgive me." "Who?" asked Rye, and Alucard's brow furrowed, as if he was trying to see through the fog, the fever. "Rye." The sickness tightened its hold, the shadows in his eyes streaking with lines of light like lightning. The captain bit back a scream. Rye ran his fingers over Alucard's hair, took his face in his hands. "Fight it," he ordered. Whatever's holding you, fight it." Alucard folded in on himself, shuddering. "I can't. Focus on me. Rye," he sobbed. "I'm here." Rye Maresh lowered himself onto the glass-strewn floor, lay on his side so they were face to face. "I'm here." He remembered then, like a dream flickering back to the surface. He remembered Alucard's hands on his shoulders, his voice cutting through the pain, reaching out to him even in the dark. "I'm here now," he'd said. "So you can't die." "I'm here now," echoed Rye, twining his fingers through Alucard's. "And I'm not letting you go, so don't you dare!" Another scream tore from Alucard's throat. His grip tightened as the lines of black in his skin began to glow. First red, then white. Burning. He was burning from the inside out, and it hurt. Hurt to watch, hurt to feel so helpless. But Rye kept his word. He didn't let go. That's the end of part 7. Oh my fucking god! What the hell is going on? What the fuck is Rye thinking? Help! All right. One second. All right. Part 8. Kel stormed toward the western foyer, following the sounds of a brewing fight. It was only a matter of time before the mood in the palace turned, before the magicians refused to sit and wait and watch the city fall, before someone took it in their head to act. He threw open the doors and found Hastra standing before the western entrance, royal short sword clutched in both hands, looking like a cat facing down a line of wolves. Brost, Losen, and Sar. 3 of the tournament's magicians, 2 Arnesian and a Veskin, competitors now aligned against the common foe. Kel expected as much from Brost and Sar, 2 fighters with tempers to match their size, but Kisimir's prodigy Losen, was built like a willow, known for his looks as much as his budding talent. Gold rings jingled in his black hair, and he looked out of place between the 2 oaks. But bruises stained the skin beneath his dark eyes, and his face was gray from grief and lack of sleep. "Get out of the way," demanded Brost. Hastra stood resolute. "I cannot let you pass." "On whose orders?" snapped Losen, his voice hoarse. "The royal guard, the city guard, the king." "What is this?" demanded Kel, striding toward them. "Stay out of it, Antari," snarled Sar without turning. She stood even taller than Brost, her Veskin form filling the hall, a pair of axes strapped to her back. She'd fallen to Lila in the opening round, spent the rest of the tournament sulking and drinking, but now her eyes were full of fire. Kel stopped at their backs, relying on their fighters' instincts to make them turn. It worked, and through the force of their limbs, he saw Hastra slump back against the doors. Kel took in Losen first. "It won't bring Kisimir back." The young magician flushed with indignation. Sweat prickled on his brow, and he swayed a little when he spoke. "You see what that monster did to her?" he said, voice slurring. "I have to." "No, you don't," said Kel. Kisimir tried and lost," said Kel grimly. "You can stay here, hiding in your palace," growled Brost. "But our friends are out there, our families. And your bravado cannot help them. Veskans do not sit idly by and wait for death," boomed Sar. "No," said Kel. "Your pride carries you right to it." She bared her teeth. "We will not hide like cowards in this place. This place is the only thing keeping you safe." The air was beginning to shimmer with heat around Brost's clenched hands. "You cannot keep us here." "Believe me," said Kel, "there are a dozen other people I'd rather keep. But you were the only ones lucky enough to be in the palace when the curse fell. And now our city needs us," roared Brost. "We're the best it has." Kel curled his hand, prickling the base of his palm with the point of metal he kept against his wrist. He felt the sting, the heat of blood welling onto his skin. "You're show ponies," he said, "meant to prance in a ring. And if you think that's the same thing as battling magic, you're sorely mistaken." "How dare you?" started Brost. Master Kel could fell you all with a single drop of blood," announced Hastra from behind them. Kel stared at the young man with bald surprise. "I've heard the royal Antari has no teeth," cut in Sar. "We don't want to hurt you, little prince," said Brost. "But we will," muttered Losen. "Hastra," said Kel evenly, "leave." The young man hesitated, torn between abandoning Kel and defying him, but in the end he obeyed. The eyes of the magicians flicked toward him as he passed, and in that instant Kel moved. A breath, and he was behind them, one hand raised to the outer doors. "Astaror," he said. The locks within the door fell with a heavy clank, and fresh steel bars spread back and forth over the woods, sealing the doors shut. "Now," said Kel, holding out his bloodied palm, as if to offer it, "go back to the gallery." Losen's eyes widened, but Brost's temper was too high and Sar was lusting for a fight. When none of them moved, Kel sighed. "I want you to remember," he said, "that I gave you a chance." It was over quickly. Within moments, Brost sat on the floor, clutching his face, Lawson slumped against the wall, holding bruised ribs, and Sar was out cold, the tails of her blonde braids singed black. The hall was a little worse for wear, but Kel had managed to keep most of the damage confined to the bodies of the three magicians. Gonna be lurking while grinding the game? Alright, Cosmo. Good luck with the grind. Drawn by the noise, the inner doors flew open and the doorway filled with people. Some magicians, others nobles, all straining to see into the foyer. 3 magicians laid out and Kel standing at their center. Just what he needed. A scene. The whispers were starting, and Kel could feel the weight of eyes and words as they landed on him. Do you yield? He asked the crumbled forms, unsure of which exactly he was addressing. A huddle of Pharaohs looked rather amused as Bros struggled to his feet, clutching his nose. A pair of Veskans went to rouse Sar, and while most of the Arnesian hung back, Jinar the Wind Mage with the silver hair went straight to Lawson and helped the grieving youth to his feet. Come on, he said, his voice slower and softer than Kel had ever heard. Tears were streaming silently down Lawson's cheeks, and Kel knew that they didn't stem from bruised ribs or wounded pride. I didn't reach for her on the roof, he murmured. I didn't. Kel knelt to a drop of blood from a marble. Kel knelt to clean a drop of blood from the marble floor before it stained, and heard the king's heavy steps before he saw the crowd part around him. Hashra on his heels. Master Kel, said Maxime, sweeping his gaze over the scene. I'll thank you not to bring down the palace. But Kel could sense the approval lacing the king's words. Better a show of strength than a tolerance of weakness. Apologies, your majesty, said Kel, bowing his head. The king turned on his heel, and that was that. A mutiny subdued, an instant of chaos restored to order. Kel knew as well as Maxime how important that was right now, and the city clinging to every shred of power, every sign of strength. As soon as the magicians had been led or carried out, and the hall emptied of spectators, he slumped into a chair along the wall, its cushion still smoking faintly from the incident. He patted it out, then looked up to find his former guard still standing there, warm eyes white beneath his cap of sun-kissed hair. No need to thank me, said Kel, waving his hand. It's not that, said Hashra. I mean, I'm grateful, sir, of course, but... Kel had a sickening feeling in his stomach. What is it now? What is it now? The queen is asking for the prince. Last time I checked, said Kel, that wasn't me. Hashra looked to the floor, to the wall, to the ceiling, before mustering the courage to look at him again. I know, sir, he said slowly. But I can't find him. Kel had felt the blow coming, but it still struck. You searched the palace? Tell her to Spire, sir. Is anyone else missing? A hesitation, and then... Captain Emery, Kel swore under his breath. Have you seen Alucard? Rai had asked, staring out the palace windows. Would he know if the prince had been infected? Would he feel the dark magic swimming in his blood? How long? Asked Kel, already moving toward the prince's chambers. I'm not certain, said Hashra. An hour, maybe a little more. Sankt. Kel burst into Rai's room, taking up the prince's gold pin from the table and jabbing it into his thumb, harder than necessary. He hoped that wherever Rai was, he felt the prick of metal and knew that Kel was coming. Should I tell the king? Asked Hashra. You came to me, said Kel, because you have more sense than that. He knelt, drawing a circle in blood on Rye's floor and pressed his palm flat, the gold pin between flesh and polished wood. "Got the door," he said, and then, to the mark itself and the magic within, Astasen Rye. The floor fell away, the palace vanished, replaced by an instant of darkness, and then, just as swiftly by a room. The ground rocked gently beneath his feet, and Cal knew before taking in the wooden walls, the portal windows, that he was on a ship. He found the two of them lying on the floor, foreheads pressed together and fingers intertwined. Alucard's eyes were closed, but Rye's were open, gaze fixed on the captain's face. Anger rose in Kel's throat. "Sorry to interrupt," he snapped, "but this is hardly the time for lovers." Rye silenced Kel with a look. The amber in his eyes were shot with red, and that's when Kel noticed how pale the captain was. How still. For a second he thought Alucard Emery was dead. Then the captain's eyes drifted wearily open. Bruises stood out beneath them, giving him the gaunt look of a person who'd been ill for a very long time. And something was wrong with his skin. In the low cabin light, silver, not molten bright, but the dull shine of scarred flesh. Ribboned at his wrists, his collar, his throat. It traced paths up his cheeks like tears flashed at his temples. Threads of light that traced the paths where the blue of veins should be, had been. There was no curse in his eyes. Alucard Emery had survived Sauron's magic. He was alive, and when he spoke, he was still his infuriating self. "He could have knocked," he said, but his voice was hoarse, his words weak. And Kel saw the darkness in Rye's expression. Not the product of any spell, only fear. How bad had it gotten? How close had he been? "We have to go," said Kel. "Can Emery stand, or—" His voice trailed off as the eyesight sharpened. Across the cabin, something had moved. A shape, piled on the captain's bed, sat up. It was a girl. Dark hair fell around her face in sleep-messed waves. It was her eyes that stilled him. They were not curse-darkened. They were nothing. They were empty. "Anissa?" started Alucard, struggling to get to his feet. The name stirred something in Kel, a memory of reading scrolls tucked next to Rye in the Maresh library. Anissa Emery, 12th in line to the throne, the third child of Rison and Alucard's younger sister. "Stay back," ordered Kel, barring the captain's path but keeping his gaze on the girl. Kel had seen death before, witnessed a moment when a person ceased to be a person and became simply a body. The flame of life extinguished, leaving only a shell. It was as much a feeling of a sight as a sight, a sense of missing. Staring at Anissa Emery, Kel had the horrible sense that he was already looking at a corpse. But corpses didn't stand. And she did. The girl swung her legs out of bed, and when her bare feet hit the floor, the wooden boards began to petrify, color leaching out of the timber as it withered, decayed. Her heart glowed through her chest like a coal. When she tried to speak, no sound came out, only the crackling of embers, as if the thing in her continued to burn. Kel knew that the girl was already gone. "Niece," said her brother again, stepping forward. "Can you hear me?" Kel caught the captain's arm and hurled him back just as the girl's fingers brushed Alucard's sleeves. The fabric grayed under the touch. Kel shoved Alucard into Rye's arms and turned back toward Anissa, reaching out to hold her at bay with his will. And when that didn't work, it wasn't her will he was fighting, not anymore, but the will of a monster, a ghost, a self-made god. He bent the ship around them, wood peeling away from the cabin walls to bar her path. She was disappearing from them, board by board, and then suddenly Kel realized he was warring with a second will. Alucard's. "Stop!" shouted the captain, struggling against Rye's grip. "We can't leave her, I can't leave her, not again." Kel turned and pushed Alucard Emery in the stomach. Punched Alucard Emery in the stomach. The captain doubled over, gasping, and Kel knelt before them, quickly drew a second circle on the cabin floor. "Rye, now!" said Kel, and as soon as the prince's hand met his shoulders, he said the words. The burning girl vanished, the cabin fell away, and they were back in Rye's room, crouched on the prince's inlaid floors. Hastra wilted in relief at the sight of them, but Alucard was already fighting to his feet. Rye straining to hold him back, murmuring, "Solace, Solace, Solace," over and over. I'm sorry. Alucard grabbed Kel by the collar, eyes wide and desperate. "Take me back!" Kel shook his head. "There's no one left on that ship." "My sister!" He gripped Alucard's shoulder hard. "Listen to me," he said. "There's no one left." It must have finally registered, because the fight went out of Alucard Emery. He slumped back into the nearest sofa, shaking. "Kel," started Rye. He rounded on his brother. "And you're a fool, do you know that? After everything we've been through, you just walked outside. You could have been killed. You could have been poisoned. It's a miracle you didn't fall ill." "No," said Rye slowly. "I don't think it is." Before Kel could stop him, the prince was at the balcony, unlatching the doors. Hastra searched forward, but it was too late. Rye threw open the doors and stepped into the fog. Kel, reaching him just in time to see the shadows meet the prince's skin and pull away. Rye reached toward the nearest one, and it recoiled from his touch. Kel did the same. Again, the tendrils of Osaron's magic retreated. "My life is yours," said Rye thoughtfully, "and yours is mine." He looked up. "It makes sense." Footsteps, and then Alucard was there beside them. Kel and Rye both turned to stop him from stepping out, but the shadows were already pulling away. "You must be immune," said Rye. Alucard looked down at his hands, considering the scars that traced his veins. "And to think, all I had to give up were my good looks." Rye managed a ghost of a smile. "I rather like that silver." Alucard raised a brow. "Do you? Maybe it will start a trend." Kel rolled his eyes. "If you two are done," he said, "we should show the king." And that's the end of part 8. Oh god. This is interesting. So I guess we know now that those three in some way are immune to the black fog. So I guess they are a secret weapon they have now against him. We'll see how that goes. Part 9. There were moments when Lila wondered how the hell she'd gotten here. Which steps and missteps she'd taken. A year ago, she'd been a thief in another London. A month ago, she'd been a pirate, sailing on the open seas. A week ago, she'd been a magician in the Essentage. And now she was this. Atari. Alone and not alone. Severed, but not adrift. There were too many lives tangled up in hers. Too many people to care about, and once again, she didn't know whether to stay or to run. But the choice would have to wait, because this city was dying and she wanted to save it. And maybe that was a sign she'd already chosen. For now. Lila looked around the sanctuary cell, with nothing but its cot and the symbols on the floor. Lila had been here once before, a dying prince draped around her shoulders. The sanctuary had seemed cold and remote even then, but it was colder now. The hall beyond, once quiet, sat deathly still, her breath the only motion in the air. Pale light burned in sconces along the walls with a steadiness she'd come to recognize as spelled. A gust tore through, strong enough to rustle her coat, but the wind barely stirred the torches. The priests were all gone, most taking refuge while holding up the wards at the palace, and the rest scattered through the city, lost in the fog. Strange, she thought. So much pain. Oh no, Abby, I'm so sorry. Strange, she thought, that they weren't immune, but she supposed that being closer to magic wasn't always a good thing. Not when magic played the devil as well as God. The sanctuary's silence felt unnatural. She'd spent years slipping through crowds, carving out privacy in tight quarters. Now she moved alone through a place meant for dozens, hundreds, a church of sorts that felt wrong within its without its worshippers, without the soft and steady warmth of their combined magic. Only stillness and the voices beyond the building, urging her to come out, or let me in. Keto wore you out. I hope you can get some good rest. Lila shivered, unnerved, and began to sing beneath her breath. I feel that. And like the next day, you're basically just a walking corpse. Lila shivered, unnerved, and began to sing beneath her breath. She made her way up the stairs. How do you know that the Saros is coming? At the top, the main hall with its vaulting ceilings and stone pillars, all of it carved from the same flecked stone. Between the columns sat large basins carved from smooth white wood, each brimming with water, flowers, or fine sand. Lila ran her fingers through the water as she walked by, an instinctive benediction, a buried memory from a childhood a world away. Her steps echoed in the cavernous space, and she cringed, shifting her stride back into that of a thief, soundless even on the stone. The hair bristled on the back of her neck as she crossed the hall, and a thud like stone against wood. It came once, and then again and again. Someone was knocking on the sanctuary door. Lila stood there, uncertain what to do. All must end, cried a voice. Let me in. Through the heavy wood, she couldn't tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. But either way, they were making too much noise. She'd seen the riots in the streets, the mob of shadow-eyed men and women attacking those who hadn't fallen. Those who tried to fight, drawn to their struggle like cats to mice. She didn't need them to coming here. Damn it, she growled, storming toward the doors. They were locked, and she had to lean half her weight on the iron to make it move, knife between her teeth. When the bolt finally slid free and the sanctuary doors fell open, a man scrambled in, falling to his knees in stone floor. Renza, he stammered breathlessly as Lila forced the door shut again behind him and spit the blade back into her palm. She turned, bracing for a fight, but he was still kneeling there, head bowed and apologizing to the floor. I shouldn't have come, he said. Probably not, said Lila, but you're here now. At the sound of her voice, the intruder's head jerked up, his hood tumbling back to reveal a narrow face with wide eyes unspelled. Her knife fell back to her side. Lenos? The spire's second maid stared up at her. Bard? Lila half expected Lenos to scramble away in fear, He'd always treated her like an open fire, something that might burn him at any moment if he got too close. But his face was merely a mask of shock. Shock and gratitude. He let out a sob of relief and didn't even recoil when she hauled him to his feet. Though he stared to the place where their hands met even as he said, "Das Ihre, your eye." It's been a long night. Lila glanced at the light streaming in through the windows. "Day, how did you know I was here?" I didn't," he said, head ticking side to side in his nervous way. "When the bells rang, I thought that maybe one of the priests." "Sorry to disappoint. Is the captain safe?" Lila hesitated. She hadn't seen Alucard, not since marking his forehead. But before she could say much, the knocking came again at the door. Lila and Leno spun. "Let me in," said a new voice. "Are you alone?" she whispered. Lenos nodded. "Let me in," it continued, strangely steady. Lila and Lenos took a step away from the doors. They were solid, the bolt strong, the sanctuary supposedly warded against the dark magic, but she didn't know how long any of that would hold against the priest, without the priests. "Let's go," she said. Lila had a thief's memory, and Tieren's map unfolded in her mind in full detail, revealing the halls, the cells, the study. Lenos followed, close to her heels, his lips moving soundlessly in some kind of prayer. He'd always been the religious one aboard the ship, praying at the first sign of bad weather, the start and end of every journey. She had no idea what or who he was praying to. The rest of the crew indulged him, but none of them seemed to put much stock in it either. Lila assumed that magic was to people here what God was to Christians. And she'd never believed in God, but even if she had, she thought it pretty foolish to think he had time to lend a hand to recover every wrecking ship. And yet... "Lenos," he said slowly, "are you all right?" He looked down at himself, as if he wasn't entirely sure. Then he drew a talisman from beneath his shirt. Lila stiffened at the sight of it. The symbol of the front was badly worn, but it had the same curling edges as the sigil of the black stone. And looking at it gave her the same hot, cold feeling. In the very center of the talisman, trapped in a bead of glass, hung a single drop of blood. "My grandmother," he explained. "Helena, she was..." "Antari," cut in Lila. He nodded. "Magic doesn't get passed on," he said, "so her power never done me much good." He looked down at the necklace. "Until now." The knocking continued, growing softer as they walked. The pendant was supposed to go to my older brother, Tanik, but he didn't want it. Said it was just a useless trinket, so it went to me. "Perhaps the gods of magic favor you after all," she said, scanning the halls to either side. "Perhaps," said Lenos half to himself. Lila took the second left and found herself at the doors to the library. They were closed. "Well," she said, "you're either lucky or blessed. Take your pick." Lenos cracked a nervous smile. "Which would you choose?" Ear to the wood, she listened for signals of life. Nothing. "Me?" she said, pushing open the door. "I choose clever." The doors gave way into rows of tables, books still open on the top, pages rustling faintly in the drafty room. At the back of the library, beyond the final set of shelves, she found Tieren's study. A towering pile of scrolls sat on the desk. Pots of ink and books lined the walls. A cabinet stood open, showing shelf after shelf of glass jars. Watch the door, she said, her fingers tripping over the tinctures and herbs as she squinted at the names, written in a kind of shorthand Arnesian she couldn't read. She sniffed one that looked like it held oil before tipping the mouth of the bottle against the pad of her thumb. Taiga, Taiga, she sang to herself, stirring the power in her veins, unsheathing it the way she would a knife. She snapped her fingers, and a small flame burst to life in her hand. In its flickering light, Lila scanned the list of supplies and got to work. I think that's it, she said, shouldering a big canvas, shouldering the canvas bag. Scrolls threatened to spill out, and vials clattered softly inside. Bottles of blood and ink, herbs of sand, and other things, the names of which made no sense. In addition to Tieran's list, she'd nicked a flask of something called Sleep Sweet, and a tiny ampule marked Seer's tea. But she left the rest, feeling quite impressed with her restraint. Leno stood by the doors, one hand against the wood, and she didn't know if he needed support or was simply listening, the way a sailor sometimes did to a coming storm. Not with sound, but touch. Someone is still knocking, he said softly, and I think there are more of them now. Which meant they wouldn't go out. Not the way they come in. Not without trouble. Lila stepped into the hall and looked around at the branching paths, summoning to mind the map and wishing she'd had time to study more than her own intended path. She snapped her fingers. Fire came to life in her palm, and she held her breath as the flame settled, then began to dance subtly. Lila took off, Lenos on her heels as she followed the draft. Behind them came the short sound of something rolling from a high shelf. Lila spun, fire flaring in her hand. In time, see the stone orb shatter on the floor. He braced for an attack that never came. Instead, only a pair of familiar amethyst eyes caught the light. Isa? Alucard's cat crept forward, hackles raised, but the moment she made toward it, the creature shied away, obviously spooked, and darted through the nearest open door. Lila swore under her breath. She thought of letting it go. She hated the cat, and she was pretty sure the feeling was mutual. But maybe it knew another way out. Lila and Lenos followed the cat through one door and then a second, the rooms around them turning cold again, enough to frost. Beyond the third door, they found a kind of cloister, open to the morning air. A dozen arches led into a garden, not groomed like the rest of the sanctuary, but wild, a tangle of trees, some winter dead and others summer green. It reminded her of the palace courtyard where she'd found Rai the day before, only without a shred of order. Flowers bloomed and vines snaked across the path and beyond the garden. But beyond the garden, there was nothing. No arches, no doors, no arches, no doors. The cloisters faced the river, and somewhere beyond the wild foliage, the garden simply ended, dropping away into shadow. Isa, she called, but the cat had darted between hedges and was nowhere to be seen. Lila shivered and swore at the sudden cutting cold. She was already turning back toward the doors, but she could see the question in Lenos' eyes. The whole crew knew how much the stupid cat meant to Alucard. He'd once jokingly told her that it was a talisman he kept his heart inside, but he'd also confessed that Isa was a gift from his beloved younger sister. Maybe in a way both were true. Lila swore and slung the satchel into Lenos' arms. Stay here. She turned her collar up against the cold and stormed into the garden, stepping over wild vines and ducking low branches. It was probably some kind of metaphor for the chaos of the natural world. She could almost hear Tieran lecturing her on treading lightly as he drew her sharpest knife, and hacked an obnoxious vine aside. "Here, Isa," she called. She was halfway through the garden when she realized she could no longer see the path ahead or behind. It was as though she'd stepped out of London entirely into a world made of nothing but mist. "Come back, kitty," she murmured, reaching the garden's edge. "Or I swear to God I will throw you into the..." Lila trailed off. The garden ended abruptly in front of her, roots trailing into a platform of pale stone. And at the platform's edge, just as she thought, there was no wall, no barrier, only a sheer drop into the black slick of the aisle below. "Haven't you heard?" Lila spun toward the voice and found a girl no taller than her waist standing between her and the garden's edge. A novice dressed in white sanctuary robes, her dark hair pulled cleanly back into a braid. Her eyes swirled with Osauron's magic, and Lila's fingers tightened on her blade. She didn't want to kill the girl. Not if there was some part of her still inside, trying to get out. She didn't want to, but she would. The little novice craned her head, staring up at the pale sky. Bruised skin ringed her fingernails and drew dark lines up her cheeks. "The king is calling." "Is that so?" asked Lila, cheating a step toward the garden. The mist was thickening around them, swallowing the edges of the world. And then, out of nowhere, it began to snow. A flake drifted down, landing on her cheek, and Lila winced as a tiny blade of ice nicked her skin. "What the hell?" The novice giggled as Lila wiped her cheek with the back of her sleeve, as all around her, snowflakes sharpened into knife points and came raining down. The fire was in Lila's hands before she thought to call it, and she ducked her head as the heat swept around her in a shield, ice melting before it met her skin. "Nice trick," she murmured, looking up. But the novice was gone. An instant later, a small, icy hand slid around Lila's wrist. "Got you," said the girl, her voice still filled with laughter as shadow poured from her fingers, only to recoil from Lila's skin. The girl's face fell. "You're one of them," she said, disgusted. But instead of letting go, her hand viced tighter. The girl was strong, inhumanely strong, black veins coursing over her skin like ropes. And she dragged Lila away from the garden toward the place where the sanctuary ended and the marble fell away. Far below, the river stretched in a still black plain. "Let go of me," warned Lila. The novice did not. "He's not happy with you, Delilah Bard." "Let go." Lila's boots skidded on the slick stone surface. 4 strides to the edge of the platform. 3. "You heard what you said about setting Kel free. And if you don't let him in," another giggle, "he'll drown you in the sea." "Well, aren't you creepy?" snarled Lila, trying one last time to wrench free. When that didn't work, she drew a knife. It was barely out of its sheath when another hand, this one massive, caught her wrist and twisted viciously until she dropped the weapon. When Lila turned, trapped now between the two, she found a royal guard, broader than Baron, with a dark beard and the ruined remains of her mark on his forehead. "Have you met the Shadow King?" he boomed. "Oh, hell," said Lila as the third figure strode out of the garden. An old woman, barefoot and dressed in nothing but a shimmering nightgown. "Why won't you let him in?" Lila had had enough. She threw up her hands and pushed the way she had in the ring so recently. Bodily. Will against will. But whatever these people were made of now, it didn't work. They simply bent around the force. It moved right through them like wind through wheat. And then they were dragging her again to the precipitous drop. 2 strides. "I don't want to hurt you," she lied. At that moment, she wanted to hurt them all quite badly, but it wouldn't stop the monster pulling their strings. She scrambled to think of something. 1 stride, and she was out of time. Lila's boot connected with the little girl's chest, and she sent the novice stumbling away. She then flicked her fingers, producing a second knife, and drove it between the joints of the guard's armor at the knee. Lila expected the man to buckle, to scream, or at least let go. He did none of those things. "Oh, come on," she growled as he pushed her half a step toward the edge, the novice and the woman barring her escape. "The king wants you to pay," said the guard. "The king wants you to beg," said the girl. "The king wants you to kneel," said the old woman. Their voices all had the same horrible sing-song quality, and the ledge was coming up against her heels. "Beg for your city, beg for your world, beg for your life." "I don't beg," growled Lila, slamming her foot into the blade embedded into the guard's knee. At last, his leg buckled, but when he went down, he took her with him. Luckily, he fell away from the ledge, and she rolled free and came up again, the woman's thin arms already winding around her throat. Lila threw her off into the approaching novice and danced back several feet from the edge. Now, at least she had the garden behind her and not the stone cliff. But all 3 attackers were upright again, their eyes full of shadows and their mouths full of Sauron's words. And if Lila ran, they would simply follow. Her blood sang with the thrill of the fight, and her fingers itched to summon fire. But fire only worked if you cared about getting burned. A body without fear would never slow in the face of flame. No. What Lila needed was something of more substance, of weight. She looked at the broad stone platform. It could work. "Wants me to kneel?" she said, letting her legs fold beneath her, the cold stone hitting her knees. The fallen watched darkly as she pressed both palms at the marble floor and scoured her memory for a piece of Blake. Something, anything to center her mind. But then, suddenly, Lila realized she didn't need the words. She felt the pulse in the rock and found a steady thrum, like a plucked string. The fallen were starting toward her again, but it was too late. Lila caught hold of the threads and pulled. The ground shook beneath her. The girl and the guard and the old woman looked down as fissures formed like deep roots in the stone floor. A vicious crack ran edge to edge, severing the ledge from the garden, the fallen souls from the Lila bard. And then it broke, and the 3 went tumbling down into the river below with a crash and a wave, and then nothing. Lila straightened, breathless, a defiant smile crackling across her lips, as a few last bits of rocks tumbled free and fell cluttering out of sight. Not the most elegant solution, she knew, but effective. Within the garden, someone was calling her name. Lenos. She turned toward him just as tendril of darkness wrapped around her leg and pulled. Lila hit the ground hard and kept falling, sliding. Shadow was coiled around her ankle like a stubborn vine. No, like a hand, dragging her toward the edge. She skidded over the broken ground, scrambling for something, anything to hold on as the edge came nearer and nearer. And then she was over and falling. Nothing but black river below. Lila's fingers caught the edge. She held on with all her strength. The darkness held on too, pulling her down as the broken edge of the stone platform cut into her palms, and blood welled. And only then, when the first drops fell, did the darkness recoil and let go. Lila hung there, gasping, forcing her gashed hands to take her weight as she hauled herself up. hooked one boot on the jagged lip, and dragged her body up and over. She rolled onto her back, hands throbbing, gasping for breath. She was still lying there when Lenos finally arrived. He looked around at the broken platform, the streaks of blood. His eyes went sour, saucer-wide. What happened? Lila dragged herself to a sitting position. Nothing, she said as she muttered, getting to her feet. Blood was still sliding in fat drops down her fingers. This is nothing? Lila rolled her neck. Nothing I couldn't handle, she amended. That's when she noticed the fluffy white mass in his arms. Issa. She came when I called, he said shyly. And I think we found a way out. And that's the end of chapter 4. God, that was a long chapter, but a good one. That really was a pretty long chapter. But I like it. It was really good. But again, like we always do with every chapter end, I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna get some fresh air, rest my eyes for a bit, get some snack, get something to eat maybe, and then I'll be back. So I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back. Yo, Shadow. I like the fact like as soon as I left for just a moment because we just finished a chapter and you know, we're doing a little chapter break. 2 fucking bots came in again. God, these bots are so fucking persistent. How's everyone doing? Just had to, you know, chapter break as always. Grabbed a little bit of food and made myself a cup of tea. I will smite it. This is the 3rd one today already. I mean, luckily right now they're getting caught up by the auto mod, which is nice. But I kind of like it more when my bot just like gets rid of them immediately. So I might have to like turn down auto mod a bit or something. We'll see about that. Like, I might have to change some automod settings. Some pizza soon at Namisa with me to play some Smash. Ooh. Shit tomorrow, so life is almost good. Even though I woke up at like 4. Bro, I woke up an hour before I started stream. 8,000 battles done. Damn. Holy shit. Yeah, my sleep schedule has been like absolutely messed up. I woke up an hour before the stream and yeah. Well, I don't know, maybe I'll stay up all night today and then go out early tomorrow. I do want to go to the waffle factory again that we have close by and like grab some waffles maybe and just ride my bike along the canal for a bit. So maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Waffle factory? Yeah, I have a waffle factory fairly close by. And like it's one of the bigger ones here in Germany that also like supplies like grocery stores and stuff. But on the factory itself, you can even buy like the ones that were broken during manufacturing that they can't sell to or like can't ship out to the bigger stores. So you could just buy like the broken ones there in like a bag. The bag used to be just like €1 for like 400, 500 grams of waffles, but it got a bit more expensive. It's like two and a half now, like 250 now or something. But I mean, hey, it's still good. It's fucking great waffles. They're still good waffles. They just broke during manufacturing, so they can't be sold. They can't be sold to the stores like the usual. So I might just, you know, when I'm on a bike ride tomorrow, just go over there, buy me a bag or two. I don't know. Ride alongside the canal for a bit and then come back home. They're pretty good. They're pretty decent waffles. I haven't had some in some time, so it's about time I grab me some waffles again. That's for sure. If I could, Abby, I would. So how do you guys feel about that chapter we just read? Yeah, I watched JJK both seasons. I haven't seen anything of the manga. I did get spoiled for some stuff in the manga, but I haven't read the manga. But I watched both anime seasons. It was pretty good. The second season obviously was just hype almost every episode with the animation. It went fucking crazy. We'll see when the third season comes around, because I heard from friends that read the manga that the next arc is crazy as well. Yeah, you got fucking destroyed. Yeah, I've seen some stuff about like what's currently going on in the manga, because it's about to end soon. I think there's only a few more chapters left and then it's about to be over. And Twitter is really good at spoiling stuff. Like whenever a new JJK chapter comes out, it's always getting spoiled immediately on Twitter. Like it's crazy. There's like there's no escaping it. So I've been getting spoiled from time to time, but like I'm just waiting for the anime to continue, which I know could probably take some time because of all the stuff that happened at Mappa. So yeah, I'm not gonna like I know it's gonna take a bit, but I'm sure we're gonna get something new soon. Hopefully. Until then, next month, I will at least have Solo Leveling Season 2 and Shangri-La Frontier Season 2 that I can watch. So that's gonna be fun. Cause this season, I don't know. I watched some videos about like some of the other anime airing this season, but there hasn't really been much that I really wanted to watch. The only show that I'm watching the current season is just My dear friend Nokotan. And mainly right now, just because I want to see how it ends. It's like a fucking train wreck. It's so weird, so random. I feel like it sometimes it's taking, like, it's trying too hard to be funny, and it's just not working out right. But at this point, I'm invested. Like I'm invested to see how it continues, but I'm not too big on it, if I'm gonna be honest. It really is. I watched every episode that is out so far, and like I don't know. But I know Shangri-La Frontier, Chainsaw Man. Ooh, that's also a good one. I watched the season as well. Shangri-La Frontier was really cool. I watched it during its airtime every week, and recently at like our community nights in the Least Discord on Friday, we watched it together as well. So I watched it twice at this point. Now I'm waiting for season 2. It's one of the better, like, really well made gaming based anime. For sure. It's really fun. Really good. Has some crazy animations as well. Like, it goes hard in fights. Need something new. Oh, I mean, if you haven't watched it, try out Shangri-La Frontier. Maybe you would like it. About a guy who, like, they also have like the whole like full dive VR kind of games already. And it's about a guy who loves playing like these really trashy games, like really badly made buggy messes, and makes himself like finds his pride in like beating those games, being like, oh my god, yes, I'm so good, I can beat these buggy messes. And then picks up like one of the best AAA games that was ever made, like a big MMO called Shangri-La Frontier, and yeah, well, going through that game with his own little shenanigans. It's fucking great. That's interesting. It was pretty good. And the openings are fucking bangers as well. I'm so curious how season 2 will go, because we ended on a decent cliffhanger that I just can't wait. And then, I mean, Solo Leveling, the first season was pretty solid. Really, really nice. So I'm kind of curious how that continues, because I heard really, really good things about the manhwa it's based on, and how, like, at this point, like, from what is gonna happen after where the anime ended, it's going to go even more crazy. So hopefully it can live up to the hype. And I'm curious how that will go. But other than that, I don't know. Like, not many anime recently have been really catching my attention. I'm probably gonna be rewatching Frieren soon anyway, as well, for the third time now. Because this month actually already passed by, but like this month is its 1 year anniversary of the first episode airing. Watch JoJo's up to part 5. On Crunchyroll, they don't have part 6, so I wasn't able to watch part 6, but I watched up until part 5. I liked it. It was pretty fun. Yeah, I might have to watch it on somewhere else for sure, because kind of want to. It was pretty cool. I'd say either 4 or 5 were actually my favorites. They were pretty fun. I like the stands in 5. They were really cool. Don't mind me right now. Absolutely not browsing the Gundam store website again. 4 was colorful. It was definitely different in the art style, coming from like the long ass part 3 and like part 1 and 2 all having like 1, 2, 3 all having like the similar art style, and then 4 just changing it up completely. But it was fun. Because almost everyone had a stand that was made to fight others. Yeah, I feel like he really started to figure out stands through like part 4 and part 5. Part 3 stands were interesting, and I still remember I had the fucking dumbest moment, the dumb brain moment. I'm like, oh yeah, all those stands are like named after like the tarot cards and all that and the arcanas. And I'm like thinking, like, okay, my first thought was like, we already seen most of them, but like, who has the Fool? So and then Iggy being revealed with the Fool, and I was like, what about the World? And I'm thinking the entire time, I was like, who has the World? And then and then it hit me, it's like, oh wait, oh wait, I wonder who has the World. It's like, who has the World Arcana? Goddamn. That was just a brain fart moment. I should have known from all the memes and stuff. Oh my god, I need to buy this. Again, not me just checking not me just checking my little fucking Gundam website. It's not the exact Gundam I was looking for the entire time. Yo, Icy, what's up? It's not the exact Gundam I've been looking for, because that one is just hard to get, because it's an old model of like a 90s show. But there's another one here that I really want to buy, and it's pretty cheap, so I'm tempted. I might have to spend some money. Might have to spend some more monies, even though I don't really have space on my shelves anymore. But this kit is so good. It looks so good. I want it. Who cares if I have space? I'll find space, and and I can build it on stream. Have another Gundam building stream for you guys. With my janky ass scissors as like side for like clipping it off and all, but like it works. But this kit looks so fucking good. Really want it. I am too invested. I already built 2. I need to build a 3rd one. Like my friends say, it's like plastic crack. Once you start, you cannot stop. I feel it. I need it. I want it. Oh yeah, I can imagine. I've never, yeah, once you step into this mess. It's like pretty cheap. It's like only 14 euros. That would be my cheapest kit I have, but it looks so good. Quality ain't shit. I mean, it's from an official Gundam store. That's why I also bought my other two. They're like they sell like the official kits from Bandai. The other kits I bought, I think they were like 23 and 20 or like 24. And this one's like 13. It's also from a bit of an older show, but it's, I think like 2016, 2015 from Iron-Blooded Orphans. Which is pretty nice. The one I want to get is from like Indulgence Never Killed Anyone. I am so tempted. Oh, they have Lefrith, Ur, and Thorn. And Gundam Ariel. I mean, I have Ariel Rebuild. Ariel Rebuild is better because big off fucking cannon. Oh, they also have Calibarn. But for Calibarn, I need a stand and more space because he's big, or like bigger with its weapon and everything. With Barbatos, I can like kind of just put him in a corner, have him just standing there, not on a stand, just on itself. So I can make more space for that. I'll talk. I'll see if I can grab it because I want it. All right. Enough distractions. We should probably continue with the book here in a second. We were just talking here. We got a book to read today, you know. Can't just leave on just one chapter. But I'm so... Yeah, I'll definitely... I mean, I don't mind yapping either. Oh, there's also... Oh, they don't have it anymore. But there was a starter kit you can buy on their website as well. That includes like cutting pliers, a sander, a mat, like a clear mat, Gundam markers to like paint them, and a model kit for like 60 bucks. All of that included, like all together. And the kit itself is like almost 30. Like, you could buy the kit on itself as well, and the kit is like 30 bucks. Almost like 27 or something. And then with all of the other things, like the pliers, the mat, the sander, the markers, all of that for just 60? Not too bad. But it's already out of sale. It's out of stock. Rip. And I don't have 60 to spare like that. I could probably spare like the 18 because I have to pay 5 for shipping, but like it would still be cheaper to buy it online than going to the store. I'll be the devil on your shoulder today. Fair enough. Oh fuck. Cause because Shadow, you know where the store actually is? Like the physical store for it? It's in Wuppertal. Like it's not too far. But like a ticket to there is still more expensive than $5 shipping. Like it's not too far away. I've been there before. Yeah, that's true. So I'd rather just pay the shipping and have like wait like 2-3 days. Yeah, so like I'd rather just pay the shipping and wait like a day or two until it arrives than paying like 30 for a ticket and then another 20 for the kit. I'd spend way more money on the ticket than the kit itself, so I'd rather not. But we could definitely, if I grab it and I have it here, we're definitely gonna make another building stream where we just built the kit to where I just built the kit on stream with you guys. Yeah, more in the means of transportation. Yeah, that's basically what would happen. The first one would have been around the same price because I bought the kit and the stand was also like altogether was like 35 or something, or like 30 with shipping 35, so it would be around the same. But like just buying the kit for 13 plus the 5 shipping, I'd definitely be better off with the 5 shipping than 30 for a ticket. I was thinking because on the day when I was out for the Japan talk, they had a open garage sale or like an open sale on their site, like there as well. And I had the ticket where I could just like go through all of Germany. So I was thinking like, cause I left a bit earlier to, you know, just drive over there and go there for a bit. But it was also only open until like I think 5 p.m. And I got into the train on my way back home at like 4 p.m. I was like, there's no way I can get from Düsseldorf to Wuppertal and to that store, which is like far away from the main station, in an hour to still have time to like browse and buy shit. Especially with the luck I had that day with all of the trains, I'd rather not risk it, so I just went home. I almost finished my tea now. Oh, bit bitter, but good tea. Very good tea. Very nice tea. All right, I guess we're gonna continue with the book then. We're now at chapter 5. Ash and Atonement. What a nice name for a chapter. Totally not ominous at all. Alright. Fascinating, said Tieran, turning Alucard's hands over, tracing a bony finger through the air above his silver-scarred wrists. Does it hurt? No, said Alucard slowly. Not anymore. Rai watched from his perch on the back of the couch, fingers laced to keep them from shaking. The king and Kel studied Tieran as Tieran studied the captain, spotting the heavy silence with questions that Alucard tried to answer, even though he was clearly still suffering. He wouldn't say what it was like, only that he'd been delirious, and in that fevered state, the Shadow King had tried to get into his mind. And Rai did not betray him by saying more. His hands still ached from clenching Alucard's, his body stiff from his side, from his time on the spire floor. But if Kel felt that pain, he said nothing of it. And for that, amid so many things, Rai was grateful. So Osaron does need permission, said Tieran. Alucard swallowed. Most people, I imagine, give it without knowing. The sickness came in fast. By the time I realized what was happening, he was already inside my head. and the moment I tried to resist, Alucard trailed off, met Rai's gaze. He twists your mind, your memories. But now, cut in Maxime, his magic cannot touch you. So it seems. Who found you? He demanded. Kel shot a look at Hastra, who stepped forward. I did, Your Majesty, lied the former guard. I saw him go and... Rai cut him off. Hastra didn't find Captain Emery. I did. His brother sighed, exasperated. His mother went still. Where? Demanded Maxime in a voice that almost made Rai shrink. Now he held his ground. On his ship. By the time I arrived, he was already ill. I stayed with him to see if he'd survive, and he did. His father had flushed red, his mother pale. You went out there alone, she said. Oh, it was her. You went out there alone? She said. Into the fog? The shadows did not touch me. You put yourself at risk, chided his father. I'm in no danger. You could have been taken. You don't get it, snapped Rai. Whatever part of me Sauron could take, it's already gone. The room went still. He couldn't bring himself to look at Cal. He could feel the quickening of his brother's pulse, the weight of his stare. And then the doors burst open, and Lila Bart stormed in, trailed by a thin, nervous-looking man, of all things, a cat. A holding of all things, a cat. She saw or felt the tension humming through the room and stopped. What did I miss? Her hands were bandaged. A deep scratch rang along her jaw, and Rai watched his brother move toward her as naturally as if the world had simply tipped. For Kel, apparently it had. Casera, said the man trailing behind her, his gaunt eyes lighting at the sight of Alucard. He'd clearly come from beyond the palace, but he showed no signs of harm. Alenos, said the captain as the cat leapt down and went to curl around his boots. Where? Long story, cut in Lila, tossing the satchel to Tieran, and then registering the silver scars on Alucard's face. What happened to you? Long story, he echoed. Lila went to the sideboard to pour herself a drink. Aren't they all at this point? She said it lightly, but Rai noticed her fingers shaking as she brought the amber liquid to her lips. The king was staring at the thin and rather scraggly-looking sailor. How did you get into this palace? He demanded. The man looked nervously from king to queen to Cal. He's my second mate, Your Majesty, answered Alucard. That doesn't answer my question. We found each other, started Lila. He can speak for himself, snapped the king. Maybe if you bothered questioning your people in their own language, she shot back. The room quieted. Kel raised a brow. Rai, despite himself, almost laughed. A guard appeared in the doorway and cleared his throat. Your Majesty, he said, the prisoner wishes to speak. Lila stiffened at the mention of Holland. Alucard sank heavily into a chair. Finally, said Maxime, starting toward the door. But the guard ducked his head embarrassed. Not with you, Your Majesty, he nodded at Kel. With him. Kel looked to Maxime, who nodded brusquely. Bring me answers, he warned, or I will find another way to get them. A shadow crossed Kel's face, but he only bowed and left. Rai watched his brother go and then turned to his father. If Alucard survived, there must be others. Let me... Did you know? Demanded Maxime. What? When you left the safety of this palace, did you know you were immune to Sauron's magic? I suspected, said Rai, but I would have gone either way. The queen took hold of his arm. After everything? Yes, after everything, said Rai, pulling free. Because of everything. He turned to his parents. You taught me that a ruler suffers with his people. You taught me that he is their strength, their stone. Don't you see? I will never have magic, but I finally have a purpose. Rai, started his father. No, he cut in. I will not let them think the Maresh have abandoned them. I will not hide within the warded palace when I can walk without fear through the streets. When I can remind our people that they are not alone, that I am fighting with them, for them. When I may be struck down by rise again, and in so doing show them the immortality of hope. That is what I can do for my city, and I will gladly do it. You need not shield me from darkness. It cannot hurt me anymore. Nothing can. Rai felt suddenly wrung out. Empty, but in that emptiness lay a kind of peace. No, not peace exactly. Clarity, resolve. He looked to his mother, who was clutching her hands together. Would you have me be your son, or the Prince of Arnes? Her knuckles went white. You will always be both. Then I will succeed at neither. He met the king's gaze, but it was the head priest that spoke. The prince is right, said Tieran in his soft, steady way. The royal and city guard are cut in half, and the priests are at their limits trying to keep the palace wards up. Every man and woman immune to Sauron's magic is an ally we cannot forfeit. We need every life we can save. Then it's settled, said Rai. I will ride out. Not alone, cut in his father. And again, before Rai could protest, no one goes alone. Alucard looked up from his seat, pale, exhausted. His hands tightened on the chair, and he started to rise when Lila stepped forward, finishing her drink. Lenos, put the captain to bed, she said, and then, turning to the king, I'll go with his highness. Maxime frowned. Why should I trust you with my son's safety? She tilted her head when she spoke, shifting her dark hair so it framed her shattered eye. In that single defiant gesture, Rai could see why Kel liked her so. Why? She echoed. Because the shadows can't touch me, and the fallen won't. Because I'm good with magic and better with a blade. And I've got more power in my blood than you've got in this whole damn palace. Because I've no qualms about killing, and on top of it all, I've got a knack for keeping your sons, both of them, alive. If Kel had been there, he would have turned white. As it was, the king went nearly purple. Alucard let out a small, exhausted sound that might have been a laugh. The queen stared blankly at the strange girl. And Rai, despite everything, smiled. The prince had only a single suit of armor. It had never seen battle, never seen anything but a sculptor's eye, cast for the small stone portrait of his parents' chamber, a gift from Maxime to Emira on their 10th anniversary. Rai had worn the armor just the once. He'd planned to wear it again on the night of his 20th birthday, but nothing about that night had gone as planned. The armor was light, too light for a real fight, but perfect for posing. A soft, hammered gold with pearl-white trim and a cream-colored crepe. And it made the faintest chime whenever he moved. A pleasant sound like a far-off bell. Not very subtle, are you? Said Lila when she saw him striding through the palace foyer. She'd been standing in the doorway, her eyes on the city and the fog still shifting in the late morning light. But at the gentle sound of Rai's approach, she turned and nearly laughed out loud. As he supposed she had reason to. After all, Lila was dressed in her worn boots, her black high-collared coat, looking with her bandaged hands like a pirate after a hard night.
and there he was, practically glowing in polished gold, a full complement of silvered guards behind him. "I've never been fond of subtle," he said. Rye imagined Kel shaking his head, exasperation warring with amusement. Perhaps he looked foolish, but Rye wanted to be seen, wanted his people, if they were out there, if they were in there, to know their prince was not hiding, that he was not afraid of the dark. As they descended the palace stairs, Lila's expression hardened. Her wounded hands curled into loose fists at her sides. He didn't know what she'd seen at the sanctuary, but he could tell it hadn't been pleasant. And for all her jaunty posturing, the look on her face now threw him. "You think this is a bad idea?" he said. It wasn't a question, but it sparked something in Lila, rekindled the fire in her eyes, and ignited a grin. "Without a doubt. Why are you smiling?" "Because," she said, "bad ideas are my favorite kind." They reached the plaza at the base of the stairs. The flowers that usually lined the steps now sculptures of black glass. Smoke rose from a dozen spots on the horizon. Not the simple trails from hearth fires, but the two dark plumes of burning buildings. Rye straightened. Lila pulled her jacket close. "Ready?" "I don't need a chaperone." "Good thing," she said, setting off. "I don't need a prince tripping on my heels." Rye started. "You told my father that I would keep you alive. That I could keep you alive. That I... Oh, there, okay. There's a... there's an error in the book, because I think it's supposed to say that I could keep you alive, but it says that you keep alive. She said, glancing back. "But you don't need me to." Something in Rye loosened. Because of all the people in his life, his brother and his parents, and his guards, and even Alucard Emery, Lila was the first, the only person to treat him like he didn't need saving. "Guards," he called, hardening his voice, "split up." "Your Highness," dotted one. "We're not to He turned on them. "We've too much ground to cover, and last time I checked, we all had a pair of working eyes." He shot a look at Lila, realizing his error, but she only shrugged. "So put them to use and find me my survivors." It was a grim pursuit. Rye found too many bodies, and worse, the places where bodies should have been, but where only a tatter of fabric and a pile of ash were left, the rest blown away by the winter wind. He thought of Alucard's sister Anissa burning from the inside out, thought of what happened to those who lost their battle with Sauron's magic. And what of the fallen? The thousands of people who had not fought against the Shadow King, but had given in, given way. Were they still in there, prisoners of their own minds? Could they be saved? Or were they already lost? "Vas-Ir," he murmured over the bodies he found and the ones he didn't. "Go in peace." The streets were hardly empty, but he moved through the masses like a ghost, their shadowed eyes passing over him, through him. He walked in gleaming gold, and still they did not notice. He called to them, but they did not answer, did not turn. Whatever part of me or Sauron couldn't take, it's already gone. Did you really believe that? His boot slid a little on the ground, and looking down, he saw that a piece of the street had changed from stone to something else, something glassy and black, like the flowers on the stairs. He knelt, brushing his gloved hands against the smooth patch. It wasn't cold. It wasn't warm either. It wasn't wet like ice. It wasn't anything, which made no sense. Rye straightened, perplexed, and kept looking for something, someone he could help. Silvers, that's what some were calling them. those who'd been burned by Sauron's magic and survived. The priests, it turned out, had discovered a handful already, most rising from the fever beds that lined the Rose Hall. But how many more waited in this city? In the end, Rai didn't find the first silver. The silver found him. The young boy came stumbling toward him out of a house and sank to his knees at Rai's feet. Lines danced like light over his skin, his black hair falling over fever-bright eyes. Masvares, my prince. Rai knelt in his armor, scratching the plate as gold met stone. It's all right, he said as the boy sobbed, tears tracing fresh tracks over the silver on his cheeks. All alone, he murmured, breath hitching. All alone. Not anymore, said the prince. He rose and started toward the house, but small fingers caught his hand. The boy shook his head, and Rai saw the ash dusting the boy's front and understood. There was no one else inside the house. Not anymore. And that was the end of part 1. Alright, part 2. Lila went straight for the night market. The city around her wasn't empty. It would have been less chilling if it were. Instead, those who'd fallen under Sauron's spell moved through the streets like sleepwalkers carrying out remembered tasks while deep within their dreams. The night market was a shadow of its former self. Half of it burned, the rest carrying on in that dazed and ghostly way. A fruit vendor hawked winter apples, his eyes swimming with shadows, while a woman carried flowers, their edges frosting black. The whole thing had a haunted air, a sea of puppets, and Lila kept squinting at the air around them, as if looking for the strings. Rai moved through the city like a specter, but Lila was like an unwelcome guest. The people looked at her when she passed, their eyes narrowing, but the cuts in her palms were still fresh and the blood kept them at bay, even as their whispers trailed her through the streets. Scattered throughout the market, as if someone had splashed inky water into the ground and let it freeze, were patches of black ice. Lila stepped around them with a thieve's sure footing and a fighter's grace. She was making her way toward Kala's familiar green tent at the end of the market when she saw a man pitch a basin of flaming stones into a river. He was broad and bearded, silver scars tracing his hands and throat. "You couldn't get me, you monster!" he was screaming. "You couldn't hold me down!" The basin hit the river with a crash, rippling the half-frozen water and sending up a plume of hissing steam. And just like that, the illusion shattered. The man selling apples and the woman with flowers and every other fallen in the marketplace broke off and turned toward the man, as if waking from a dream. Only they weren't waking. Instead, it was like the darkness rose inside them. Of Sauron, rousing and turning his head, looking through their eyes. They moved as a single body, one that wasn't theirs. "Idiot," murmured Lila, darting toward him, but the man didn't seem to notice, didn't seem to care. "Face me, you coward!" he bellowed as part of the nearest tent tore free and lifted into the air beside him. The crowd hummed in displeasure. "How dare you!" said a merchant, eyes shining dully as he drew a knife. "The king will not stand for this," said a second, twining rope between her hands. The air shook with the sudden urge for violence, and realization struck Lila like a blow. Sauron gained obedience from the fallen and energy from the fevered, but he had no use for the ones who'd fought to free him. of his spell and what he couldn't use. Lila ran. Her injured legs throbbed as she sprinted towards him. "Look out!" she shouted, her first blade already flying. It caught the nearest attacker in the chest, buried to the hilt, but the merchant's own knife had left his hand before he fell. Lila tackled the scarred man to the ground as metal sang over their heads. The stranger looked up at her in shock, but there wasn't time. The fallen were circling them, weapons raised. The man slammed a fist into the ground, and a piece of road was wide as a market stall, tipped up into a shield. He raised another makeshift wall and turned, clearly intending to summon a third, but Lila had no desire to be entombed. She dragged the man to his feet, sprinting into the nearest tent before a steel kettle thudded against the heavy canvas side. "Keep moving," she called, carving her way through a second tent wall, and a third before the man hauled her to a stop. "Why did you do that?" Lila wrenched free. "I think it would be nice. I lost my 5th favorite knife out." He forced her back against the tent pole. "Why?" he snarled, eyes wide. They were a shocking green, flecked with black and gold. A swift kick to the ribs with the bottom of her boot, and he went stumbling backward, though not as far as she'd hoped. "Because you were shouting your head off at nothing but shadow and mist. A tip, don't start a fight like that if you want to live." "I didn't want to live." His voice shook as he looked down at his silver-scarred hands. "I didn't want this. A lot of people would love to trade places. That monster took everything. My wife, my father. I fought through it because I thought someone would be waiting for me. But when I woke, when I made a strangled sound, you should have let me die." Lila frowned. "What's your name?" "What?" "You have a name. What is it?" "Manel." "Well, Manel, dying doesn't help the dead. It doesn't find the lost. A lot of people have fallen, but some of us are still standing. So if you want to give up, walk out that curtain. I won't stop you. I won't save you again. But if you want to put your second chance to better use, come with me." She turned on her heel and slashed the next 10 walls, stepping through only to slam to a stop. She'd found Callus' tent. "What is it?" asked Manel behind her. "What's wrong?" "This is the last tent," he said slowly. "Go out the flap and head to the palace." Manel spat. "The palace? The royals hid inside their palace while my family died. The king and queen sat safe on their thrones while London fell and that spoiled prince." "Enough!" snarled Lila. "That spoiled prince is searching the streets for men like you. He's hunting for the living and burying the dead and doing everything he can to keep one from becoming the other. So you can either help or disappear. But either way, get out." He looked at her long and hard, then swore beneath his breath and vanished through the tent's flaps, belts jingling in his wake. Lila turned her attention back to the empty shop. "Calla?" she called, hoping the woman was there, hoping she wasn't. The lanterns that hung in the corners were unlit, the hats and scarves and hoods on the walls casting strange shapes in the dark. Lila snapped her fingers, and the light sparked in the dark in her hand, unsteady but bright as she crossed the small tent, searching for any sign of the merchant. She wanted to see the woman's kind smile, wanted to hear Calla's teasing words. She wanted Calla to be far, far away, wanted her to be safe. Something cracked beneath Lila's boot, a glass bead like the ones in the trunk Lila had brought ashore. The box of gold thread and ruby clasps, and a dozen other tiny, beautiful things she'd given Calla to pay for the coat, and the mask, and the kindness. The beads were scattered across the floor in a messy trail that vanished beneath the hem of a second curtain hung near the back of the stall. The light slid beneath, struck gem and rug and something solid. Delilah Bard never read many books. The few she did had pirates and thieves, and always ended with freedom and the promise of more stories. Characters sailed away. They lived on. Lila always imagined people that way, a series of intersections and adventures. It was easy when you moved through life, through worlds, the way she did. Easy when you didn't care. When people came onto the page and walked away again, back to their own stories, and you could imagine whatever you wanted for them. You cared enough to write it in your head. Baron had walked into her life and refused to walk back out. And then he'd gone and died. And she had to keep remembering that over and over instead of letting him live on in some version without her. She didn't want that for Kala. She didn't want to look behind the curtain. Didn't want to know the end of this story. But her hand reached out of his own treacherous accord and pulled the fabric away. She saw the body on the floor. Oh, thought Lila dully. There she is. Kala, who had drawn the eyes of Lila's name into E's and always sounded on the verge of laughing. Kala, who had simply smiled when Lila walked in one night and asked for a man's coat instead of a woman's dress. Kala, who thought Lila was in love with the black-eyed prince, even before Lila really had been. Kala, who wanted Kel to be happy just as a man, not as an Aven. Who wanted her, Lila, to be happy. The box of trinkets Lila had once brought home for the merchant now lay open on its side, spilling a hundred spots of light into the floor around the woman's head. Kala was lying on her side, her short, round body curled in on itself, one hand beneath her cheek, but the other hand was pressed over her ear as if trying to block something out. And for a moment, Lila hoped she was sleeping. Hoped she could kneel down and shake the woman gently, and she would get up. Of course, Kala wasn't a woman anymore. She wasn't even a body. Her eyes, what was left of those warm eyes, were open, the same ruined shade as the rest of her, the chalky gray of hearth ash after the fire's gone and cooled. Lila's throat closed. This is why I run. Because caring was a thing with claws. It sank them in and didn't let go. Caring hurt more than a knife to the leg, more than a few broken ribs, more than anything that bled or broke and healed again. Caring didn't break you clean. It was a bone that didn't set, a cut that wouldn't close. It was better not to care. Lila tried not to care, but sometimes people got in. Like a knife against armor, they found the cracks, slipped past the guard, and you didn't know how deep they were buried until they were gone and you were bleeding on the floor. And it wasn't fair. Lila asked to care about Kala. Lila hadn't asked to care about Kala. He hadn't wanted to let her in. So why did it still hurt this much? Lila felt the tears spilling down her cheeks. Kala. She didn't know why she said it that way. Soft, as if a soft voice could wake the dead. She didn't know why she said it at all. But she didn't have time to wonder. As Lila took a step forward, a gust of winter air cut through the tent. And Kala simply blew apart. Lila let out a strangled cry and lunged for the curtain, but it was too late. Kala was already gone. Nothing but a collapsing pile of ash and 100 bits of silver and gold. Something folded in Lila then. She sank to the ground, ignoring the bite of the glass beads where they cut into her knees. fingers digging into the threadbare rug. She didn't mean to summon fire. It wasn't until the smoke tickled her lungs that Lila realized the tent was catching. Half of her wanted to let it burn, but the rest couldn't bear the thought of Kala's store burning away like her life. Nothing left, never to be seen. Lila pressed her hands together, smothering the fire, and she wiped away her tears and got up. That's the end of part 2. Fuck. Holy shit. Not Kala. What the fuck? This book is killing me now. Kala was such a cool character. I liked her. Man. She's been there since the very first book. Damn. Okay, part 3 is only 2 pages, but oh my god, why? Why Kala? Why her? Kel stood before Holland's cell, waiting for the man to speak. He didn't even raise his gaze to meet Kel's own. The man's eyes were fixed on something in the distance, beyond the bars, beyond the walls, beyond the city. A cold anger burned in them, but it seemed directed inward as much as out, at himself and the monster who had poisoned his mind, stolen his body. Hydrate, I got you, Abby. Give me a moment. I just gotta grab a new bottle of water. Alright, I'm back. God, not gonna lie. That Kala scene right now almost made me fucking cry. Why did they do that? Why did you kill her off? Oh, man. Yep. You summoned me, said Cal at last. I assumed you had something to say. When Holland still didn't answer, he turned to go. 182. Cal glanced back. What? Holland's attention was still pointedly somewhere else. That is the number of people killed by Astrid and Athos Dane. And how many killed by you? 67, answered Holland without hesitation. 3 before I became a slave, 64 before I became a king, and none since. At last he looked at Kel. I value life. I've issued death. You were raised a prince, Kel. I watched my whole world wither. Day by day, season by season, year by year. And the only thing that kept me going was the hope that I was Antari for a reason. That I could do something to help. Thought the only thing that kept you going was the binding spell branded into your skin. Holland cocked his head. By the time you met me, the only thing that kept me going was the thought of killing Athos and Astrid Dane. And then you took that from me. Kel scowled. I won't apologize for depriving you of your revenge. Holland said nothing. Then, when I asked you what you would have had me do upon waking in Black London, you told me that I should have stayed there, that I should have died. Thought about it. I knew that Athos Dane was dead. I could feel that much. The chains rattled as he reached to tap the ruined branding on his chest. But I wasn't. I didn't know why, but I thought of who I'd been. Those years before they stripped me down to hate, of what I'd wanted for my world. That's what drove me home. Not fear of death. Death is gentle, death is kind. But the hope that I was still capable of something more, and the idea of being free. He blinked, as if he drifted. The words rang through Kelt's chest, echoing chords. What will happen to me now? There was no fear in his voice. There was nothing at all. I assume you will be tried. Holland was shaking his head. No. You are no place to make demands. Holland sat forward as far as the chains would let him. I don't want a trial, Kel, he said firmly. I want an execution. And that's the end of part 3. Very short, but wow. So Holland just wants to die, I guess. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on with this book now? All this death and shit. Help. Book's getting really crazy. Okay, part 4. The words landed, as Holland knew they would. Kel was staring at him, waiting for the twist, the turn. An execution, he said, shaking his head. Your penchant for self-destruction is impressive, but it's a matter of practicality, said Holland, letting his shoulders graze the wall. Not atonement. I don't follow. You never do, he thought bleakly. How is it done here? He asked, a false lightness in his voice, as if they were talking of a meal or a dance and not an execution. By blade or by fire? Kel stared at him blankly, as if he'd never seen one. He'd never even seen one. I imagine, said the other Antari slowly, that it would be done by the blade. So Holland was right then. How was it done in your city? Holland had witnessed his first execution on his brother's shoulders, had followed Alox to the square for years, had remembered the arms forced wide, deep cuts and broken bones and fresh blood caught in basins. Executions in my London were slow and brutal and very public. Distaste washed across Kelt's face. We don't glorify death with displays. The chains rattled as Holland set forward. This one needs to be public. Something out in the open where he can see. What are you getting at? Osara needs a body. He cannot take this world without one. Is that so? Challenged Kel. Because he's doing an impressive job of it so far. It's clumsy. Broad strokes, said Holland dismissively. This isn't what he wants. You would know. Holland ignored the jab. There's no glory in a crown he cannot wear, even if he's not realized it yet. Osaran is a creature of potential. He will never be satisfied with what he has, not for long. And for all his power, all his conjuring, he cannot craft flesh and blood. Not that it will stop him from trying and poisoning every soul in London in search of a pawn or vessel, but none will do. Because he needs an Antari. And he has only 3 options. Kel stiffened. You knew about Lila? Of course, said Holland evenly. I'm not a fool. Fool enough to play into Sauron's hands, said Kel through clenched teeth. Fool enough to call for your own execution. To what end? Reduce his options from 3 to 2, and he's still... I plan to give him what he wants, said Holland grimly. I plan to kneel and beg and invite him in. I plan to grant him his vessel. Kel stared in bald disgust. And then I plan to let you kill me. Kel's disgust turned to shock, then confusion. Holland smiled, a cold, rueful twitch of the lips. You should learn to guard your feelings. Kel swallowed, made a thin attempt to mask his features. As much as I'd like to kill you, Holland, doing so won't kill him. Or have you forgotten that magic does not die? Perhaps not, but it can be contained. With what? Ask Tosar. Kel flinched reflexively at the sound of a blood command, then paled as the realization dawned. No. So you do know the spell. It could turn you to stone. It would be a kinder end. I'm not looking for kindness, Kel. Holland tilted his chin up, attention settling on the cell's high ceiling. I'm looking to finish what I started. The Antari ran a hand through his copper hair. If Sauron doesn't take the bait, if he doesn't come, then you'll die. Death comes for us all. I would simply have mine mean something. The second time someone tried to kill Holland, he was 18, walking home with a loaf of coarse bread in one hand and a bottle of kash in the other. The sun was going down, the city taking on another shape. It was a risk to walk with both hands full, but Holland had grown into his frame, long limbs corded with muscle, shoulders broad and straight. He no longer wore his black hair down over his eye, he no longer tried to hide. Halfway home, he realized he was being followed. He didn't stop, didn't turn around, didn't even quicken his pace. Holland didn't go looking for fights, but they still came to him, trailed him through the streets like strays, like shadows. He kept walking, now letting the soft clink of the bottle and the steady tread of his boot form a backdrop for the sounds of the alley around him. The shuffle of steps, the soft exhale before a weapon's release, a blade whistling out of the dark. Holland dropped the bread and turned, and one hand raised. The knife stopped an inch from his throat and hung there in the air, waiting to be plugged. Instead, he twirled his hand and the blade spun on its edge, reversing course. With a flick of his finger, he flung the metal back into the dark, where it found flesh, and someone screamed. 3 more men came out of the shadows, not by choice. Holland was dragging them forward, their faces contorted as they fought their own bones, his will on their bodies stronger than their own. He could feel their hearts racing, blood pounding through their veins. One of the men tried to speak, but Holland willed his mouth shut. He didn't care what they had to say. All 3 were young, though a little older than Holland himself, with tattoos already staining their wrists and lips and temples. Blood and word, the sources of power. He had half a mind to walk away and leave them pinned in the street. But this was the 3rd attack in less than a month, and he was getting tired. He loosened a single pair of jaws. Who sent you? Ros Vortalis, stammered the youth through still clenched teeth. It wasn't the first time he heard that name. It wasn't even the first time he'd heard the name from one of the would-be killers following him home. Vortalis was a thug from the Shawl, a nobody trying to carve a piece of power from a place with too little to spare. A man trying to get Holland's attention in all the wrong ways. Why? He demanded. He told us to bring him your head. Holland sighed. The bread was still on the ground. The wine was beginning to frost. Tell this Vortalis that if he wants my head, he'll have to come for it himself. With that, he flicked his fingers and the men went flying backward, just like the knife, slamming into the alley walls with a solid thud. They fell and didn't get back up. And Holland took up the bread, stepped over their bodies, chests still rising, and continued home. When he got there, he pressed his palms to the door, felt the lock slide free within the wood, and eased it open. There was a slip of paper on the floor, and he was halfway to it when he heard the padding rush of steps, and looked up in time to catch the girl. She threw her arms around his neck, and when he spun with the weight of her, the skirts of her dress fanned like petals, the edges stained from dancing. "Hello, Hall," she said sweetly. "Hello, Tal," he answered. It had been 9 years since Alox attacked him. 9 years trying to survive in a city out for blood, withering every storm, every fight, every sign of trouble, all the while waiting for something better. And then something better came, and her name was Talia. Talia, a spot of color in a world of white. Talia, who had carried the sun with her wherever she went. Talia, so fair that when she smiled, the day grew brighter. Holland saw her in the market one night, and next he saw her in the square. And after that, he saw her everywhere he looked. She had scars in the corners of her eyes that winked silver in the light, and a laugh that took his breath away. Who would laugh like that in a world like this? She reminded him of Alox, not the way he'd disappear for hours or days, come home with blood caking his clothes, but the way her presence could make him forget about the darkness, the cold, the dying world outside the door. "What's wrong?" he asked as he set her down. Nothing. He kissed her temple. Nothing at all. And perhaps that wasn't strictly true, but there was a startling truth beneath the lie. For the first time in his life, Holland was something like happy. He stoked the fire with a glance, and Talia pulled him into the cot they shared, and then, tearing off pieces of bread and sipping cold wine, she told him the stories of the someday king, just the way Aloxot had. The first time, Holland had flinched at the words, but didn't stop her because he liked the way she told them. So full of energy and light. The stories were her favorite. So he let her talk. By the third or fourth telling, he'd forgotten why the story sounded so familiar. By the 10th, he'd forgotten that he'd first heard them from someone else. By the 100th time, he'd forgotten about that other life. That night, they lay wrapped in blankets and she ran her fingers through his hair, and he felt himself drifting from the rhythm of the touch and the heat of the fire. That was when she tried to cut his heart out. She was fast, but he was faster. The knife's tip sinking only an inch before Holland came to his senses and forced her bodily away. He was up on his feet, clutching his chest as blood leaked between his fingers. Talia just stood there in the middle of her tiny room. Their home, the blade hanging from her fingers. "Why?" he asked, stunned. "I'm sorry, Hall. They came to me in the market, said they'd pay me in silver." He wanted to ask when, ask who, but he never got the chance. She lunged at him, tightly, swiftly, all her dancer's grace, and the knife whistled sweetly toward him. It happened so fast, Without thinking, Holland's fingers twitched and her knife twisted in her grip, freezing in the air even as the rest of her kept moving forward. The blade sank smoothly between her own ribs. Talia looked at him with such a surprise and indignation, as if she thought he'd let her kill him, as if she thought he'd simply surrender. "Sorry, Tao," he said as she tried to breathe, to speak and couldn't. She tried to take a step back, and Holland caught her as she fell, all that dancer's grace gone out of her limbs at the end. Holland stayed there till she died, then laid her careful on the floor, got to his feet, and left. Part 4 over. What is with all this death right now? Hello? What the fuck? Everything is just dying. I don't like that. Alright, I gotta be right back real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. All right, I'm back. But we're like a bit of a bit more than a third through the book, I think. We're at page 230 now, out of 600. 660. We're getting there. He wants what? He wants what? Oh god, said the king, looking up from the map. An execution, repeated Kel, still reeling. As Tosar, those had been Holland's words. It must be a trick, said Isra. I don't think so, started Kel, but the guard wasn't listening. Your Majesty, she said, turning to Maxime, surely he wants to draw Sauron in so he can escape. As Tosar, to confine. Kel had used the blood spell only once in his life, on a bird, a small sunflit he'd caught in the sanctuary gardens. The sunflit had gone perfectly still in his hands, but it hadn't died. He could feel its heart beating frantically beneath its feathered breast while it lay motionless, as if paralyzed, trapped inside its own body. When Kieran had found out, the Avanescent was furious. Bloodspell or not, Kel had broken the cardinal rule of power. He had used magic to harm a living creature, to alter its life. Kel had apologized profusely and said the words to dispel what he'd done, to heal the damage, but to his shock and horror, the commands had no effect. Nothing he said seemed to work. The bird didn't revive. It just lay there, still as death in his hands. I don't understand. Tieran shook his head. Things are not so simple when it comes to life and death, he'd said. With minds and bodies, what is done cannot always be undone. And then he'd taken up the sunflit and brought it to his chest and broken its neck. The priest had set the lifeless bird back in Kel's hands. That, said Tieran grimly, was a kinder end. He had never tried that spell again, because he'd never learned the words to undo it. Kel! The king's voice jarred him out of this memory. Kel swallowed. Holland did what he did to save his world. I believe that. Now he wants it to be over. You're asking us to trust him? No, said Kel, holding the king's gaze. I'm asking you to trust me. Tieran appeared in the doorway. Ink stained his fingers and fatigue hollowed out his cheeks. You called for me, Maxime? The king exhaled heavily. How long until your spell is ready? The Avanescent shook his head. It is not a simple matter, putting an entire city to sleep. The spell must be broken down into 7 or 8 smaller ones, and then positioned around the city to form a chain. How long? Tieran made an exasperated sound. Days, your majesty. The king's gaze returned to Kel. Can you end it? Kel didn't know if Maxime was asking if he had the will or the strength to kill another Antari. I'm not looking for kindness, Kel. I'm looking for what I started. Yes, he answered. The king nodded and swept his hand over the map. The palace wards do not extend to the balconies, do they? No, said Tieran. It is all we can do to keep them up around the walls, windows and doors. Very well, said the king, letting his knuckles fall to the table's edge. The north courtyard, then. We'll raise a platform overlooking the Isle and hold the ritual at dawn, and whether or not Sauron comes. His dark eyes landed on Kel. Holland dies by your hand. The words followed Kel into the hall. Holland dies by your hand. He sank back against the map room doors, exhaustion winding around his limbs. It's rather hard to kill an Antari. By the blade. A kinder end. As Tosal. He pushed off the wood and started for the bears. Kel? The queen was standing at the end of the hall, looking out a pair of balcony doors at the shadow of her city. Her eyes met his in the reflection of the glass. There was a sadness in them, and he found himself taking a step toward her before he stopped. He didn't have the strength. "Your Majesty," he said, bowing before he turned and walked away. That was the end of part 5. How many more parts does this have? This also goes up to part 9. On to part 6. They're all pretty short now, though. All day, Rai had searched the city for survivors. In ones and sometimes twos, he found them shaken, fragile, but alive. Most were startlingly young. Only a few were very old. And just like the magic in their veins, there was no common factor, no bond of blood or gender or means. He found a noble girl from House Loreni, still dressed for a tournament ball, an older man in threadbare clothes tucked in an alleyway, a mother in red mourning silks, a royal guard whose mark had failed or simply faded, all now left with the silver veins of a survivor. Rai stayed with them only long enough to show they weren't alone, long enough to lead them to the palace steps for shelter. And then he was off again, back into the city in search for more. Before dusk, he returned to the spire. He'd known it was too late, but he had to see. Then all that was left of Anissa, a small pile of ashes smoldering on the floor of Alucard's cabin, beyond a cage of warped planks. A few drops of silver from her house emery ring. Rai was crossing the deck in numbed silence when he caught the glint of metal and saw a woman sitting on the deck with her back to a crate and a blade in her hand. His boots hit the wooden dock with a thud. The woman didn't move. She was dressed like a man, like a sailor. A black and red captain sash across her front. At first glance, he could tell she was from the borderlands, the coast where Arnez looked into Vesk. She had the build of a northerner and the coloring of a local, her rich brown hair worn in 2 massive braids that coiled like a mane around her face. Her eyes were open, unblinking, but they looked ahead with an intensity that said she was still there, and thin lines of silver shone against her sea-tanned face. The knife in her hand was slick with blood. It didn't appear to be hers. A dozen warnings echoed in Rai's head, all of them in Kel's voice, as he knelt beside her. "What's her name? What's your name?" he asked in Arnesian. "Nothing. Captain?" After several long seconds, the woman blinked, a slow, final gesture. "Jasta," he said, her voice hoarse, and then, as if the name had sparked something in her, she added, "He tried to drown me, my first mate Rhaegar, tried to drag me into that whispering river." She didn't take her eyes off the ship, "so I killed him." "Are there any others on board?" he asked. "Half of them are missing," she said. "The others—" She trailed off, dark eyes dancing over the vessel. Rai touched her shoulder. "Can you stand?" Jasta's face drifted towards his. She frowned. "Has anyone told you that you look like the prince?" Her eyes smiled. "Once or twice." He held out his hand and helped her to her feet. And now we're already on to part 7. The sun had gone down and Alucard Emery was trying to get drunk. So far it wasn't working, but he was determined to see it through. He'd even made a little game. Every time his mind drifted to Anissa, her bare feet, her fevered skin, her small arms around his neck, he took a drink. Every time he thought of Barras, his brother's cutting tone, the hateful smile, the hands around his throat, he took a drink. Every time his nightmares rose like bile, or his own screams echoed in his head, or he had to remember his sister's empty eyes, her burning heart, he took a drink. Every time he thought of Rye's fingers laced around his, the prince's voice telling him to hold on, hold on, hold on to me. He took a very, very long drink. Across the room, Lila seemed to be playing her own game. His quiet thief was on her third glass. It took a great deal to shake Delilah Bard, that much he knew, but still, something had shaken her. He might never be able to read the secrets in her face, but he could tell she was keeping them. What had she seen beyond the palace walls? What demons had she faced? Were they strangers or friends? Every time he asked a question, Delilah Bard would never answer. He took a drink, until the pain and grief finally began to blur into something steady. The room rocked around him, and Alucard Emery, the last surviving Emery, slumped back in the chair, fingering the inlaid wood, fine gold trim. How strange it was to be here in Rye's room. It had been strange enough when Rye was stretched out on his bed, but then the details, the room, everything but Rye himself had gone out of focus. Now, Alucard took in the glittering curtains, the elegant floor, the vast bed, now made. All signs of struggle smoothed away. Rye's ember gaze kept swinging toward him like a pendulum on a heavy rope. Took another drink, and then another, and another, in preparation for the ache of want. Wolf Dad too. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god. Wait. Oh god. Wait. How's everyone doing? Maxwell, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, so many people. Hello everybody. Wolf Dad, thank you for the follow. How was your stream? What were you doing? My message wasn't posted. Why does it tags you as a likely harasser? For some reason, Automot doesn't like you. I'm sorry, Maxwell. I don't know what's going on. Why is it doing that? Just reading The Lost World? I never heard of that, actually. Sounds pretty interesting. Story time on every other Sunday. It could be. I might have to turn off Automod. I'm so sorry. Oh, Arthur. Ooh. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, we're doing like... Yeah, oh. We're through all of them too. Let's go. Yeah, we're on the third book of the Shapes of Magic trilogy called The Conjuring of Light. We're about like a third into it now. It's a lot of fun. It gets like pretty dark right now. So much death, so much destruction. But it's a lot of fun. We're doing these kinds of streams usually every Sunday. Most of the time, I am a variety streamer playing all kinds of different games, video games. Like I'm doing Yakuza, Genshin, all kinds of stuff. But I try to like make Sundays a bit more of a chill. Sometimes reading, sometimes gaming, sometimes just chatting streams, just hanging out. Some days are relaxing days. Yeah. Okay, let me check with Automod here real quick, because I am so sorry, Maxwell, that it flags you for no reason. I am very sorry. Oh, Naya, how's it going? Hello. Let me check on how you been. I've been good. I just gotta check on some stuff here real quick because Automod hates people. So how if I lied? Didn't do anything to cause it. as a likely harasser by Automat. It's so weird. I am so sorry for that, Maxwell, because I know you don't. Need to check something. All right, you go check. I'm checking on my end here as well. I haven't. Yeah, because my Automat is just catching the messages, so they're not even getting sent. And I'm not gonna time you out because I know Automat is wrong here right now. I am very sorry about that. I'd have to turn off Automat. How you been, Naya? Hope you had a good day. Try now. Yeah, I also open up my yeah, I also open up my no, I did not mean to. No, okay. There we go. Yeah, try now, Maxwell. See if Automat still hates you or not. I hope not. How to fix it? Just ban me and then unban you? Hey, there we go. Let's go. It worked. Shadow, the super mod. He figured it out. Your messages are coming through now. Doesn't hate you anymore. Let's go. Mod me and then forget you modded me. Yeah, I gotta check in with Automat and give him a few words later, you know. This can't be happening. It's been tagging like the cheap viewer by here bots as likely harasser as well, but obviously it shouldn't just flag random people coming in from a raid like that. Also, before I forget, again, everybody, thank you for the follows. Thank you so much for the follows. Through all this turmoil here right now, I should probably also, oh my god, be a little shout out here real quick. I'm so sorry, I'm scrabbling about.
As soon as you walk away, I'm gonna be so depressed I just pop what goes.
Oh, I forgot what the name of this game was, but
I'm just gonna fucking die.
nice.
No more living for me. I don't want to be alive. My whole town and home is gone and dead, and you did it. It's your fault. I know I invited you in, but you should have realized you're so big, you're gonna ruin things. You should have told me. I didn't think about it. I'm kind of dumb sometimes, but you're not as dumb as me.
That was ages ago.
Thank you for the head pass, Velvet.
Yeah, it just takes a random clip from your streams, so it can be from whenever. But again, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you you had a fun time and a cozy time with your reading as well. That's great. Let's go. Yeah, we're seeing some crazy shit happening right now. A lot of people, one of my favorite characters, like side characters from even from the first book, just died in this book, and it's been going somewhere for sure. A lot of just darkness and death. It would have been a little accurate because it's all these nuts jokes. But that's been a while, Maxwell, so I'm sure that's no longer the case. But yeah, no, we started with like reading in general because I don't know, a bunch of people used to tell me that they really like my voice when we were playing like some more like story games or something, or games where I had to like read out notes and I would read them out. They really said like, oh, they want me to read them a story. So about like a few months ago on my birthday stream, we had an incentive that I will do a reading stream if we meet that incentive, which was fairly quickly met because people just wanted it, I guess. And we started just reading out a book that I got, and it was a lot of fun. And since then, we have now decided to make this a bit more of a regular thing on Sundays. After this book, though, I'm kind of running out of books because I'm in Germany. I'm German, and I have a lot more other books, but most of them are German. So I have to get my hands on a few more English books to actually do more of these streams. You can find reruns online. I always like having a physical copy in my hand. I wanted to go into town soon anyway. And when I'm in town, I wanted to just look for some new shoes because mine are going to be worn out soon. And I see so folks can see them. Yeah, I mean that's nice as well. I don't know. I just like having like something physical in my hands for it. Like I wanted to go into town soon anyway, and I can like maybe check the bookstores, maybe grab another book or two, and see what I can do. Can you start doing the occasional stream of teaching German? Usually on days where I don't read, on like gaming days when I just stream like gaming or something, I have a redeem where you can put like any sentence or something you want me to translate into German. But during the reading streams, I take that off because it can be a bit too distracting. Because I want the focus to be more on the book and the stories than just random stuff. But we could maybe do like a stream where we go through some like German phrases or something at some point. That'd be cool for sure. You remembered something? What is it, Shadow? Spooktober is upon us. No, I still haven't finished Evil Within 1. I still have to finish Evil Within 1 in German. I don't, maybe Evil Within 2 could even be in English. I don't know. I haven't really played ever since I stopped streaming it. I haven't tried Evil Within 2 yet. But yeah, it's so good. I really need to. Yeah, I wanted to finish it in my off time, but I never really got to it. I really have to, because I also have to give it back to you at some point. Gotta lurk for now. All right, Wolf. That. I appreciate the raid. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, we should continue here. Where are we now? Okay. Rye's amber gaze kept swinging toward him like a pendulum on a heavy rope, and he took another drink, and then another, and another, in preparation for the ache of want and loss and memory washing over him, a small boat pitching miserably against the waves. Hold on to me. That's what Rye had said when Alucard was burning from the inside out, when Rye was lying there beside him in the ship's cabin, hoping desperately that his hands could keep Alucard there, and whole and safe, keep him from vanishing again, this time forever. Now that Alucard was alive and more or less upright, Rye couldn't bring himself to look at his lover, couldn't bear to look away, so he ended up doing both and neither. It had been so long since Rye had been able to study his face. 3 summers, 3 winters, 3 years, and the prince's heart still cracked along the lines Alucard had made. They were in a conservatory, Rye and Alucard and Lila. The captain sat slumped in tall back chair, a silver scars and sapphire stud both winking in the light. A glass hung from one hand, and a fluffy white cat named Isa curled beneath a seat. and his eyes were open but far away. Over at the sideboard, Lila was pouring herself another drink. Was this a fourth? Rye felt he wasn't the one to judge. However, she was pouring a little too liberally and spilled the last of Rye's summer wine onto his inlaid floor. There was a time when he would have cared about the stain, but it was gone, that life. It had fallen between the boards like a bit of jewelry, and now lay somewhere out of reach, vaguely remembered but easily forgotten. Steady, Bard. It was the thing Alucard had said. It was the first thing Alucard had said in an hour. Not that Rye had been waiting. The captain was pale, his teeth ashen. And the prince of himself was pacing, his armor cast off like a broken shell onto a corner chair. You're fine, Abby. By the end of the first day, they'd found 24 silvers. Most were being kept in the Rose Hall, treated by the priests. There were more. He knew there were more. There had to be. Rye wanted to keep looking, to carry the search into the night, but Maxime had refused. And worse, the remaining royal guards had put him under an unyielding watch. And what troubled Rye as much as his own confinement, and that, when it was sold, still trapped in the city, was the sight of the rot spreading through London. A blackness like ice on top of the street stones and splashed across the walls. A film that wasn't a film at all, but a change. Rock and dirt and water all being swallowed up, replaced by something that wasn't an element at all. A glossy, dark nothing, a presence and an absence. He's told Tieran pointed out a lone spot at the courtyard's edge, just outside their wards, where the void was spreading like frost. The old man's face had gone pale. Magic and nature exists in balance, he'd said, brushing fingers through the air above the pool of black. This is what happens when that balance fails. When magic overwhelms nature. The world was decaying, he'd explained. Only instead of going soft like felled branches on a forest floor, it was going hard, calcifying into something like stone that wasn't stone at all. Would you stand still? Snapped Lila now, watching Rye pace. You're making me dizzy. I suspect, said a voice from the door. That's the wine. Rye turned, relieved to see his brother. Cal, he said, trying to summon something like humor as he tipped his glass at the 4 guards framing the door. Is this what you feel like all the time? Pretty much, said Cal, lifting the drink from Lila's hand and taking a long sip. Amazingly, she let him. How maddening, said Rye with a groan. And then, to the men, could you at least sit down? Or are you trying to look like coats of armor on my walls? They didn't answer. Cal returned the drink to Lila's hands and then frowned as he noticed Alucard. His brother pointedly ignored the captain's presence and poured himself a very large glass. What are we drinking to? The living, said Rye. The dead, said Alucard and Lila at the same time. We're being thorough, added Rye. His attention swung back to Alucard, who was looking out at the night. Rye realized he wasn't the only one watching the captain. Lila had followed Alucard's gaze to the glass. When you look at the fallen, she said, what do you see? Alucard squinted dully, the way he always had when he was trying to picture something. Knots, he simply said. Care to expand? Said Cal, who knew of the captain's gift and cared for it about as much as he cared for the rest of him. You wouldn't understand, murmured Alucard. Maybe if you chose the right words. I couldn't make them short enough. Oh, for Christ's sake, snapped Lila. If you two could stop bickering for a moment. Alucard leaned forward in his chair and set the once more empty glass on the floor beside his boot, where his cat sniffed it. This Osaron, he said, is siphoning energy from everyone he touches. His magic, it feeds on ours by infecting it. It gets in among the strings of our power, our life, and gets tangled up in our threads until everything is in knots. You're right, said Kel for a moment. I have no idea what you're talking about. It must be maddening, said Alucard, to know I have a power you don't. Kel's teeth clicked together, but when he spoke, he kept his voice civil, smooth. Believe it or not, I relish our smallest differences. Besides, I may not be able to see the world the way you do, but I can still recognize an asshole. Lila snorted. Rye made an exasperated sound. Enough, he said, and then to Kel, what did our prisoner have to say? At the mention of Holland, Alucard's head snapped. Lila sat forward, a glint in her eyes. Kel downed his drink, wincing, and said, he is to be executed in the morning, a public display. For a long moment, no one spoke, and then Lila raised her glass. Well, she said cheerfully, I'll toast to that. That's the end of part 7 of this chapter. I just get the drink real quick for the hydrate. Thank you, Abby. Of course, Lila would be happy about Holland dying. Yeah, thank you, Abby. There. Now on to part 8. I think this chapter had 9 parts, so we are close to the chapter end. Sorry. Amira Maresh drifted through the palace like a ghost. She heard what people said about her. They called her distant, distracted. But in truth, she was simply listening. Not only to them, but to everyone and everything beneath the gilded spires of the roof. Few people noticed the pictures by every bed, the basins on every table. A bowl of water was a simple thing, but with the right spell, it could carry sound. With the right spell, Amira could make the palace speak. Her fear of breaking things had taught her well to watch her step, to listen close. The world was a fragile place, full of cracks that didn't always show. One misstep, and they might fissure, break. One wrong move, and the whole of it could come crashing down. A tower of sank cards burned to cinders. It was Amira's job to make sure that her world stayed strong, to shore the fractures, to listen for fresh cracks. It was her duty to keep her family safe, her palace whole, her kingdom well. It was her calling, and if she was careful enough, sharp enough, then nothing bad would happen. That is what Amira told herself. Only she had been wrong. She'd done everything she could, and Rye had nearly died. A shadow had fallen on London. Her husband was hiding something. Kel would not look at her. He hadn't been able to stop the cracks, but now she turned her focus on the rest of the palace. As she walked the halls, she could hear the priests in the sparring room. The crinkle of scrolls, the drag of ink, the soft murmur as they prepared their spell. She could hear the heavy tread of guards in armor moving through the lower floor levels, the deep, guttural voices of Veskins, and the sibilant melody of the foreign tongue in the eastern hall. The murmur of the nobles in the gallery as they sat up still, whispering over tea, talking about the city, the curse, the king. What was he doing? What could he do? Maxime Maresh, gone soft with age and peace. Maxime Maresh, a man against a monster, against a god. From the Rose Hall, Emira heard the toss and turn of the fevered bodies still trapped in burning dreams. And when she turned her ear to the palace's east wing, she could hear her son's similarly fitful step leap, echoed in turn by Kelt's own restless turnings. And through it all, the steady whisper against the windows, against the walls, words muffled by the wards, breaking down into the rise and fall and hush of the wind, a voice trying to get in. Emira heard so many things, but she also heard the absences where sound should be and wasn't. She heard the muffled hush of those trying too hard to be quiet. In a corner of the ballroom, a pair of guards summoning their courage. In an alcove, a noble and a magician tangled up like string. And in a map room, the sound of a single man standing alone before the table. She went toward him, but drawing closer she realized it wasn't her husband. The man in the map room stood with his back to the door, head bent over the city of London. Emira watched as he reached out a single, dark finger and brought it to rest on the quartz figure of a royal guard before the palace. The figure fell onto its side with the tiny clatter of stone on stone. Emira winced, but the statue did not break. "Lord Solena," she said evenly. The Pharaoh turned, the white gold gems embedded in his profile catching the light. He showed neither surprise at her presence nor guilt at his own. "Your Majesty." "Why are you all here alone?" "I was looking for the king," answered Solinar in a smooth, susurrant way. Emira shook her head, eyes darting around the room. It felt askew without Maxime. She scanned the table as if something might be missing, but Solinar had already righted the fallen piece and taken up another from the table's edge. The chalice and sun, the marker of the House Maresh, the sigil of Arness. "I hope it's not out of line," he said, "to say I believe we are alike." "You and my husband?" A single shake of the head. "You and I." Emira's face warmed, even as the temperature in the room fell. "How so?" "We both know much and say little. We both stand at the side of kings. We are the truth whispered in their ears, the reason." She said nothing, only inclined her head. "The darkness is spreading," he added softly through the words, though the words were full of edges. "It must be contained." "It will be," answered the queen. Solinar nodded once. "Tell the king," he said, "that we can help, if he will let us." The Pharaoh started toward the door. "Lord Solinar," she called after him. "Our standard." He looked down at the carved figure in his hand as if he'd forgotten about it entirely. "Apologies," he said, setting the piece back on the board. Emira finally found her husband in their chamber, though not in their bed. He'd fallen asleep at her writing desk, slumped forward on the carved wooden table, his head on folded arms, atop a ledger, the scent of ink still fresh. Only the first line was legible beneath his wrinkled sleeve. "To my son, the crown prince of Arness, when it is time." Emira drew in a sharp breath at the words, then steadied herself. She did not wake Maxime, did not pull the book from its place beneath his head. She padded silently to the sofa, took up a throw, and settled the blanket over his shoulders. He stirred briefly, arms shifting beneath his head. The small change revealing not only the next line, "Know that a father lives for his son, but a king lives for his people," but the bandage wrapped around his wrist. Emira stilled at the sight of it, lines of blood seeping through the crisp whitened linen. What had Maxime done? What has he yet planning to do? She could hear the workings of the palace, but her husband's mind was solid, impenetrable. No matter how hard she listened, all she heard was his heart. Mm-mm-mm. And that was the end of part 8. So now we're at part 9. And it's only 2 pages. As night fell, the shadows bloomed. They ran together with the river and the mist and the moonless sky until they were everywhere. Osaron was everywhere, in every heartbeat, in every breath. Some had escaped for now. Others had been reduced already to dust. It was a necessary thing, like the raising of a forest, the clearing of ground so that new things, better things, could grow. A process as natural as the passing of the seasons. Osaron was the fall and the winter and the spring. And all across the city he heard the voices of his loyal servants. How can I serve you? How can I worship? Show me the way. Tell me what to do. He was in their minds, he was in their bodies. He whispered in their heads and coursed through their blood. He was in every one of them, and bound to none. Everywhere and nowhere. It was enough, and it was not enough. He wanted more. Oh, okay, that was already it. Well, that's the end of chapter 5. I think we can do one more chapter and then we can end for today. But as we already do, after every chapter, we take a little break. You guys can like grab some snacks, use a little toilet break, all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna stretch a bit, rest my eyes, get some fresh air, and we'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'll see you in a second. All right, I'm back. Oh, it took a bit longer than expected. I'm back. Thank you, Abby. I'm good, yeah. Oh. Okay. Like I said, we can probably do chapter 6 and then see how long it is. I think I saw the end of a chapter here. No, not yet. 9. Okay, it's about... Oh, it's about 50 pages. We got this. Yeah, we can do 50 more pages and then... We're at like halfway. We're at like page 300 out of 666. I think that's a good way to stop. For today. All right. Next chapter, chapter 6, is called Execution. But we're starting in Grey London. Okay. Ned Tuttle woke to a very bad feeling. He'd recently moved out of his family's house in the Mayfair and into the room above the tavern. His tavern. That magical place once called the Stone's Throw and rechristened to 5 Points. Ned sat up, listening intently to the silence. He could have sworn someone was speaking, but he couldn't hear the voice anymore, and as the moments ticked past, couldn't be sure if it had ever been real, or simply the dregs of sleep clinging to him, the urge to listen to an echo of some peculiar dream. Ned had always had vivid dreams. So vivid, he couldn't always tell when something had truly happened or when he'd simply dreamed it. Ned's dreams had always been strange. Oh my god, hey Slothy! We're just starting with chapter 6, which is probably going to be the last chapter for today. You missed 2 chapters. You're fine though. A lot of death. A lot of death happened. All right. Where was I? Ned's dreams had always been strange, and sometimes they were wonderful. But lately, they'd grown. Disturbing. Skewing darker, more menacing. Growing up, his parents had written off his dreams as simply an effect of his reading too many novels. Disappearing for hours, sometimes days, into fictional and fantastical worlds. In his youth, he'd seen the dreams as a sign of his sensitivity to the other, the aspect of the world most people couldn't see, the one even Ned couldn't see, but that he believed in. Fervently, determinedly, doggedly, right up into the day he met Kel and learned for certain that the other was real. Ooh, let's go away. But tonight, Ned had been dreaming of a forest made of stone. Kel was in the dream too. Had been at one point, but wasn't anymore. And now Ned was lost. And every time he called out for help, the whole forest echoed like an empty church. But the voices that came back weren't his. Some of them were high and others low, some young and sweet and others old. And there at the center, a voice he couldn't quite make out, one that bent around his ears the way light sometimes bent around a corner. Now, sitting up in the stiff little bed, he had the strangest urge to call out, the way he had in the forest. But some small, well, not as small as he'd like, part of him feared that just like in the forest, someone else would call back. Perhaps the sound had come from the tavern downstairs. He swung his long legs over the side of the bed, slid his feet into his slippers, and stood, the old wooden floor groaning beneath his toes. He moved in silence, only that creak, creak, creak following him across the room. And then an oomph as he ran into the dresser, the eek of the metal lantern rocking, almost tipping, then humping back into place, following by the shh of tapers rolling off the table. "Bugger," muttered Ned. It would have been dreadfully handy, he thought, if he could simply snap his fingers and summon a bit of fire. But in 4 straight months of trying, he'd barely managed to shift the pieces in Kel's kit of elements. So he fumbled on his rope in the dark and stepped out into the stairs and shivered. Something was most certainly strange. Ordinarily, Ned loved strange things, lived in the hope of spying them. But it was this type of strange, bordering on wrong. The air smelled of roses and wood smoke and dying leaves. And when he moved, it felt like he was wading through a warm spot in a cold pool, or a cold spot in a warm one. Like a draft in a room when all the doors were shut, the windows latched. He knew this feeling, had sensed it once before in the street outside the 5 Points, back when it was the stone's throw, and he was still waiting for Kel to return with his promised dirt. Ned had seen a cart crash, heard the driver rant about a man he'd crushed. Only there was no body left behind, no man, only smoke, but ash, and a faint frisson of magic. Bad magic. Black magic. Ned returned to his room and fetched his ceremonial dagger. He bought it from a patron the week before, the handle etched with runes around the pentagram of inlaid onyx. My name is Edward Archibald Tuttle, he thought, gripping the dagger, and I am the third of that name, and I am not afraid. The creak, creak, creak followed him down the warping stairs, and when he reached the bottom, standing in the darkened tavern, with only the thud-thud of his heart, Ned realized where that feeling of strangeness was coming from. The 5 Points was too quiet. A heavy, muffled, unnatural quiet, as if the room were filled with wool instead of air. The last embers in the hearth smoldered behind their gate. The wind blew through the boards, but none of it made any sound. Ned went to the front door and threw back the bolt. Outside, the street was empty. It was the darkest hour, that time before the first streaks of dawn. But London was never truly still, not this close to the river. And so he was instantly greeted by the clop-clop of carriages, the distant trills of laughter and song. Somewhere near the Thames, the scrape of a fiddle, and much closer, the sound of a stray cat, yowling for milk or company or whatever the stray cats wanted. A dozen sounds that made up the fabric of the city. And when Ned closed the door again, the noises followed him, sneaking in through the crack beneath the door, around the sill. The pressure ebbed, the air in the tavern thinning, the spell broken. Ned yawned, the sense of strangeness already slipping away as he climbed up the stairs. Back in his room, he cracked the window despite the cold, and let the sounds of London drift in. But as he crawled back into bed and pulled the covers up, and the world settled into silence, the whispers came again. And as he sank back into that place between waking and sleep, those elusive words finally took shape. "Let me in," they said. "Let me in." That was part 1. Oh, I mean, I guess Ned still has part of Sauron inside of him from the Black Stone from before. Shit. This was our first excursion into Grey London in a good while, and it was only this one part. Now we're back in Red London, where shit hits the fan. As a reminder, Slothy, this chapter is now called Execution, because Holland wants to be executed. Or it's more part of his plan. He wants to be executed, so Sauron will take over his body again, and then Kel using a spell that can contain somebody inside of its body. And with that way, defeating Sauron by not being able to escape anymore. Being trapped. In a state of, like, perpetual living but not moving. All right, part 2. I should see if I'm okay, all good, Slothy. I know you've had a long day again. Again, you can listen to it all later when you're feeling when you're a bit more awake. Part 2. I need this. Voices rang out of Holland's cell just after midnight. "You're early," said the guard nearest the bars. "Where's your second?" asked the one on the wall. "The king needs men to on the steps," answered the interloper, with what the scarred fellows coming in. His voice was muffled by his helm. "We've got orders." "So do I," said the new guard, "and we're running thin." A pause, and in that pause, Holland felt a strange thing happen. It was like someone took the energy in the air, and pulled on it, shallowly. A tug of will, a shifting of scales, a subtle exertion of control. "Besides," the new guard was saying absently, "what would you rather be doing? Staring at this piece of filth? Or saving your friends?" The balance tipped. The men roused from their places. Holland wondered if the new guard knew what he'd done. It was the king of it was kind of magic forbidden in this world, and worshipped on his own. The new guard watched the others climb the stairs and swayed ever so slightly on his feet. When they were gone, he leaned back against the wall, facing Holland's cell. The metal of his armor scraping stone, and drew a knife. He toyed with it absently, fingertips on the tip, tossing and catching and tossing it again. Holland felt himself being studied, and so he studied in return. Studied the way the new guard tipped his head, the speed of his fingers on the knife, the scent of another London waiting on his blood. Her blood. He should have recognized that voice, even through the stolen helm. Maybe if he'd slept, how long had it been? Maybe if he wasn't bloody and broken and behind bars, he still should have known. "Delilah," he said evenly. "Holland," he answered. Delilah Bard, the Ontari of Grey London, sat her helmet on the table beneath a hook, holding the jailer's keys. Her fingers danced absently across their teeth. "Your last night. Did you come to say farewell?" She made a humming sound. "Something like that. You're a long way from home." Her gaze flicked toward him, quick and sharp as a sliver of steel. "So are you?" One of her eyes had the glassy sheen that came with too much drink. The other, the false one, had been shattered. It hung together by a shell of glass, but the inside was a starburst of colors and cracks. Lila's knife vanished back into its sheath. She pulled off the gauntlets one by one, and set them on the table too. Even drunk, she moved with the fluid grace of a fighter. She reminded him of Oika. Oika, she echoed, as if reading his mind. Holland stilled. What? Lila tapped her cheek. The redhead with the scar and the face leaking black. She did this. Tried to drive a knife into my eye, right before I cut her throat. The words were a dull blow. Just a small flame of hope flickering inside his chest. Nothing left. Ash over embers. She was following orders, he said hollowly. Lila lifted the keys from their hook. Yours or Sauron's? It was a hard question. When had they been different? Had they ever been the same? He heard the clang of metal, and Holland blinked to find the cell door falling open, Lila stepping in. She pulled the door shut behind her, snapped the lock back into place. If you came to kill me... No, she sneered. That can wait till morning. Then why are you here? Because good people die and bad people live. And it doesn't seem very fair, does it, Holland? Her face crinkled. Of all the people you could kill, you chose someone who actually mattered to me. I had to. Her fist hit him with like a brick, hard enough to crack his head sideways and make the world go momentarily white. When his vision cleared, she was standing over him, knuckles bleeding. She tried to strike him again, but this time, Holland caught her wrist. Enough, he said, but it wasn't. Her free hand swung up, fire dancing across her knuckles, and he caught that too. Enough! She tried to pull free, but his hands vised tighter, finding the tender place where bones met. He pressed down, and a guttural sound escaped her throat, low and animal. It does nothing to dwell on what's been taken from you, he snarled. Nothing. Over 7 years, Holland's life had been distilled to one desire: to see Athos and Astrid Dane suffer. And Kel had stolen that from him. Stolen the look in Astrid's eyes as he drove the dagger through her heart. Stolen Athos's expression as he took him apart piece by piece. No one suffers as beautifully as you do. 7 years. Holland shoved Lila back. She stumbled, her shoulders hitting the bars. For a moment, the cell was filled with only the sounds of ragged breathing as they stared at one another across the narrow space. Two beasts caged together. And then, slowly, Lila straightened, flexing her hands. If you want your revenge, he said, take it. One of us should have it, he thought, closing his eyes. He took a steadying breath and began to count his dead, starting with Alox and ending with Oika. When he opened his eyes, the Lila Bard was gone. They came to collect him just after dawn. In truth, he didn't know the hour, but he could feel the palace stirring overhead, the subtle warming of the world beyond the prison's pillar. With so many years of cold, he'd learned to sense the smallest shift in warmth, knew how to mark the passing of a day. The guards came and freed Holland from the wall, and for a moment he was bound by nothing but 2 hands before they wrapped the chains around his wrists, his shoulders, his waist. The heavy metal was hobbling, and it took all his strength to keep his feet. To climb the stairs, his stride reduced to a halting step. On vis och, he told himself, dawn to dusk. A phrase that meant 2 things in his native tongue. A fresh start and a good end. The guards marched Holland up and through the palace halls, where men and women gathered to watch him pass. They led him out onto a balcony, a large space stripped bare except for a broad wooden platform, freshly constructed, and on it, a block of stone. On vis och. Holland felt the change as soon as he stepped outside. the prickling magic of the palace wards giving way to nothing but crisp air and light so bright it stung his eyes. The sun was rising on a frigid day, and Holland, still stripped to the waist beneath the chains, felt the icy air bite viciously into his skin. But he had long ago learned not to give others the satisfaction of his suffering. And though he knew he stood at the center of a performance, had in fact orchestrated it himself, Holland could not bring himself to shiver and beg, not in front of these people. The king was present, and the prince, as well as 4 more guards, their foreheads marked with blood, and a handful of magicians, similarly stained. A young, silver-haired man, the wind jostling around his limbs. A pair of dark-skinned twins, their faces set with gems. A blond man built like a wall. There beside them, his skin scarred by silver lines, stood an almost familiar man with a blue gem above one eye. An old man in white robes, a drop of crimson on his brow. Delilah Bard, her shattered brown eye catching the light. And last, just there on the platform, beside the stone block, stood Kel, a long sword in his hands, its broad point resting on the ground. Holland's steps must have slowed because one of the guards drove a gauntlet into his back, forcing him forward, up the 2 short steps onto the newly built dais. He came to a stop and straightened, looking out at the darkened river beyond the balcony. So like Black London, too like Black London. Second thoughts, asked Kel, gripping the sword. No, said Holland, staring past him, just taking a moment to enjoy the view. His gaze flicked to the young Antari, took in the way he held the sword, one hand around the hilt and the other resting on the blade, pressing down just hard enough to draw a line of blood. If he does not come, started Holland. I'll make it quick. Last time, you missed my heart. I won't miss your head, answered Kel, but I hope it doesn't come to that. Holland started to speak, but forced the words down. They served no purpose. Still he thought them. I hope it does. The king's voice thundered through the cold morning. Kneel, ordered the ruler of Arnes. Holland stiffened at the word, his mind stuttering into another day, another life. Cold steel and Athos' smooth voice, but he let the weight of the memories, as well as the present weight of chains, pull him down. He kept his eyes on the river, the darkness moving just beneath the surface, and when he spoke, his voice was low. The words meant not for the crowd on the balcony or for Kel, but for the Shadow King. Help me. The words were nothing but a breath of fog. To the gathered crowd, it might have looked like a prayer given to whatever gods they thought he worshipped. And in a way it was. Antari, said the king, addressing him not by name or even title, only by what he was. And Holland wondered if Maximaresh even knew his given name. Voisik, he almost said. My name is Holland Voisik. But it didn't matter now. You are guilty of grievous sins against the Empire, guilty of practicing forbidden magic, of inciting chaos and ruin, of bringing war. The king's words washed around him as Holland tipped his head back toward the sky. Birds flew overhead, while shadows threaded through the low clouds. Sauron was there. Holland gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak, not to the men around him, not to the king or Kel, but to the presence lurking, listening. Help me. You are sentenced to death by the blade for your crimes, your body committed to fire. He could feel the Oshok's magic weaving through his hair, brushing against his skin, but it still did not come. If you have any words, speak them now. But know that your fate is sealed. He heard a new voice then, like a vibration in the winter air. Beg. Holland went still. Have you nothing to say? Demanded the king. Beg. Holland swallowed, and did something he'd never done, not even in 7 years of slavery and torture. Please, he begged, first softly and then louder. Please, I will be yours. The darkness laughed but did not come. Holland's pulse began to race, the chains suddenly too tight. "Oh, Sauron," he called out, "this body is yours. This life, what's left of it, is yours." The guards were on either side of him now, gauntleted fists forcing Holland's head forward onto the block. "Oh, Sauron," he growled, fighting their grip for the first time. The laughter continued, ringing through his head. "Gods don't need bodies, but kings do. How would you rule without a head for your crown?" Kel was beside him now, both hands on the sword's hilt. "End it," ordered the king. "Wait," thought Holland. "Kill him," said Lila. "Be still," demanded Kel. Holland's vision narrowed to the wood of the platform. "Oh, Sauron," he bellowed as Kel's sword sang upward. It never came down. A shadow swept over the balcony. One moment, the sun was there, and the next they were plunged into shade, and everyone looked up in time to see the wave of black water crest overhead and came crushing down. Holland twisted sideways, still clinging to the stone block as the river slammed into the platform. One of the guards was knocked over the edge, down into the roiling surf below, while the other held on to Holland. The icy torrent knocked the blade from Kel's hands and sent him backward across the dais, a shard of ice pinning his sleeve to the floor as the guards dove to cover the king and prince. The wave hit the steps between the platform and the balcony and splashed up, swirling first into a column before its edges smoothed and pulled together into a shape of a man. A king. Sauron smiled at Holland. "Do you see?" he said in his echoing way. "I can be merciful." Someone was moving across the balcony. The silver-haired magician came surging forward, the air like knives around him. Sauron didn't take his eyes off Holland, but he flicked his watery fingers, and a spike of ice materialized, launching toward the magician's chest. The man actually smiled as he spun around the shard, the movement light as air before shattering it with a single sharp gust. Silver hair and swirling robes danced again toward Sauron, a blur, and then the magician slashed, one hand surrounded by a blade of wind. Sauron's watery form parted through the magician's wrists and then vised closed. The airborne magician slammed to a stop, pinned in the icy core of Sauron's form. Before he could break free, the Shadow King drove his own hand through the magician's chest. His fingers went clean through, the icy black points glistening with streams of red. "Jinnar!" screamed someone as the wind suddenly died atop the platform and the magician collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. Fucking hell! Sauron shook the blood from his fingers as he climbed the steps. "Tell me, Holland," he said, "do I look like I need of a body?" Using their distraction, Kel tore the icy shard free from his sleeve and threw it hard at the Shadow King's back. Holland was grudgingly, fleetingly impressed, but it passed right through Sauron's watery form. He turned as if amused to face Kel. "It will take more than that, Antari." "I know," said Kel, and Holland saw the ribbon of blood swirling in the column of water that formed Sauron's chest. The moment before Kel said, "Az Isera," and just like that, Sauron froze. It happened in an instant. The Shadow King replaced by a statue rendered in eyes. Holland met Kel's gaze through the frozen surface of Osaron's torso. He saw it first, relief turning to horror as the dead magician Jannar rose to his feet. His eyes were black, not shadowed, solid, his skin already beginning to burn with the strength of his new host. And when he spoke, a smooth, familiar voice poured out. "It will take more than that," said Osaron again, silver hair steaming. Bodies were rising around him, and Holland understood too late. The wave, the water. "Hell!" he shouted. "The blood marks!" He was cut off by the fist as the nearest guard drove a gauntleted hand into his ribs. The crimson smear on his helmet washed away by the first swell of the river. "Kneel before the king." The silver-scarred man and the Maresh prince both surged forward, but Kel stopped him with a jagged slash of his arm. A wall of ice surging up and cutting them off from the platform and Osaron. Osaron, who now stood between Holland and Kel and his stolen host, his skin flaking away like curls of burning paper. Holland forced himself up despite the weight of chains. "What a poor substitute you've chosen," he said, drawing the Oshok's attention as Kel shifted forward, blood dripping from his fingers. "How quickly it crumbled." His voice was low amid the surge of chaos, dripping with disdain. "It is not a body for a king." "You would still offer yours instead," mused Osaron. His shell was dying fast, lit by a blood-red glow that cracked along his skin. "I do," said Holland. "Tempting," said Osaron. His black eyes burned inside his skull. In a flash, he was at Holland's side. "But I'd rather watch you fall." Holland felt the push before he saw the hand, felt the force against his chest, and the sudden weight of gravity as the world shifted and the platform disappeared. And the chains pulled him over the edge and down, down, down into the river below. And that's the end of part 2. Oh, we're getting into some really crazy territory now. All right, let's not just let's continue. Part 3. Kel saw Holland fall. One moment the Antari was there at the edge, and the next he was gone, plunging down into the river with no magic at hand, only the cold dead weight of the spelled iron around him. The balcony was chaos, one guard on his knees fighting the fog, while Lila and Alucard squared off against the animated corpse of Jinnar, who was now nothing more than charred bone. There wasn't time to think, to wonder, to question. Kel dove. The drop was farther than it seemed. The impact knocked the air from Kel's lungs, jarring his bones, and he gasped as the river closed over him, ice cold and black as ink. What? Nah. No. What the fuck? Okay. Far below, almost out of sight, a pale form sank to the bottom of the tainted water. Kel swam down toward Holland, lungs aching as he fought the press of the river. Not only the weight of water, but Osaron's magic leeching heat and focus as it tried to force its way in. By the time he reached Holland, the man was on his knees on the river floor, his lips moving faintly, soundlessly. His body weighed down by the shackles at his wrists and the steel chains around his waist and legs. The Antari struggled to his feet, but couldn't manage any further. After a brief struggle, he lost his battle with gravity and sank back to his knees, driving up a cloud of silt as the irons hit. the riverbed. Kel hovered in front of him, his own coat heavy with water, its weight enough to keep him under. He drew his dagger, slicing skin, before he realized the futility. The instant the blood welled, it vanished, dissipated by the current. Kel swore, sacrificing a thin stream of air as Holland struggled to hold on to the last of his own. Holland's black hair floated in the water around his face, his eyes closed, a resignation to his posture, as if he would rather drown than return to the world above. As if he meant to end his life here, at the bottom of the river, but Kel couldn't let him do it. Holland's eyes flashed open as Kel took hold of his shoulders, crouching to reach his wrists as they were weighted to the river floor. The Antari shook his head minutely. Kel didn't let go. His whole body ached from the cold and the lack of air, and he could see Holland's chest stuttering as he fought the urge to breathe in. Kel wrapped his hands around the iron shackles and pulled, not with muscle but with magic. Iron was a mineral, somewhere between stone and earth on the spectrum of elements. He couldn't unmake it, but he could, with enough effort, change its shape. Transmuting an element was no small feat, even in a workroom with ample time and focus. Doing it underwater surrounded by dark magic, while his chest screamed and Holland slowly drowned, was something else entirely. Focus, Master Tieran chided in his head. Unfocused. Kel squeezed his eyes shut and tried to remember Tieran's instruction. Elements are not whole unto themselves. And the Aven Essen had said, but parts, each and not on the same, ever circling rope, one giving way into the next and the next. There is a natural pause, but no seam. It had been years since he'd learned to do this. Ages since he'd stood in the head priest's study with a glass in each hand, following the lines of the element spectrum as he poured the contents back and forth, turning a cup of water into sand and sand into rock, rock into fire and fire into air, air into water. On and on, slowly, painstakingly. The action, never as natural as the theory. The priests could do it. They were so attuned to the subtleties of magic, the boundaries between elements porous in their hands. But Kel's magic was too loud, too bright, and half the time he faltered, shattering the glass or spilling contents that were now half rock, half glass. Focus, unfocused. The iron was cold under his hands, unyielding, knots on a rope. Holland was dying. The watery world swirled darkly. Focused, unfocused. Kel's eyes flashed open. He met Holland's gaze, and as the metal began to soften in his hands, something flashed across the magician's face. And Carol realized suddenly that Holland's resignation had been a mask, veiling the panic beneath. The cuffs gave way beneath Kel's desperate fingers, turning from iron to sand, silt that formed a cloud and then dissolved into the river's current. Holland lurched forward into the sudden absence of chains. He rose up, the need for air propelling him toward the surface. Kel pushed off the river floor to follow, or tried to. He lifted a few feet, only to be wrenched back down, held fast by a sudden unseen force. The last of Kel's air escaped in a violent stream as he fought the water's hold. The force tightened around his legs, tried to crush the strength from his limbs, his chest, dragging his arms out to his sides in a gruesome echo of steel frame and the white London castle. The water before Kel shifted and swirled, the current bending around the outlines of a man. "Hello again, Antari." Too late. Kel understood. The last moment on the balcony when Sauron had looked not at Holland but him, pushing Holland into the river, knowing Kel would save him. They'd set a trap for the Shadow King, and he'd set one for them. Him. After all, Kel was the one who'd resisted, the one who'd refused to yield. Now will you kneel? The invisible bonds forced Kel to the river floor. His lungs flamed as they tried to push against the river. Tried and failed. Panic tore through him. Now will you beg? His eyes closed. He closed his eyes and tried to fight against the need for air that screamed through his chest, drowning his senses. His vision flickered with spots of white and hollow black. Now will you let me in? And that's the end of part 3. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. Man, this book is getting heavy. All right, we gotta go. We gotta continue. Part 4. Lila saw Cal vanish over the balcony's edge. At first, she thought he must have been knocked over. That surely he wouldn't have willingly jumped into the black water. Not for Holland. Then she remembered his words. Could have been me. And she realized, with icy clarity, that Kel hadn't told her the truth. The execution was a farce. Holland was never supposed to die. It had all been a trap, and Osaron had taken the bait. And now Holland was sinking to the bottom of the aisle, and Kel was going with him. Fucking hell, muttered Lila, shrugging out of her coat. On the balcony, Jinnar had collapsed, body crumbling to muddy ash, while those who'd fallen to Osaron's spell were being subdued. A fair of silver-scarred guards fought to regain order, while a third fought the fever raging through him. The king shoved past his own guard, scouring the balcony, while Alucard shielded Rai, who had one hand to his chest, as if he couldn't breathe. Because, of course, he couldn't breathe. Kel wasn't the only one drowning. Lila turned, mounted the balcony edge, and jumped. The water cut like knives. Wait, now all 3 Antari are in the water! Uh-oh. Alright. The water cut like knives. She sputtered, shocked by the pain and the cold. She was going to kill someone when this was over. Without the weight of her coat, her body rebelled, trying with every stride to lift her toward the surface, toward air, toward life. Instead, she swam down, lungs burning, icy water stinging her open eyes, toward the shape on the river floor. She expected it to be Holland, weighed down by chains, but the figure was thrashing freely, his hair a tangled cloud. Kel. Lila kicked toward him when a hand caught her arm. She twisted around behind her to see Holland, now free of chains. She brought up her boot to kick him away, but the water gripped it, and his fingers tightened as he forced her back around to face the struggling figure on the river floor. For a sick, frozen moment, she thought he wanted her to watch Kel die. But when she saw it, the faint outline of someone, hovering in the water before him. Sarah. Holland pointed at himself, and then the Shadow King. He pointed at her and then Kel. And then he let go, and she understood. They dove as one, but Holland reached the bottom first, landing in a plume of silt that caught the edges of the Shadow King like dust catching light. Lila reached Kel's side in the cover of the clouded water and tried to pull him free, but Osaron's will held firm. She flung a desperate hand toward Holland, a speechless plea, and the magician spread his arms and shoved. The river recoiled, flung away in every direction, carving out a column of air with Kel and Lila at its center. Kel and Lila, but not Holland. Lila drew a deep breath, lungs aching, while Kel collapsed to the river floor, gasping and heaving up water. Get him out! mouthed Holland, hands trembling from the force of holding the river, and Osauron at bay. With what? Lila wanted to say. They might be able to breathe, but they were still standing at the bottom of the river. Kel only half conscious and Lila with all her strength but none of his skill. She couldn't craft wings of air, couldn't sculpt a set of stairs from ice. Her gaze went to the silk floor. A column of air swayed around them. Holland was losing his hold. Shadows grew, curling in the water around the faltering Antari, like roaming limbs, fingers, mouths. She wanted to leave him. But Kel had brought them here, to this point, all for Holland's bloody life. Leave him, save him, damn him, Lila snarled and, keeping one hand on Kel's sleeve, thrust the other out toward the column, widening the circle until Holland staggered forward safely within. Safe being a relative thing. Holland drew in ragged breaths, and Kel, finally recovering his senses, pressed his palm to the damp river floor. It began to rise, a disk of earth beneath their feet surging toward the surface as the column collapsed below. They broke the surface and scrambled onto the river bank beneath the palace, dropping to the ground soaked and half frozen but alive. Holland was the first to recover, but before he was even halfway to his feet, Lila had a knife against his throat. Steady now, she said, her own limbs shaking. Wait. Kel began to speak, but the king and his men were already on them, the guards forcing Holland back to his knees on the icy bank. When he realized he was no longer chained, half of them lunged forward, blades drawn, the other half away. But Holland made no move to strike. Lila kept her knife out all the same, until the king's men had hauled their prisoner back toward the cells. In their wake, Rai came storming down the river bank. The prince's jaw was set, his cheeks red, as if he'd almost drowned, because of course he had. Kel saw him coming. Rai! The prince slammed his fist into his brother's face. Kel staggered backward to the ground, and the prince reeled back in mirrored pain, cradling his own cheek. Rai grabbed Kel by the soaking collar of his coat. I've made my peace with death, he said, jabbing a finger at Holland's retreating form. But I refuse to die for him. With that, Rai shoved his brother away again. Kel's mouth opened and closed, a fleck of blood at the corner of his lip. But the prince turned and marched back toward the palace. Lila brushed herself off. You had that coming, she said before leaving Kel on the bank, soaked and shivering and alone. And that's the end of part 4. Oh my god. This is crazy. Top 5. Gods don't need bodies, but kings do. Osauron seethed at the words echoing through his mind. Weeds to be torn out at the root. After all, he was a god, and a god did not need a body, a shell, a cage. A god was everywhere. The river rippled, and from it rose a drop, a shimmering black bead that stretched and lengthened until it had a form, limbs, fingers, a face. Osauron stood on the surface of the water. Holland was wrong. A body was merely a tool, a thing to be used. Discarded, but it was never needed. Osauron had wanted to kill Holland slowly, to tear out his mortal heart. A heart he knew, a heart he'd listened to for months. Give me a second. Okay, sorry. I just heard some like weird noises in here, so I just had to check on something. I don't know what's going on. It's so Sauron. Oh shit. He had given Holland so much. A second chance, a city reborn, and all he'd asked for her in return was cooperation. They'd made a deal, and Holland would pay for breaking it. The insolence of these Antari. As for the other two, he hadn't decided yet how to use them. Kel was a temptation, a gift given and then lost, a body to break in or simply break. And the girl, Delilah, strong and sharp, so much fight, so much promise, so much more that she could be. He wanted. No. But then, it was a different thing for a god to want and a human to need. He didn't need these playthings, these shells. Did not need to be confined. He was everywhere. It's enough. It was. Sauron looked down at his form sculpted of dark water and was reminded of another body, another world. Missing. Oh. But something was missing. He drifted up from the surface of the water, rose into the air to survey the city that would become his city, and frowned. It was midday, and yet London sulked in shadow. The mists of his power shimmered, twisted, coiled, but beneath their blanket, the city looked dull. The world, his world, should be beautiful, bright, filled with the light of magic, the song of power. It would be, once the city stopped fighting. Once they all bowed, all kneeled, all recognized him as king. Then he could make the city what it would be, what it should be. Progress was a process. Change took time, a winter before every spring. But in the meantime, missing. What was missing? He spun in place, and there it was, the royal palace. Somewhere inside, the Defiant huddled, hiding behind their wards, as if wards would outlast him. And they would fall in time. But it was the palace itself that shone in his gaze, rising above the blackened river like a second sun, casting its spokes of reddish light onto the sky even now, its echo dancing on the mirror-dark surface of the river. Every ruler needed a palace. He had one once, of course, at the center of his first city, a beautiful thing sculpted from want and will and sheer potential. Sauron had told himself he would not repeat that place, would not make the same mistakes. But that was the wrong word. He'd been young, learning, and through the city, and though the city had fallen, it wasn't the palace's doing, wasn't his doing, it was theirs, the people, with their flawed minds, their brittle shapes. And yes, he'd given them the power, but he knew better now, knew the power must be his and his alone. And it had been such a splendid palace, the dark heart of his kingdom. It would do better here, right here. Then perhaps this place would feel like home. Home, what a strange idea. But still, here, this. Sauron had risen high into the air now, far above the shimmering black expanse of the river. The lifeless arenas hulking skeletons of stones and wood topped with their lions and serpents and birds of prey. Their bodies empty, their banners still whipping in the breeze. Right here. He spread his hands and pulled on the strings of this world, on the threads of power in the stadium stones in the water below. And the massive silhouettes began to draw together, groaning as they came free from their bridges and holds. In his mind, the palace took shape, smoke and stone and magic prying loose, rearranging into something else, something more. And as in his mind, so in the world below, his new palace lengthened like a shadow, rising up instead of out. Tendrils of mist climbing the sides like vines, smoothing into polished black stone like new flesh over old bones. Overhead, the stadium banners rose like smoke, before hardening into a crown of glossy spires above his creation. Osaron's smile. It was a start. And that was part 5. All right. He created a palace. Sure, I guess. MTV Cribs. Okay, part 6. Kel had always been a fan of silence. He craved those 2 rare moments when the world calmed and the chaos of life in the palace gave way to easy, comfortable stillness. This was not that kind of silence. No, this silence was a hollow, sulking thing, a heavy quiet broken only by the drip of river water hitting the polished floor, and the fire crackling in the hearth, and the shuffle of Rye's restless steps. Kel sat in one of the prince's chairs, a cup of scalding hot tea in one hand, his bruised jaw in the other, his hair a mess of damp red streaks, beads of river water trickling down his neck. While Tieran tended to his bruised lungs, Kel took stock of the damage. 2 guards were dead, as well as another Arnesian magician. Holland was back in the cells, the queen was in the gallery, and the king stood across the room by the prince's hearth. His face shadowed, gaunt. Hastra was by the doors. Alucard Emery, a shade Kel seemingly couldn't be rid of, sat on the couch with a glass of wine, while his shipmate Lenos hovered like a shadow at his back. Blood and ash still stained Alucard's front. Some of it was his, but the rest belonged to Jinar. Jinar, who'd taken it upon himself to fight and failed. The single best wind worker in Arnes reduced to a burning puppet, a pile of ash. Lila was lounging on the floor, her back against Alucard's sofa, and the sight of her sitting there, near the damned privateer instead of Kel, stoked the fire in Kel's aching chest. The minutes ticked past, and his damp hair finally began to dry, yet no one spoke. Instead, the air hummed with the frustration of things unsaid, of fights gone dormant. Well, said the prince at last, I think it's safe to say that didn't go as planned. The words broke the seal, and suddenly the room was filled with voices. Jinar was my friend, said Alucard, glaring at Kel, and he's dead because of you. Jinar is dead because of himself, said Kel, shaking off Tieran's attentions. No one forced him onto the balcony. No one told him to attack the Shadow King. Lila scowled. You should have let Holland drown. Why didn't you? Interjected Varai. After all, she went on, wasn't it supposed to be an execution? Or did you have other plans? Ones you didn't share with us? Yes, Kel, chimed in Alucard. Do enlighten us. Kel shot the captain a frigid look. Why are you here? Kel, said the king in a low, stern way. Tell them. Kel ran a hand through his frizzing hair, frustrated. Osaron needs permission to take an Antari shell, he said. The plan was for Holland to let Osaron in, and for me then to kill Holland. I knew it, said Lila. So did Osaron, it seems, said Rai. During the execution, continued Kel, Holland was trying to draw Osaron in. When Osaron appeared, I assumed it had worked, but then when he pushed Holland onto the river, I didn't think. No, snapped Rai, you didn't. Kel held his ground. He might have let Holland drown. Or he might have simply been trying to get him away from us before claiming his shell. And if you think Osaron is bad without a body, you should have seen him in Holland. I didn't realize he was after me until it was too late. It was the right thing to do, said the king. Kel looked at him, stunned. It was the closest Maxime had come to taking Kel's side in months. Well, said Rai peevishly, Holland is still alive and Osaron is still free, and we still have no idea how to stop him. Kel pressed his palms to his eyes. Osaron still needs a body. He doesn't seem to think so, said Lila. He'll change his mind, said Kel. Rai stopped pacing. How do you know? Because right now he can afford to be stubborn. It was too many options. Kel looked at Tieran, who remained silent, still a stone. Once you put the city to sleep, he'll run out of bodies to play with. He'll get restless, he'll get angry. Maybe then we'll have his attention. And what do we do then? Said Lila, exasperated. Even if we can convince Osaron to take the body we give him, we have to be fast enough to trap him in it. It's like trying to catch lightning. We need another way to contain him, said Rai. Something better than a body. Bodies come with minds, and those, as we know, can be manipulated. He plucked a small silver sphere off a shelf and stretched it out between his fingers. The sphere was made of fine metal cords woven in such a way that they drew apart, expanding into a large orb of delicate filaments, and folded back together, collapsing into a dense ball of tightly coiled silver. We need something stronger, something permanent. We would need an inheritor, said Tieran softly. The room looked at the evanescent, but it was Maxime who spoke. He was turning red. You told me they didn't exist. No, said Tieran. I told you I would not help you make one. The priest and the king locked stares for long enough that Rice spoke up. Anyone want to explain? An inheritor, said Tieran slowly, addressing the room, is a device that transfers magic. And even if it could be made, it is by its very nature corrupt, an outright defiance of cardinal law, and an interference. Maxime stiffened at this, with the natural order of magical selection. The room went quiet. The king's face was rigid with anger. Rai's own features set but pale. An understanding settled in Kelt's chest. A device to transfer magic would be able to grant it to those without. What wouldn't a father do for a son born without power? What wouldn't a king do for his heir? When the prince spoke, his voice was careful even. Is that really possible, Tieran? In theory, answered the prince, crossing to an ornate desk that stood in the corner of the room. He pulled a piece of parchment from the drawer, produced a pencil from one of the many folds of his white priest's robe, and began to draw. Magic, as you know, does not follow blood. It chooses the strong and the weak as it will, as is natural. He added, casting a stern look at the king. But some time ago, a noble man named Tolek Loreni wanted a way to pass on not only his land and his titles, but also his power to his beloved elder son. The sketch on the page began to take shape. A metal cylinder shaped like a scroll, the length embossed with spellwork. He designed a device that could be spelled to take and hold a person's power until the next of kin could lay claim to it. Hence, inheritor, said Lila. Rye swallowed. And it actually worked? Well, no, said Tieran. The spell killed him instantly, but he brightened. His niece, Nadina, had a rather brilliant mind. She perfected the design and the first inheritor was made. Kel shook his head. Why have I never heard of this? And if they worked, why aren't they still used? Power does not like being forced into lines, said Tieran pointedly. Nadina Loreni's inheritor worked, but it worked on anyone, for anyone. There was no way to control who claimed the contents of an inheritor. Magicians could be persuaded to relinquish the entirety of their power to the device, and once it was surrendered to the inheritor, it was anyone's to claim. As you can imagine, things got messy. In the end, most of the inheritors were destroyed. But if we could find Loreni's designs, said Lila, if we could recreate one. We don't need to, said Alucard, speaking up at last. I know exactly where to find one. And that's the end of part 6. Wait. Don't tell me. Don't tell me Alucard's cat is one of those inheritors. Like, the cat is still with them. They rescued the cat. It was in the sanctuary. What? Okay. Let's see. Part 7. What do you mean you sold it? Cal snapped at the captain. I didn't know what it was. It's an narrative. This had been going on for several minutes now, and Lila poured herself a fresh drink as the room around her hummed with Kel's anger, the king's frustration, Alucard's annoyance. I didn't recognize the magic, Alucard was saying for the third time. I'd never seen anything like it before. I knew it was rare. That was all. You sold an inheritor, repeated Kel, drawing out the words. Technically, said Alucard defensively, I didn't sell it. I offered it in trade. Everyone groaned at that. Who did you give it to? Demanded Maxime. The king didn't look well. Dark bruises stood out beneath his eyes, as though he hadn't slept in days. Not that any of them had, but Lila liked to think she wore fatigue rather well, given her sheer amount of practice. Maurice Patrol, answered Alucard. The king reddened at the name. No one else seemed to notice. Lila did. You know them? The king's attention snapped toward her. What? No, only by reputation. Lila knew a lie, especially a bad one, but Rye cut in. And what reputation is that? The king wasn't the one to answer. Lila noticed that too. Maurice runs the Farase Strasse, Alucard said. The Going Waters? Translated Cal, assuming Lila didn't know the words. She did. Never heard of it, he added. I'm not surprised, said the captain. Air unmerced, started Lenos, speaking up for the first time. It's a market. Alucard shot the man a look, but the shipmate kept going. His voice soft, the accent rural and Nishan. It caters to sailors of a special sort, looking to trade in. Finally caught the captain's look and trailed off. You mean a black market? Offered Lila. tipping her drink toward the captain. Like Sasson Roach? The king raised a brow at that. Your Majesty, stuttered Alucard. It was before I served the crown. The king held up a hand, clearly not interested in excuses. You believe the inheritor is still there? Alucard nodded once. The head of the market took a shine to it. Last I saw it, it was around Maris's neck. And where is this Verasis Strass? Asked Tieran, pushing a piece of parchment toward them. On it, he'd outlined a rough map of the Empire. No labeled, just the drawn borders of land. The sight tickled something in the back of Lila's mind. That's the thing, said Alucard, running a hand through his messy brown curls. It moves around. Can you find it? Demanded Maxime. With a pirate cipher, sure, answered Alucard, but I don't have one anymore. On the honor of Arness, I swear. You mean it was confiscated when you were arrested, said Kel. Alucard shot him a venomous look. A pirate cipher? Asked Lila. Is that a kind of sea map? Alucard nodded. Not all sea maps are made equal, though. They all have the ports, the paths to avoid, the best places and times for making deals. But a pirate's cipher is designed to keep secrets. Wait! The map from that Lila had from Grey London, from the ship she was on before, that had like no outlines? Is that maybe one of those pirate ciphers? How did you remember that? But a pirate cipher is designed to keep secrets. To the passing eye, the cipher is practically useless, nothing but lines. Not even a city named. He glanced at Tieran's rough map. Like that. Lila frowned. There it was again, that tickle. Only now it took shape. Behind her eyes, another room in another London and another life. A map with no markings spread across the table in the attic of the Stone's Throw, weighted down by the night's take. Oh my god. She must have lowered her guard, let the memory show in her face, because Kel touched her arm. What is it? She drew a finger around the rim of her glass, trying not to betray the emotion in her voice. I had a map like that once. Nicked it from a shop when I was 15, didn't know what it was. The parchment was rolled up, bound with string. But it just kind of old at me, so I took it. Weird thing was, after all that, I never thought to sell the thing. I suppose I liked the idea of a map with no names, no places, nothing but land and sea and promise. I mapped to anywhere. That's what I called it. Lila realized the room had gone quiet. They were all staring at her. The king and the captain, the magician and the priest and the prince. What? Where is it now? Said Rai. This map to anywhere. Lila shrugged. Back in Grey London, I suspect, in a room at the top of the Stone's Throw. All right, Abby. No, said Kel gently. It's not there anymore. The knowledge hit her like a blow. A last door slamming closed. Oh, she said a little breathless. Well, I should have figured someone would. I took it, cut in Kel. And then before she could ask him why, he added hurriedly. It just caught my eye. Just like you said, Lila. The map has a kind of pull to it. Must be the spell work. Must be, said Alucard dryly. Kel scowled at the captain, but went to fetch the map. While he was gone, Maxime lowered himself into a chair, fingers gripping the cushioned arms. If anyone else noticed the strain in the monarch's dark eyes, they said nothing. But Lila watched as Tieran moved too, taking up a place behind the king's chair. One hand came to rest on Maxime's shoulders, and Lila saw the king's features softening. Some pain or malady eased by the priest's touch. She didn't know why the sight made her nervous, but she was still trying to shake the prickle of unease when Kel returned, map in hand. The room gathered around the table, all but the king, while Kel unfurled his prize, weighting the edges. One side was stained with long, dry blood. Lila's fingers drifted toward the stain, but she stopped herself and shoved her hands instead in the pockets of her coat, fingers curling around her timepiece. "I went back once," said Kel softly, head tipped toward hers. "After Baron." "After Baron," he said, as if Baron had been a simple thing, a marker in time, as if Holland hadn't cut his throat. "Nick something else?" she asked, voice tight. Kel shook his head. "I'm sorry," he said, and she didn't know what he was sorry, if he was sorry for taking the map, or for not taking more, or for simply reminding Lila of a life, a death she wanted so badly to forget. "Well," said the king, "is it a cipher?" Alucard on the other side of the table nodded. "It appears to be. But the doors were sealed centuries ago," said Kel. "How would an Arnesian pirate cipher even come to be in Grey London?" Lila blew out a breath. "Honestly, Kel?" "What?" he snapped. "You weren't the first on Tari," she said. "And I'll bet you weren't the first to break the rules either." Alucard raised a brow at the mention of Kel's past crimes, but had the sense for once to say nothing. He kept his attention fixed on the map, running his fingers back and forth as if searching for a clue. A hidden clasp. "Do you even know what you're doing?" asked Kel. Alucard made a sound that was neither yes or no. It might have been a curse. "Spare a knife, Bard," he said, and Lila produced a small, sharp blade from the cuff of her coat. Alucard took the weapon and briskly pierced his thumb, then pressed a cut to the corner of the paper. "Blood magic?" she asked. Sorry, she'd never known how to unlock the map's secret. Never even known it had secrets to unlock. "Not really," said Alucard. "Blood is just the ink." Under his hand, the map was unfolding. That was the word that came to mind. Crimson spreading in thin lines across the paper, illuminating everything from ports and cities to the serpents marking the seas and a decorative band around the edges. Lila's pulse quickened. Her map to everywhere became a map to everywhere. Her map to anywhere became a map to everywhere, or at least everywhere a pirate might want to go. She squinted, trying to decipher the blood-drawn names. She picked out Sassenroach, the black market carved into the cliffs at the place where Arnes and Faro and Vesk all met, and a town on the cliffs named Astor, as well as a spot at the northern edge of the empire, marked only by a small star and the word Ishast. She remembered the word from the tavern in town with its twofold meaning, the road or the soul. But nowhere could she find Ferrace's Strasse. "I don't see it." "Patience, Bard." Alucard's fingers skimmed the edge of the map, and that's when she saw the border wasn't simply a design, but 3 bands of small, squat numbers trimming the paper. As she watched the numbers seem to move. It was a fractional progress, slow as syrup, but the lower she stared, the more certain she was. The first and third lines were shifting to the left, the middle to the right. To what end, she didn't know. "This," said Alucard proudly, tracing the line, "is the pirate's cipher." Impressive, said Kel, voice dripping with skepticism. But can you read it? You'd better hope so. Alucard took up a quill and began the strange alchemy of transmuting the shifting symbols of the map's trim into something like coordinates. Not one set or two, but 3. He did this, keeping up a steady stream of conversation with, not with the room, but with himself, the words too low for Lila to hear. By the hearth, the king and Tieran fell into muted conversation. By the windows, Cal and Rai stood side by side in silence. Lenos perched nervously on the sofa's edge, fiddling with his medallion. Only Lila stayed with Alucard and watched him translate the pirate's cipher, all the while thinking she had so much left to learn. And it's the end of part 7. Oh, I just cracked my neck. Oh, that felt good. We're almost done for today. I think there's like a little bit less than 20 pages left or something. Well, to be fair, Slothy, I know what you mean, but in this case, net wouldn't mean nice. In that context, it would be kind. What you said. I'm learning. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just saying that in this in the context where how you said it, this means you are kind, or you are very kind. I guess it does. This is really nice. Let's go. Glad you have some time to do your exercises. I need to check something real quick. Had to wake up at 8. I know. It's crazy right now. Oh my fucking god, get away. Another freaking best viewers here, bot. I really need to turn off auto mod, I guess, so my bot can take care of it instead. Because this is getting annoying. Especially when I'm on my, when I'm streaming on PlayStation and use my phone. I don't see those messages pop in. Like, I mean, sure, you guys can't see them anyway, but, it's annoying. So I might just have to turn off automod so my bot takes care of them. Welcome back, Abby. It took the better part of an hour for the captain to crack the code, the air in the room growing tenser with every minute. The quiet taut as sails in a strong wind. It was the thief's quiet, coiled, lying in wait, and Lila kept having to remind herself to exhale. Alucard, who could usually be counted on to disrupt any silence before it grew oppressive, was busy scratching numbers on a slip of paper and snapping at Lenos whenever the man began to hover. Garen had left shortly after the captain started, explaining that he had to help his priests with their spell, and King Maxime had risen to his feet several minutes later, looking like a corpse revived. "Where are you going?" asked Kel his father, as his father turned toward the door. "There are other matters to attend to," he said in a distracted way. "What could be more?" "A king is not one man, Rai. He does not have the luxury of valuing one direction and ignoring the rest. This inheritor, if it can be found, is but a single course. It is my task to chart them all." The king left with only the sharp command to summon him when the damned business of the map was done. Ryan now sprawled across the couch, one arm over his eyes, while Kel seemed to be sulking against the hearth, and Hostra stood at attention, with his back to the door. Lila tried to focus on these men, their slow movements, like ticking cogs, but her own attention kept flicking back to the window, to those tendrils of fog that coiled and uncoiled beyond the glass, taking shape and falling apart, cresting, then crashing like waves against the palace. She stared at the fog, searching for shapes in the shadows, the way she sometimes did in clouds. A bird, ship, a pile of cold gold coins, before she realized that the shadows were indeed taking shape of something. Hands. The revelation was unsettling. Lila watched as the darkness drew together into a sea of fingers. Mesmerized, she lifted her own hands to the cold glass, the warmth of a touch steaming the window around her fingertips. Just beyond the window, the nearest shadow drew into a mirror image, palm pressed to hers, the seam of glass suddenly too thin, humming as wall and ward strained and shuddered between them. Her brow furrowed as she flexed her fingers, the shadow hand mimicking with a child's slow way. Close but not in time, a fraction off the beat. She moved her hand back and forth, the shadows followed. She tapped her fingers soundlessly on the glass. The other hand echoed. She was just beginning to curl her fingers into a rude gesture when she saw the greater darkness. The one beyond the wave of hands, the one that rose from the river, blanketed the sky, begin to move. At first, she thought they were coalescing into a column, but soon that column began to grow wings. Not the kind you found on a sparrow or a crow, but kind of wings that formed on a castle. Buttresses, towers, turrets unfolding like a flower in a sudden violent bloom. As she watched, the shadows shimmered and hardened into glossy black stone. Lila's hand fell away from the glass. "Am I losing my wits?" she said. "Or is there another palace floating on the river?" Oh my fucking god, another bot. Get the fuck out. Rai sat up. Kel was at her shoulder in an instant, peering out through the fog. Parts of it were still blossoming, others dissolving into mist. caught in a never-ending process of being made and remade. The whole thing seemed at once very real and utterly impossible. Sanct, swore Kel. That fucking monster, growled the prince, now at Lila's other side, is playing blocks with my arenas. Lenos hung back, his eyes wide with either horror or awe as he stared at the incredible palace. But Hashra abandoned his place by the door, surging toward to see. By the nameless saints, he whispered. Lila called over her shoulder. Alucard, come see this. A little busy, muttered the captain without looking up. Judging by the crease of his brows, the cipher wasn't proving quite as simple as he'd hoped. Blasted numbers, sit still, he muttered, leaning closer. Rai kept shaking his head. Why? He said sadly. Why did he have to use the arenas? You know, said Cal, that's really not the most important aspect of the situation. Alucard made a triumphant sound and set the quill aside. There! Everyone turned back toward the table except for Cal. He stayed by the window, visibly appalled by the shift in focus. Are we just going to ignore the Shadow Palace then? He asked, sweeping his hand as the specter beyond the glass. Not at all, said Lila, glancing back. In fact, Shadow Palaces are where I draw the line, which is why I'm keen to find this inheritor. She took in the map, frowned. Lenos looked down at the parchment. Nas terras, he said softly. I don't see it. Prince cocked his head. Neither do I. Lila leaned in. Maybe you should draw an X for dramatic effect. Alucard blew out an indignant breath. You're quite an ungrateful bunch, you know that? He took a pencil and, plucking a very expensive-looking book from a shelf, used its spine to draw a line across the map's surface. Kel finally drifted over as Alucard drew a second and a third, the lines intersecting at odd angles, and they formed a small triangle. There, he said, adding a little X with a flourish at the center. Think you've made a mistake, said Kel. The X was, after all, not on the coast or inland, but in the Arnesian Sea. Hardly, said Alucard. Ferrastrasse is the largest black market on water. Lila broke into a smile. It's not a market then, she said. It's a ship. Alucard's eyes were bright. It's both, and now, he added, tapping the paper, we know where to find it. I'll summon my father, said Rai as the others pored over the map. According to Alucard's calculations, the market wasn't far this time of year, sitting somewhere between Arnes and the northwest edge of Faro. How long to reach it? Asked Kel. Depends on the weather, said Alucard. A week, perhaps, maybe less, assuming we don't run into trouble. What kind of trouble? Pirates, storms, enemy ships. And then, with a sapphire wink, it is the sea, after all. Do try to keep up. We still have a problem, said Lila, nodding at the window. Sauron has a hold on the river. His magic is keeping the ships in their berths. Nothing in London is likely to sail, and that includes the Night Spire. She saw Lana straighten at this, the man's thin form shifting from foot to foot. Sauron's strength isn't infinite, Kel was saying. His magic has limits, and right now his power is still focused largely on the city. Well then, sniped Alucard, can't you magic the spire out of London? Kel rolled his eyes. That's not how my powers work. Well, what good are you then? Muttered the captain. Lila watched Lenos duck out of the room. Neither Kel nor Alucard seemed to notice. They were too busy bickering. Fine, said Alucard. I'll need to get beyond Osauron's sphere, and then find a ship. You? said Kel. I'm not leaving the fate of the city in your hands. I'm the one who found the inheritor, and you're the one who lost it. A trade isn't the same thing as I'm not letting you. Alucard leaned across the desk. Do you even know how to sail, Masvares? The honorific was said with a serpentine sweetness. I didn't think so. How hard can it be, snarled Cal, if they let someone like you do it? A glint of mischief flashed in the captain's eyes. I'm rather good with hard things. Just ask. The blow caught Alucard across the cheek. Lila hadn't even seen Kel move, but the captain's jaw was marked with red. It was an insult, she knew, for one magician to strike another with a bare fist. As if they weren't worth the use of power. Alucard flashed a feral grin, blood staining his teeth. The air hummed with magic, and the door swung open, and they all turned, expecting the king or the prince returning. Instead, there was Lenos, holding a woman by the elbow, which made a strange picture, since the woman was twice his weight, and it didn't look like the type to be easily led. Lila recognized her as the captain who'd greeted them at the docks before the tournament, Jasta. She had to be half Vescan, broad as she was. Her hair plumed into two massive braids around her face, dark eyes threaded with gold, and despite the winter cold, she wore nothing but trousers and a light tunic rolled to the elbows, revealing the silver lines of fresh scars along her skin. She'd survived the fog. Alucard and Kel trailed off at the sight of her. Casero justa feliz, said the woman, by way of grudging introduction. Van Ness, said Lenos, nudging the captain forward. Tell them. She shot him a look Lila recognized, one she'd doled out 12 times. A look that said, quite simply, that the next time the sailor laid a hand on her, he'd lose a finger. Kesla, demanded Cal. Jasta crossed her arms, scars flashing in the light. Some of us are wanting to leave the city. She spoke the common tongue, and her accent had the rumble of a big cat, dropping letters and slurring syllables so that Lila missed every third word if she wasn't careful. Might have mentioned something about a ship down at the gallery. Your fellow hurt me, and now I'm here. The ships in London will not sail, said the king, appearing behind her, Rai at his side. He spoke the captain's tongue like a man who'd mastered Arnesian but did not relish the taste. Jasta took a formal step to the side, bowing her head a fraction. Anesh, she said, but then my ship is not here. It is Dr. Tanek, your majesty. Alucard and Lila both straightened at that. Tanek was the mouth of the Isle, the last port before the open sea. Why wouldn't you sail it into London? Asked Rai. Jasta shot a prince a wary look. She's a sensitive skiff, private-like. A pirate ship, said Kel bluntly. Jasta flashed a sharp-toothed grin. Your words, prince, not mine. My ship, she carries all kinds. Fastest skiff on the open seas, to Vescan back in 9 days flat. But if you're asking, no, she does not sail the red and gold. Now she does, said the king pointedly. After a moment, the captain nodded. It is dangerous, but I could lead them to the ship. Trailed off. For a moment, Maxime looked irritated. Then his gaze narrowed and his demeanor cooled. What is it you want? Jasta gave a short bow. The favor of the crown, your majesty. And 100 lish. Alucard hissed through his teeth at the sum, and Kel glowered, but the king was evidently not in the mood to negotiate. Done. The woman raised a brow. I should have asked for more. You should have asked for none, said Kel. The pirate ignored him, dark eyes sweeping in the room. How many will go? Lila wasn't about to miss this. She raised her hand. So did Alucard and Lenos. And so did Kel. He did this whole holding the king's gaze as if daring the monarch to say no. But the king said nothing, and neither did Rai. The prince only stared at his brother's raised hand, and his face unreadable. Across the room, Alucard folded his arms and scowled at Kel. Okay, 1 second, guys. Damn. Gotta go to bed. Alright, Slothy, no worries. We're very close to ending right now anyway. So you're probably not gonna be missing too much. Hope you have a nice end of stream. I'm glad you were able to catch it for a bit at least. I know you're busy. But the king said nothing, and neither did Rai. The prince only stared at his brother's raised hand, his face unreadable. Across the room, Alucard folded his arms and scowled at Kel. Help me do my physio? Alright, that's good. I'm glad I could help out. Get some good rest. Sleep well. This can't possibly go wrong, he muttered. You could stay behind, snapped Kel. Alucard snorted. Kel seethed. Jasta watched, amused, and Lila poured herself another drink. She had a feeling she was going to need it. And that was the end of part 8. So all we have left is part 9. Rai heard Kel coming. One moment he was alone, staring out at the ghostly mirage of the Shadow Palace, the strange impostor of his home. And the next he found his brother's reflection in the glass. Kel's coat was no longer royal red, but black and high-collared, silver buttons running down the front. It was the coat he wore whenever he carried messages to other Londons. A coat meant for traveling, for leaving. He always wanted to travel beyond the city, said Rai. Kel ducked his head. This isn't what I had in mind. Rai turned toward him. Kel was standing before the mirror, so Rai could see his own face repeated. Tried and failed to force his features smooth. Tried and failed to keep the sadness from his voice. We were supposed to go together. And one day we will, said Kel. But right now, I can't stop a Sauron by sitting here. And if there's a chance that he's after the Antari instead of the city, if there's a chance we can draw him away. I know, said Rai. And in a way that said stop. In a way that said, I trust you. He slumped into a chair. I know you thought it was just a line. But I had it all planned out. We could have left after the season's end. Toward the island first. Gone from the mist-strewn valleys up to Orton and down through the Stasina forest to the cliffs of Astor. Then taken a ship over to the mainland. He leaned back, let his gaze escape to the ceiling with his folds of color. Once we landed, we'd have hit Hanas first, then gone by carriage to Linar. I heard the capital there will one day rival London. And the market in Nesto, near the Faroan border, is said to be made of glass. I figured we'd pick up a ship there, stop at the point of Sharon, where the water's barely a seam between Arnes and Vesk. So narrow you can walk across it.
and we'd be back in time for the dawn of summer. Sounds like quite the adventure, said Kel. You're not the only restless soul, said Rye, getting to his feet. I suppose it's time now. Kel nodded. But I brought you something. He dug a hand into his pocket and came up with 2 gold pins, each emblazoned with a chalice and rising sun of the House Maresh, the same pins they'd worn during the tournament. Rye with pride and Kel under a duress. The same pin Rye had used to carve a word into his arm, its twin. The one Kel had used to bring Rye and Alucard back from the Night Spire. I've done my best to spell the 2 together, explained his brother. The bond should hold no matter the distance. I thought my way was rather clever, said Rye, rubbing his forearm, where he'd carved into his skin. This one requires flawless blood. Kel came forward and fastened the pin to his brother's heart. Thank you for the lurk, Sammy. I appreciate it. If something worrisome happens and you need me to come back, simply take hold of the pin and say, Toll. Toll, meaning brother. Ryan managed a rueful smile. And what if I get lonely? Kel rolled his eyes, pinning the second pendant to the front of his coat. Rye's chest tightened. Don't go, he wanted to say, even though that wasn't fair. Wasn't right, wasn't princely. He swallowed. If you don't come back, I'll have to save the day without you and steal all the glory for myself. A short laugh, a ghost of a smile. But then, Kel brought a hand to Rye's shoulder. It was so light, so heavy. He could feel the tether tighten, the shadows lap at his heels, the darkness whisper through his head. Listen to me, said his brother. Promise me you won't go after Osaron. Not until we're back. Rye frowned. You can't expect me to hide in the palace until it's over. I don't, said Kel. But I expect you to be smart. And I expect you to trust me when I say I have a plan. It would help if you shared it. Kel chewed his lip. A dreadful habit, hardly princely. Sauron can't see us coming, he said. If we go storming in, demanding a fight, you know we've got a card to play. But if we come to save one of ours... I'm to be a lure? Said Rye, pretending to be aghast. What? What? Teased Kel. You'll always like people fighting for you. Actually, said the prince, I prefer people fighting over me. Kel's grip tightened on his sleeve, and the humor died on the air. 4 days, Rye. We'll make it back in that. And then... you can get yourself into trouble and... Behind them, someone cleared their throat. Kel's eyes narrowed. His hand fell from Rye's arm. Alucard Emery was waiting in the doorway, his hair pinned back, a blue traveling cloak fastened around his shoulders. Rye's body ached at the sight of him, standing there. Alucard didn't look like a nobleman or a triad magician, or even the captain of a ship. He looked like a stranger, someone who could slip into a crowd and disappear. Is this what he looked like that night? Wondered Rye, when he snuck out of my bed, out of the palace, out of the city. Alucard stepped forward into the room, those thin silver scars dancing in the light. Are the horses ready? Asked Kel coolly. Almost, answered the prince, plucking at his gloves. A brief silence fell as Kel waited for Alucard to leave, and while Alucard did not. I was hoping, said the captain said at last, to have a word with the prince. We need to go, said Kel. I won't be long. We don't, Kel, said Rye, giving his brother a short, gentle nudge toward the door. Go on. I'll be here when you get back.
Kel's arms were a sudden circle around Rye's shoulders, and then, just as quickly, they were gone, and Rye was left dizzy from their weight, and then the loss of it. A flutter of black fabric, and the door was swinging shut behind Kel. A strange, irrational panic rose in Rye's throat, and he had to fight the urge to call his brother back or run after him. He held his ground. Alucard was watching the place where Kel had been, as if the Antari had left a shadow behind, some visible traces now lingering between them. I always hated how close you two were, he murmured. I suppose I should be thankful for that. Rye swallowed, dragging his gaze from the door. I suppose I should be too. His attention fell on the captain. For all their time together in the last few days, they'd hardly spoken. There was Alucard's delirium aboard the ship, and the flickering memories of Alucard's hand, his voice a tether in the dark. The S and Tush had been a flurry of witty quips and stolen looks, but the last time they'd been together in his room alone, in this room. Rye's back had been up against the wall, a mirror, the captain's lips pressed against his throat. And before that, Rye. Leaving? He cut in, straining to keep the words light. At least this time, you came to say goodbye. Alucard winced at the jab. He didn't retreat. Instead, he closed the gap between them, Rye fighting back a shiver as the captain's fingers found his skin. You were with me in the dark. I was returning a favor. Rye held his gaze. I believe we're even now. Alucard's eyes were searching his face, and Rye felt himself flush, his body singing with the urge to pull Alucard's mouth to his, to let the world beyond this room disappear. You'd better go, he said breathlessly. But Alucard didn't pull away. A shadow had crossed the captain's face, something like sadness in his eyes. You haven't asked me. The words sank like a stone in Rye's chest, and he staggered under the weight, a too heavy reminder of what had happened 3 summers ago. Going to bed in Alucard's arms and waking up alone. Alucard gone from the palace, from the city, from his life. What? He said, his voice cool but his face burning. You want me to ask you why you left? Why you chose to open sea over my bed? A criminal's brand over my touch? Didn't ask you, Alucard, because I don't want to hear them. Hear what? Asked Alucard, cupping Rye's cheek. He knocked the hand away. The excuses. Alucard drew breath to speak, but Rye cut him off. I know what I was to you. A piece of fruit to be picked. A summer fling. You were more than that. You are. It was only a season. That's not... Stop, said Rye with all the quiet force of a royal. Just stop. I've never cared for liars, Luke, and I care even less for fools. So don't make me feel like more of one. You caught me off guard on the banner night. What happened between us happened. Rye tried to steady his breathing, and then sliced a hand through the air dismissively. But now it's done. Alucard caught Rye's wrists, head bowed to hide those storm blue eyes as he said, under his breath, what if I don't want it to be done? The words landed like a blow, the air leaving his lungs in a jagged exhale. Something burned through him, and it took Rye a moment to realize what it was. Anger. What right have you, he said softly, imperiously, to want anything of me? His hand splayed across Alucard's chest, a touch once warm, now full of force as he pushed away Alucard. The captain caught himself and looked up, startled, but made no motion to advance. Alucard was standing on the wrong side of the line. He might have been a noble, but Rye was a prince, untouchable unless he wanted to be touched, and he just made it clear that he didn't. Rye, Alucard said, clenching his fists, all playfulness gone. Didn't want to leave. But you did. If you only would listen. No. Ryan was fighting back another deep internal tremor. The tension between love and loss, holding on and letting go. I'm not a toy anymore. I'm not a foolish youth. He forced a waver from his words. I am the crown prince of Arnes, the future king of this empire. And if you want another audience with me, a chance to explain yourself, then you must earn it. Go, bring me back this inheritor. Help me save the city. Then, Master Amory, I will consider your request. Alucard blinked rapidly, obviously stricken. But after a long moment, he drew himself up to his full height. Yes, Your Highness. He turned and crossed the room with steady strides, his boots echoing Rai's heart as it pounded in his chest. For the second time, he watched someone precious walk away. For the second time, he held his ground, but he could not help the urge to soften the blow for both of them. And Alucard, he called when the captain had reached the door. Alucard glanced back, his features pale, but set as Rai said, Do not try to kill my brother. A small, defiant smile flickered across the captain's face, laced with humor, with hope. I'll do my best. And with that, chapter 6 is over, and we're done with the book for today. Oh, man. My back hurts. Oh. Damn, it really is getting intense. It's such a good book, though. Oh my god. I'm really liking it. Mm-mm. Oh man. What a great book. Absolutely fantastic. It got really intense there as well. I did not expect that. How do you guys feel about it? What are your thoughts on it so far? We're about like a third done, maybe? We're now at page... Oh, we're like at page 300. So we're about like a good half. A bit less than a half. So there's probably going to be 2 more Sundays with this book before it's done, I would assume. Something like that. Oh. God, my back. This chair is awful. Okay. So what do we do now? Can I register what you say and I understand what is happening right now in the book? But I have no clue what the whole thing is about. I mean, I'm sure like you've missed a few things from here and there. It's complicated at this point. There's so much going on. When next Genshin stream? I don't know. I barely have anything to do in Genshin right now again. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of went through the content pretty quick. I'll probably do more. I might do some more Yakuza soon as well, because I want to finish that game. I could, if you guys don't mind to wait here for a moment. I could quickly like turn on my PlayStation. We could do a bit of Genshin now, I would say, before we completely end. Just doing my dailies and all that kind of stuff. Roaming around a little bit. There's another local legend I want to fight. That I want to do in a very funny way. I want to backseat, really. No, yeah, you're fine. I'm definitely gonna be doing my Yakuza soon, because I want to finish that game. So that I can move on to a different game. Well, we could do a bit of Genshin now. Do dailies, do some farming, maybe. Just chill for a bit after this crazy book. Just give me a moment then and I'll be right back. I'm setting everything up for it. All right, I'm back. Oh god, I almost just dropped my controller here. God damn it. All right, now let me just switch to this. The follower count is completely wrong here, so I'm just gonna turn that off for today. Follower goal, go. I hope everything else is still working on this side. On the web seriously makes me feel dispirited. I mean, I know she's bad, but but it's like you can't really play with her. Where I gather, no endgame content is truly hard in this game. Yeah, like, to be fair, like, even Abyss, technically, which is like considered the hardest content, isn't too difficult.